If you had the chance to change your fate, would you?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the very first episode of hopefully a recurring series here on the Mudkip Ninja channel of Change Your Fate. That's right, we are finally doing our D&D role-playing interactive live stream with all of you guys, where you guys get to decide the outcome of our adventures, the perils, the dice rolls. It's all in your hands. First of all, it's nice to see some friendly faces. To Piers and Pancakes, thank you so much for the follow. Great to see you. So, for any of you out there that have not been up in the now, or the know with any of this stuff, basically the way this is going to work is we are going to be playing a very special one-shot D&D-esque adventure called Adventure Skeletons. Now, if you're unaware with Adventure Skeletons, the reason it's so popular and or funny is because it is a one-page game about everyone being skeletons, swapping bones, and bone-fighting hilarity. So it's really easy to learn, it's really easy to play. If you want to know more, there's a little carousel off to this side where you can type !skeletons to learn a little bit more. Kiwi, welcome back, nice to see you. Chubby, thank you so much for the follow. Hello, if you could change your fate, would you? Exactly. So the way this is going to work, and the way that you guys get to interact and experiment and change all of the aspects of the stream today, two most ways. There is a third, technically. Down below, if you take a look at the channel points, which if you haven't used the Twitch app for channel points before, there's a little Mudkip-looking icon next to your chat. Go ahead and click that. You earn channel points just from watching the stream. If you are followed, you get a big boost. If you are subscribed, you earn them faster. And then if you, win predictions and polls and stuff like that, you also win more channel points. But you get them just by watching and actively chatting as well. You can spend those channel points on any interaction that you see in that list. Things from altering dice rolls, adding extra treasure for our adventurers, even spawning encounters. And if anyone is feeling extra generous, you can type !donate in the chat to learn about our premium offers. If anyone wants to spend a little bit of money, they can do even more alterations, including adding your very own 5-sentence NPC into our skeleton adventure tonight. So there are plenty of ways to interact with spending points and donations. In addition to that, my lovely mod, Ash, or Hey It's Me Blade in the chat, will be running polls the whole time. Those polls will come up in chat, and you can use channel points to vote on those, and they will be anything from asking where our hero should go next, or the disposition of a certain monster, or how hard or easy a challenge should be. So their fate will be in your hands. If you want to make their lives harder or easier, of course, you will be able to do so by voting and spending your channel points below in the polls. Lastly, the third way that you can interact is occasionally during the story, during tonight's performance, you could say. There will be a couple times that I ask for you guys to just shout out things. When I ask for that, just go ahead and chat them, type them in chat, and I'll take one at random. One exception to this is if I ask for a name, one of the channel point redemptions below is actually called Name Something. So you want to go ahead and click on that so you can actually redeem and get your name up to the surface, and I will pick names at random. But there will be a couple times that I'll just say shout it out, and you guys can just type whatever you want into the chat below, which should be fantastic. Now, this is our first time doing this. It's a bit of an experiment for us here at Change Our Fate. So let us know how the audio is, how the visuals look, and everything like that. Hopefully everything's good right now. I saw Falcor in chat as well. Chuby's about to collect all these points. Exactly. I got a lot of Quartz fans in the chat. Yeah, Ash can see everything. Ash is a hacker. They have access to all the polls. I aspire to be an NPC. Exactly. So, welcome once more to Change of Fate. And our adventure today is an interesting one. We will see a group of skeletons, unlikely heroes, that might not be used to their new bona fide world, exploring and expanding their boundaries into what they can only describe as the human dungeon. Their hopes, their dreams, everything they could ever aspire and wish for will be controlled by you guys. Now, as we all know, skeletons are prone to breaking and losing many bones, and in the process of this adventure, that may happen. But have no fear, for the skeletons of our party are quite resilient, and every time they lose a bone, they can swap that lost bone with any other bone that they find on the side of the road, or a bone that you offer up as one of the channel points below. Unfortunately, if our skeleton should lose their skull, that is game over for them, and they suffer a death more horrible than, well, whatever it is being turned into a skeleton feels like. So, for today, it is not just myself that is bringing NPCs through this dungeon. Other compatriots that will be joining us on this adventure, so please everyone give a warm welcome. Let's just turn this on and make sure it works. There they are! Hello! Say hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. From top to bottom, we have Yona. Yona, how's it going?
It's good. I'm ready to bone some bones.
Oh,
All right. A strong start from Yona. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Nikki is up next. Nikki, how you doing?
I'm doing very well, despite the previous comment about boning.
Right. Fantastic.
Sometimes the words just happen.
Yes. Devin, how we doing?
Yeah.
Great. All right. The more the merrier.
Perfect.
And finally, Quartz, how you doing?
I'm doing.
Great. A real cast of adventures we have here tonight. Well, luckily, everyone joins us tonight for a very special performance from this cast. They're going to put on their best for you. Queen of Goth, thank you so much for the follow. Like I said, this is an experiment for all of us, so let us know if you guys have any suggestions, anything you'd like to see, any audio or visual changes that you want changed. I did just up my mic for those of you that said it, so hopefully that sounds a little bit better now. We will get into introducing their actual characters in just a minute. Just wanted to make sure that everything was working. Ah, yes, Matrix, thank you. There is one final way to participate and change our fate tonight. You can participate in the community challenge by spending a whole bunch of community points together as a whole. And tonight's community challenge, if we reach 5,000 community points by the end of stream, there is a super secret, true ending to the story. If our heroes make it to the end, then perhaps they will see an alternate ending as decided on by chat. But that remains to be seen. For my party, for you guys, how do you feel about playing skeletons? Have you been skeletons before? You ready to get into that mindset?
I've been a skeleton my whole life.
Your whole life?
Mm-hmm.
That's
I've never been a skeleton, and I'm not going to start now.
No, why would you?
That sounds like a you problem.
I've never been a skeleton, and I plan to start tomorrow.
Oh.
Incredible.
All right.
Yeah, that you know what? That makes a lot of sense. So we will get to introducing the characters in just a second, but first, we of course have to start our journey. And like all skeleton journeys do start, ours begins as summoned skeletons from a necromancer within a dungeon. So, let us begin the story for tonight. Let me just get the music and the page. So, let's just get in here. We open up our tale inside of a very dusty, dank, and gray bricked dungeon. Just like any other night, our four skeleton compatriots have been wandering around the halls aimlessly looking for things to do or ways to fill their time, as many heroes don't pass through this way anymore. It has been trapped for a very long time now, and our skeletons have all seen their share of trap duty, guard duty, sewer duty, you name it. But specifically tonight, after our four skeletons have wandered the halls to their choosing, we find them in the haunted tavern of the dungeon. Now, we're going to do a little bit of practice here. Normally this will flow a little bit better as we get into it, but the very first couple things we're going to need, I'm going to need to see some polls in chat. Well, actually, the very first thing that I'm going to need to see is someone redeem some points and name our dungeon. What is the name of this dungeon that our four skeletons find themselves a part of and, subsequently, subservient to? We will take any names as it goes. As for our four skeleton adventurers, you are used to this dungeon, you are used to the layout, and you know all the tricks and traps of getting around, the levers to pull, the hidden pressure plates to get around all the spike pits. And at close to the very front of the dungeon is a sort of haunted tavern where all of the monsters and sort of summoned paraphernalia of the dungeon go to hang out, which is where you guys will find yourselves today. Yeah, so, as we let that tick over, and people can give us some names for the dungeon itself, let me go over to... We have one! Magbonison, the end. Falcor has also given us Tombs of the Nightmare Soldier. Wow, that's a very different name than the first one. And we also have from Queen of Goths, Bile Gulch Mine. Incredible. Those are some incredible names. Now, usually I will just sort of pick one out at random, but why don't we let Yona? What do you think of those 3 names? What is the name of our dungeon?
I'm loving Bile Gulch Mine.
Bile Gulch Mine. All right, write that down. That is the name of your dungeon that you are all indentured to. Thank you, chat. That worked perfectly. Now, the next thing that I'm going to need from you, chat, as I will say this as we get a little bit closer, the Tavern Keep that the party is about to meet. They know them. They've known them for a little while. What is the name of the skeletal Tavern Keep of the Haunted Tavern? Speaking of which, at this point, we find our 4 compatriots sitting calmly around a stone table. So I also need a free name. So this you guys can just shout out in chat. What's a good name for a tavern, for a haunted tavern? You don't have to spend channel points on this. Just shout out some names. We'll see what we got. We love the Skyrim references. Of course we do. There will be plenty of Skyrim references in the music. Just you wait. We do need a name for the actual tavern itself as well, which you guys can just shout out.
Ooh,
And I will
redeem my
also
points.
need the Tavern Keep name, which I'm sure everyone is frantically typing as well. But nonetheless, this tavern is a very lively place, despite it housing mostly undead folk. Serving as the main source of entertainment for the denizens of Bile Gulch Mine, the dank stone rooms are always awash with the ambient blue glow of the Evertorches, fastened tightly to the cold walls. All of the seats and tables, if you can call them that, were fashioned for function by the dungeon's lead trap maker, accounting little room for comfort. Let's see, Ruined Ruby, I love that. Bile Gulch Tavern, Drinks in Stuff, Tricks and Tucks, The Half Pint. Drinks and, I like Half Pint. Yeah, you know what, I'm gonna go with Half Pint. We'll do The Half Pint Tavern. And then lastly, I'll need you guys to do a name something redemption for the Tavern Keep's name for today. Just a whole bunch of them rapid fire. Still, the tavern at this time houses a few ghastly compatriots, many of which you, our heroes of today's tale, recognize by face, but not of name. There are hundreds of monsters summoned to protect this dungeon. Trying to remember them all would be as futile as trying to remember the name of that one acquaintance you went to college with and insists you two sat right next to each other all throughout divination class. Regardless, one name the 4 of you know quite well is... let's see. Tim? Tim! Love Tim. Also, Queen of Goths, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. Enjoy the rapid fire channel points. Incredible. You know what? I'm gonna go with Tim. You all know Tim quite well. Tim is the face of the of the tavern, which of the Half Pint. Incredible. So you all know Tim quite well, lead barman of this fine establishment. Tim is friendly, but not overly empathetic, as it's hard for skeletons to feel, well, anything, really, lacking a nervous system, as they are. But he is still the closest thing to a font of knowledge you would have across here within Bile Gulch Mine, as you are all barred from the ancient library, Necromancer's orders, being just lowly raised skeletons. So, as the chittering and bubbling of the other monsters around you continues, Tim slowly makes his way over to the small table where the 4 of you are sat. And now we are going to move on to the Skeletal Tavern. As Tim comes over, you see his sort of cracked skeleton smile walk over to you, his ribcage kind of gleaming off of the blue Evertorch light as he kind of cracks and steps closer to you. You see he has kind of like a little dusty washcloth hanging over his shoulder. And as he walks up to the table, the 4 of you are chatting, and you know each other generally. He says, "Well, hello there, fellow skeletons. Welcome to the Half Pint. What can I get you all today? Oh, wait a minute. I've seen you around here before. What? Gorf? Is that you?" And he kind of points at your character, Yona, which at this point, if you would like to introduce who you are playing, Yona, now would be a good time to do so.
Yeah, I am playing Gormf Spinebound. Was once an orc in life, He cannot read. He loves books more than anything in the world. He was in charge of like supplying and guarding, you know, battle texts and other things that orcs like. And he was killed when a wizard attacked his outpost and was holding a book, and Gormf just couldn't attack.
Poor Gormf.
Poor Gormf.
Way to go.
Incredible.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, Tim kind of nods and goes, I thought I recognized you, but what are you doing here with Meryl Streep? As he kind of points over to the skeleton-looking skeleton sitting next to Gormf. Nikki, would you like to introduce your character?
So I'm Meryl Streep. I'm skeleton. I'm a skeleton. That is
That's
all
true.
I've ever known. My mom is Meryl Streep. She was
Somehow.
playing a necromancer one time, and she really got into the role, and that's how I was made.
That's it. That's generally how skeletons are made. So glad
It
that
is,
worked
yeah.
out for you.
I'm an expert on skeleton culture as a result.
Of course. Tim kind of turns now and says, and I think you, the stout one, Choboni, was it?
Oh, yes. I am playing Choboni, who is a not so undead skeleton, at least in his eyes. Used to be a druid in a past life. Great little dwarf man. And we're just looking for a real animal connection, just to make a good friend, a companion, you know?
True, very true. And finally, the barkeep turns and sort of has to look down a little bit before seeing Ooze kind of sitting, their hands both crossed over the small stone stool that they're sitting on. And the barkeep looks down at you and goes, "Oh, hello! I actually don't know if we've met. What's your name?"
I'm Iz.
Ooze! Would you like to introduce your character?
Yes, I am playing Ooze. They were a goblin in life. They do not remember a lot, but they really like teeth.
Love teeth.
And they do have a little pouch of teeth just on their hip. There's also some pebbles in there that they thought were teeth.
Incredible, which is really great. Just a real menagerie of skeletons for today, to be perfectly honest. So the first poll should be coming your way, chat, very soon, if it hasn't already, which will be a secret from our players. Tim kind of nods at the four of you before sort of looking around the table, and he goes, "Well, what'll it be? What can I get you guys?"
I'll have a stout pale ale.
Yeah, so about that, we only carry distilled blood. That's it. That's all we got.
That's actually what I meant.
Did you get any books since last time?
Books! He sort of clutches his ribcage as he laughs. Oh, God, you know we're not allowed to read.
Gormf gets so sad.
You see Tim kind of wipe a metaphorical tear from his skeletal socket as he looks to you and goes, "No, but seriously, do you guys want a drink or what? I have a succubus table to attend to if you guys don't want anything."
I think I'm good.
I don't drink.
I'll have your strongest drink.
All right, well, like I said, it's just distilled blood, so that's what we got coming to you.
Okay.
He kind of nods and he turns, "Marrow?"
The usual glass of distilled blood, of course.
Ah, yes, distilled blood with extra dust, coming right up, Marrow. And you watch as Tim kind of sidles back off to the skeletal bar that he has going on. Now, the four of you have come to meet here for a very specific reason tonight, because you've all been in talks throughout your general sort of trap engaging and disengaging rules and roles within the dungeon. You have been in talks of leaving the skeletal dungeon, where you are bound and summoned to find the human dungeon that has been fabled by the necromancer of your dungeon, who we do not have a name for just yet. So, talk amongst yourselves. What does that mean to you? What is the plan? What is the idea?
Well, we must obviously go find friends.
Do friends have teeth? I really
All
want
friends. Well, frogs don't have teeth.
Some frogs do.
Wait, frogs don't have teeth?
Some frogs do.
I am not an amphibious expert, I must admit.
Some frogs have teeth. I can prove it.
So we're going to
I've got-
find frogs.
All right, so the
I got
first thing we
bit
have to
by
do
one
is
once.
find frogs, confirm if they have teeth. I look at
Step
Marrow.
1. Frogs, human dungeon.
Will
They're
there
in
be
the
frogs in
human
the human dungeon? We could maybe do both.
Oh, that we'll do both. We'll do both.
But we
Okay,
know
okay.
what the real priority here is, right?
It's the frogs, right?
Frogs. We must know if they have teeth.
I'm pretty sure they have teeth. Some do. Right?
I've never seen it, so who can say?
The whole story was immediately derailed by the search for teeth in frogs, as the idea of a human dungeon left our heroes' minds, as they are empty as skulls are. Matrix, name the necromancer Nicomancer. All right. Thanks, Matrix. I'll write that down. Let me just get that. Okay. Incredible. All right, as the five of you are discussing, you do recall, Yair, thank you so much for the follow. You do recall that there is a level of knowledge that Tim does possess, that the rest of the sort of summoned monsters and skeletons might not, because Tim is sort of not quite the front line of defense to the Bile Gulch mine, but he does see a lot of traffic of monsters bringing in dead and decapitated heroes sort of through the, through the dungeon. So, Tim knows more than most. But Marrow is also a skeleton, as they were a skeleton before and are now also a skeleton. So Marrow does know a little bit more about skeleton culture, as it were, as well. So, as the thoughts of the human dungeon and toothed frogs rest heavily on your mind, what would you guys like to do?
Marrow, can we go to the human dungeon?
I would actually recommend that. However, you need to be a little sneaky about it. Just a little.
Why are we not supposed to go to the human dungeon?
I'm good at speaking.
You guys are new skeletons, it'll be a chance for you to prove yourselves, but gotta do it without Nicomancer the Necromancer finding out.
Oh yeah, Necromancer. That was a really confusing name. I got here last week and I just called him Necromancer a few times and he disassembled me and brought me back. It was really, really painful. And I didn't think I could feel pain anymore, but I can.
That's why we gotta be sly about it. The only thing Nicomancer hates worse than people getting his name wrong is skeletons going out into human dungeons without his say-so.
That is
So, Nico
Mancer.
put a Nicomancer. Oh man, I'm glad he didn't hear me. He's the one who
man,
put
that
a
was
spell
close.
on,
That was really
on
close.
us, on us. So he's the reason I'm a skeleton.
That he is.
Well, frog time.
Back time!
Wait, frog.
For those of
human
you that
dungeon
are-
or frog? Wait, I'm
Human
so lost.
dungeon.
Human dungeon half frog.
Human frog dungeon. Okay, got it.
Nicomancer really was born for it. So, as you guys are discussing this at this point, you hear a mug sort of clatter to the ground, and it sort of everything reverberates because everything's either bone or stone in this dungeon. So it's great acoustics. And sure enough, you guys kind of turn and you see Tim kind of looking in your direction as he puts a whole slew of pints down at the succubus table. Tim kind of sidles back up to you guys and he, did I hear you guys just talking about the human dungeon and also something about frogs?
Frogs, yes. We
Certainly
must
heard the frog
go.
thing.
Yes, we were just talking about frogs actually. Do you know about frog teeth? I'm just learning about this.
Tim he thinks for a second and he goes, no, I've not seen a living frog, only skeletal frogs, and they never
Do
have
they
teeth.
have teeth?
So it's impossible to know if perhaps maybe frog teeth are made of skin, not bone, and they fall out upon a frog's
Then what-
petrification. But no,
Wait.
we're getting out of
That's
hand
a really
here.
good point.
Then what have I taken from the frog?
Absolutely not. Look, if you are meant to head to the human dungeon, I mean, do you know how far away that is?
No, I'm really just learning about it now.
20 feet? Like
I'm
20
pretty
feet?
new.
I am gonna, from
least
you, chat, I'm
5.
gonna need a channel point redemption on name something. I'm gonna need you guys to name, what is the name of the human town that the skeletons think is a human dungeon? Anyway, Tim continues and says, well, look, the human dungeon isn't something to be trifled with. Even Nekomancer doesn't like to go there from time to time, so, you know, you have to be careful. And there's perilous paths and many different trails. Why would you even want to go to the human dungeon in the first place?
They have
Frogs.
frogs.
Well, also, human dungeons have lots of books that don't have spells that cause me to disassemble when I touch them.
Tim kind of
Human
nods his
dungeons
head.
have human teeth.
That's true. That's true.
Yep.
But
It's true.
look,
I do think humans have teeth. Pretty sure.
I can
think
confirm
we do.
actually that they do.
I can tell you guys what I know, and that is that the human dungeon is structured a lot like our dungeon. All right, and what
Oh
that
wow,
means.
that's very convenient.
I know. There's gonna be treasure, there's going to be traps, and if you make it, there's even going to be a boss. So you have to be extra careful if you're going to that human dungeon, okay?
Oh yeah, the boss is like Nekomancer, right?
Well, no, okay, our boss is Nekomancer. They probably have, like, a more happy Nekomancer, but don't tell him I said that.
Oh, okay. That sounds like he might kill you again.
Again,
wait.
yes. That would be the
Yeah.
third time this week, to be honest. I'm not really looking forward to that.
I have a
Yeah, he
question.
killed me yesterday.
Yes, Choboni.
Is Nekomancer not happy? Is he sad?
I mean, you've seen him, right? He's famous for his eternal scowl. It's just every time you look at him, it's like just resting necro face, right? He looks dead.
Wait,
He
is that
looks
not
dead.
normal?
And I mean, Tim kind of looks at all of you and he goes, "Well, for us undead folk, sure." But he kind of points to some like murlocs and zombies kind of chilling in the corner, and he says, "But I mean, look, they have full use of their facial expressions. You'd think that someone with skin would also have full use of their facial expressions, like Nekomancer, but no, he's always angry. You don't want to get on his bad side."
Oh,
Oh.
good to know. I'll avoid him.
Resting necro face. Oh my gosh.
Well, I guess it's time to get books, teeth, frogs, and
Frogs. Human dungeon boss.
Wait, did Tim give us the drinks?
Yes,
Oh,
Tim,
yeah.
Tim has come over now and given you both a glass of distilled blood, although Marrow's looks slightly murkier than yours does.
Okay, I try to dump it in my face hole, and I'm not very good at this, and a lot of it goes in my eye sockets.
You watch as Gormp just picks up this big sort of stein, and, and you watch this distilled blood just sort of splash all over his face, kind of echo through his jaw, and just kind of drip off of his eye sockets. It's a really beautiful picture for skeletons.
This,
Oh,
I think this worked perfectly.
You never forget your first.
Summerland for the town name. All right, that's one town name. That's good. That's great so far.
I guess if you have the blood in your eye socket, then you could just store it for later.
That's true.
Well, that's
also,
a really good point, and I like drip what's left in there.
You just
Yeah.
And as soon as you tilt
your
your head
skull.
forward again, Gormp, it just kind of starts trailing out like you're crying blood. It's a horrific scene.
And Gormp has like not great posture, so it's
No.
he's not looking straight forward, so it is pointed down.
Oh, of course. Including, Frank has just played Bone Doctor for a toe finger. Okay. Wow, this... So, as Tim kind of leaves the drinks at your tables and spins away to let you go back to your nefarious planning, you watch as he kind of trips for a second. And sure enough, he kind of turns back to all of you and oh, did one of you drop this? And he holds up what looks like a finger, but is far too stubby to be one. It is made of bone, of course. It is like one of your digits has detached themselves. And he just kind of holds this up to all four of you.
Have I lost a finger?
No,
Have I
none
lost a
of
toe?
you, in fact, have lost a finger or toe. Good question, Quartz.
I'll take it.
Okay. Marrow, you just kind of reach out and gingerly grab the toe finger bone from an unknown, thing. Town should be called Bonesboro. Also, Hum Anvil. Oh man, these are great names. Okay, thank you guys. I think we are going to go with Bonesboro for the name of the town. Good job on the names, guys. I just have to make sure that I put that down.
Maybe it was Tim's finger.
It might have been Tim's finger.
Oh yeah, Tim.
Not
Tim,
anymore.
are you miss? Oh, never mind.
Yeah, Tim kind of turns away, and Mero, you are now holding on to this toe finger as well. That you could replace at any time. According to the rules, there's no statistical benefit for changing your finger bones, but you are welcome to do so, should you so desire. There you go. Probably from a frog.
Use it as the thumb.
Could be.
A second thumb.
Probably from a frog.
If it's from a frog
It's
and I
it's
put
a
it
frog
on my body,
finger toe.
maybe we'll attract frogs.
Oh, that's
Like,
that's
you know
really
how bones
good.
attract bones?
I hear bones give off pheromones, so I think.
Alright,
So-
I attach
Pheromone.
frog bone to my hand.
Which finger are you replacing?
I can't just like fit it in the like thing.
Nope.
hand
The way the
bones.
necromancer has enchanted you is your joints are able to, attach to other things, but you cannot add structures that do not atone to your normal anatomical skeleton.
Alright, I replace my ring finger.
Okay.
I'm married to the frog.
You
now.
watch as Meryl Streep just kind of very gingerly off of her skeleton finger and replaces it with an indeterminate toe finger that's slightly stubbier than the rest of Meryl's fingers. Incredible.
Looks good.
Frog.
Thank you. I
Yeah,
just
that
got it.
should attract a lot of frogs who are
So many frogs.
just looking for partnership.
We'll find all frogs with you.
It's true. Frogs generally allured to stubby fingers. Okay,
You heard
so
it here first.
in order to get through to the human dungeon, there has to be another poll that is placed in chat. I don't think it's already gone through, but Tim shouts from across the table and says, "Look, to get to the human dungeon of Bonesboro, as that's where you're going, you need to either pass through the Femorous Bog or the Patella Wastes, which poll is now for the audience to decide." Tim kind of sort of twiddles their fingers together, and as he kind of goes back to pouring some of the drinks. All right, what do you guys, while you're deciding on which path to take, what would you like to do?
I'm going to flip a coin.
Cool.
Do I have a coin? Can I flip a finger? Can I flip my skull, actually?
I have a
As-
spare finger.
You could flip your
That's
skull,
true.
although Meryl Streep does now have a spare finger. That is true.
All
Spare
right,
finger?
let's flip the finger. Nubs or dubs? I don't know.
Nubs or dubs? You're calling it.
Nubs. I call
Okay.
Nubs. What is it?
You watch as Cho Boney flips Marrow's spare finger as it just kind of spirals through the air and lands on the table with a thud. It's very hard to judge a finger on whether it landed top or bottom, to be perfectly honest, but you think it landed nub side up.
Ah, Nubs, let's go. So what was the point of that?
That's 1 for 1. Okay. Now,
1 for 1. All right, how many can we do?
Incredible. As you guys are sort of chilling within the haunted tavern of the Half Pint as well, you sort of look around in the dungeon of let me just get the name. The dungeon of Bile Gulch Mine is home to some rather unsavory citizens and denizens. As you see, there is sort of a table of succubi that are sort of off in the corner, very much enjoying their distilled blood. You see a table of zombies and murlocs that also kind of sit relatively close to you guys that are just communicating in the most indistinguishable noises. You'll hear a murloc go, and the zombie will just sort of back and forth. They're just having an insufferable conversation. But as you are sort of listening to the general din of the tavern around you, it makes the most sense to your skeleton brains to head through the Patella Wastes.
That's what I was hoping for. That's what I flipped it for, actually. Nubs was Patilla.
oh wow,
I
that
know
must
it's
be
on here.
a
Well,
really,
Nubs.
really powerful finger. Wait, that's Marrow's finger, right? Marrow, do you want this finger back? It seems
No,
really
but-
powerful.
Oh,
We'll
the
keep it,
magic
but
finger.
I'm married.
Hold on to it.
Oh, you're married to
Oh,
frogs.
To the frog.
The
As a
frog.
concept.
I'm my frog partner.
of course.
Incredible.
The
When
finger
does Nero
leads
get
us.
to marry the frogs?
Well, as you all decide
get there.
who is taking who in Holy Frog Trimony, you decide to get the adventure on the road. As you do your best
Froggy?
to stay hidden through the peripheral gaze of Nicomancer the Necromancer, it looks like the audience has funded the true ending. So if you survive until the end, we have a surprise. Thank you very much, audience.
That's a
Bold
big
of you
if.
to assume we're gonna survive to the end.
Marrow, as you generally know your way around the most, you sort of take the 4 skeletons behind you and you leave the haunted tavern. What I am going to need from all of you, though, as you know, there are sort of 2 large orcs that stand guard at the very entrance of the dungeon as sort of a very first line of defense. I'm going to need you all to roll a d10 for sneaking past the guards. And if you have any bonuses to anything like that, make sure you tell me and you can add them. So here's our first skill check.
Do I get a bonus because I'm
Hold
small?
Hold on, wait. I think I
We're
actually have a
sneaking.
bonus to sneaking. Yes, I have a +1 to sneaking.
You do. You do have a +1 to sneaking.
I
Oh,
do
no.
indeed.
Ooh.
Guys, my hips are rattling. I
Oh,
never
this
got them
isn't-
checked out.
This isn't looking good. All right, what do we got?
Well, that's a 7 for me then, because I got a +1.
5, 2, 6, and 7. Okay. You all approach this sort of front entrance from the inside of the dungeon, and as your bones start clack and creak against this cold bricks of the gray and lifeless, trap-infested Bile Gulch mine, you head down, twisting alleyway after alleyway until you see the entrance. And sure enough, as you step towards the doorway, you can see the outlines of the 2 large orcish guards just kind of sitting on either side. Now, as we all know, orcs in this world, not super perceptive of things that are going on. So it doesn't take much
What
to
do you
get
mean by
past
that?
them. Unfortunately,
You can't say
Uh,
that in front of Gorm.
as you continue forward, you sort of begin to very lightly tiptoe past the orc guards. But, unfortunately, thank you so much for the follow-all diagram. Unfortunately, Choboni, you actually trip over something that was left in the doorway. And as you kind of like look down and your foot, oh god, you stub, it looks to be a large bone piece of maybe an elephant. Like there's this big sort of chunk of rib that was just left in the main entryway of this dungeon. Who left that there? As an addendum to the channel points things, I will always do everything at the earliest convenience. I won't miss them, so just keep that in mind. But yeah, you sort of trip over that, and it makes both orcs kind of and they turn, and they see all 4 of you in the entrance of the dungeon. The orc on the left kind of goes, "Oi! You know skeletons aren't allowed on the outside. Get back to your post. What are you doing?"
This isn't the way out.
They kind of both look at each other and they go, "What? What do you mean this is the way out?"
You're standing at the wrong exit. We were sent to tell you that you're supposed to be over there.
The orcs kind of look at each other and look at you and go, "Well, no, I'm pretty sure Nicomancer said there was only one entrance and exit to the entire dungeon for security purposes."
They just installed a new one. This one's gonna be closed up soon, actually. So you know, bureaucracy.
Also,
people
there
don't
are
get
secret
told.
entrances all over the place. I used to guard one of those.
Yeah,
The-
me too.
The first orc kind of looks at the second orc suspiciously. Mara, why don't you go ahead and roll a d10 for trying to convince or persuade these orcs that...
Is there a version of help in this game?
No, there is not.
Okay, cool.
No!
Now, these orcs are not the brightest...
Oh!
Okay,
Let's
well, I
go.
was gonna set the challenge first so the audience knew the challenge was a 4. This was sort of a less than medium difficulty thing to persuade them. A natural 10, first of the night, is the equivalent of a crit. So, Nikki, you actually get to roll a d10 and add it again, just to see how far you can convince these orc guards.
Convince them that we're not even skeletons.
Both
A
ends
1.
of this.
An 11
Not
total.
very far.
All right, Nikki, what does Marrow say? As they both kind of look at each other, they begin to kind of nod and they go, "Oh, you know, that makes sense. Where's that secret entrance again?"
Oh, so you know the big pile of rusted shackles.
Oh, yeah,
back in the
shackle
yeah,
rust.
yeah.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
that
yeah.
corridor?
Oh, yeah.
There's that like small one off to the side.
my
So what you have to do,
favorite
you go
corridor, yeah.
down that. Yeah, you go down that, and then you take a right, and then you keep going straight for a while, and then you get to like stone archway. If you get there,
you see the second orc kind of like holding up his left and right. It's like,
yeah. So if you get to the archway, you've gone too far. But you take a left. It's really, really small, very hard to miss. It's easy for skeletons to find.
Right.
You, not so much.
Okay.
You're gonna have to try.
Right. Well, we're gonna do our best because we're the best guards for the job. Come along, Toefinger. You see the first orcs say to the second orc, and the second orc kind of, okay. Oh well, thank you for telling us of our new post. Good luck, taking over. And you see they both just kind of turn to each other and march back into the Bile Gulch mine, as the orcs kind of leave, and you are at a success thanks to Marrow Streep.
Oh.
Thank you, Marrow.
The finger leads the way. All hail the finger.
All hail the fucking finger.
Oh my god. We
Okay,
can't start
so
a
those
cult already.
definitely weren't frogs.
They were not frogs. That's why they left.
Yes.
Oh.
Pretty sure I recognized that those were other orcs.
They had nice teeth.
Okay.
Yeah,
missing
they
a
were really
finger?
pointy.
Or toe.
Incredible. Well, let's get this show on the road. As you guys exit the gungeon, that's a different game. You guys walk forward, and you see very quickly, almost as if from a storybook, your normal dirt path branches in a fork in two roads, and there's a very conveniently placed signpost. Unfortunately, none of you can read, as both of them are kind of pointed in sort of opposite directions. However, one of them appears to be going more towards a densely fogged forest, and one of them appears to sort of lead to more sparse bushlands and eventual sort of decay of the woodlands. You guys remember you're heading to the Patella Wastes, so you gather that it is probably the path to the right. You all set out on your journey to the Patella Wastes, now following the
Can I take the sign?
toe finger. What'd you say, Gorf?
I said, can I take the sign?
Can you take the sign? Give me a roll which would be pulling or strength, if you have any skills that relate to that, of literally tugging the wooden fastened signpost out of the ground.
This isn't gonna count as hitting, right?
No, this does not count as hitting.
Okay, just checking. That's just gonna be a regular roll then.
Yep, a 3.
I rolled the 3.
Okay, well, as Gormf goes, you watch as you all sort of make your way to the Patella Waste. Gormf kind of, he reaches and grabs the wooden signpost and just, and tries to pull with all of Gormf's might out of the ground, not budging at all, Gormf, unfortunately.
Can I try to pull it out for Gorm? Can I try to pull it out for
Stupid
Gorm?
wooden book won't move.
Unfortunately, we will keep actions to a 1-person minimum to keep the story going.
Ah, fair.
But Gormf, you have tried and failed, which is fine. And we will continue on to the Patella Wastes. What does Gormf want the sign for? The world may never know. Also, thank you to all who have joined us. Now, if you are just joining, of course, we are playing Adventure Skeletons, the fantastic one-shot. Type !skeletons if you want to learn more, !Discord to join the community, and !donate if you guys want to spend some premium actions to do all sorts of crazy stuff on stream. Otherwise, enjoy watching the shenanigans and spending channel points below. So, let us take our party down the winding path into the Patella Wastes. Let's just go ahead and start that scene. Ooh, okay.
Ooh.
So, the air around you quickly grows dry and arid as the dirt and grass gives way to sand and more sand. The forest wherein the dungeon lies quickly becomes a speck in the distance as you cross dunes and cracked earth in the desert heat. You see the occasional cacti or shrub, but there isn't much life out here in the Patella Wastes, which is actually perfect for you guys because you're all undead anyway. Warm bones, open space, and things just die out here from heat exhaustion. This is like a skeleton's playground. That said, when the wind picks up and swirls the sand around, it does still prove to be difficult to push forward. And throughout your journey, you can't help but feel as if you're being watched. But regardless, welcome to the Patella Waste. The very first thing that you guys encounter as you're walking through the dunes is ooze. As you're kind of like keeping your nose low to the ground and searching for teeth, as you always do, this is the first time that any of you have been out of the dungeon, even though Marrow does like to sort of gather authority, as Marrow is the skeleton. Marrow, you also have never been outside the dungeon either before. As you guys start walking around, Ooze, you find something buried in the sand, not too far away. And as you kind of like quick sift your fingers through it, you see that there is a torso that you could actually swap for one of your bones as well. It is the torso of a rabbit. So whether or not you feel like you want a torso this big is your call. But you do find one.
I do actually want a torso of that size. It honestly probably fits. It probably
sorry,
fits.
not torso, pelvis. It was a rabbit pelvis.
Oh, yeah, well, still,
Even
I
better.
want it. It probably fits.
Incredible.
Their legs are like coming from the same
swapping it
socket
out.
almost.
You watch as Ooze kind of holds their hand up for a second and kind of pops their legs off of their joint sockets and just kind of removes the pelvis. And Ooze, you just kind of jump onto this rabbit pelvis with your torso and re-stick your legs. It hasn't done much to your height, but your waistline is now very, very small.
Guys, look!
Wow. So that's how you do that.
Oh wait, can I see that pelvis for a second?
Mine?
The goblin.
Yeah.
Sure.
And I take the pelvis and I use it to like scrape sand out of my rib cage.
You watch.
Like, okay, that's all. Here you go.
Gorm takes Ooze's old pelvis and just kind of starts using it as like a shoehorn for sand and just kind of just get all that out of there, the rib cage, and hands it back to
Hey,
Ooze.
be careful with that. That's still mine.
Okay, I'm all done.
Incredible. Yes, Kiwi, actually, so I am going to call that out. One bone on each of their bodies can be replaced by a non-bone. A single bone can be. So you can keep that in mind. So, in the Patella Wastes, there are a lot of creatures that die of heat exhaustion, like the kind narrator did tell you. Including, but not sort of limited to, you have, your humanoid bones, bird bones, and thanks to your loving audience, the bones of giraffes. So if you guys ever want to search for bones, of course, you can do an action to do so if you feel like you need to replace them, but none of you have taken damage so far, so don't feel forced to. Okay, well, welcome to the Patella Waste. What are you guys thinking? What are you doing?
Well, are we able to remove our heads, but still keep the rest of our body in our pocket?
What?
Anyway, Choboni is just very mesmerized by the fact that you can remove body parts and replace them after watching this pelvis swap. And I think Chobani's very scared. Choboni's very scared of.
Wait, who's Chobani?
Nobody.
I thought your name was Choboni.
Yeah, Choboni is my name.
Chobani guy sounds like maybe someone else.
Yeah.
That was a fake name, honestly.
Yeah, a total fake name. I just was trying to impress you guys. It's my bad. I really. So teeth, books, right? Pets, friends. Can I
He
scout
said
for?
books and frogs.
Wait,
Can I scout
Maro, is
for
this
any
the human
friendly creatures?
dungeon?
This is the human dungeon.
What would you like to scout for, Choboni?
Are there any bugs or creatures nearby that Choboni can try and befriend?
Oh, Choboni, you take a second to kind of look around the sort of wasteland that exists around you. You just kind of,
Lifeless.
Nope. And, oh, that's a tumbleweed. Nope. No life.
Scorpions.
Not yet.
We must continue on to find the friends and the village of the Dungeon of Humans.
Is this the human dungeon? Question mark.
I seem to think there's not many humans.
There's a distinct lack of humans and frogs.
Oh, maybe this is the trap room, or
Oh.
this could be a secret entrance. Does this move? And I pick up a pile of sand that is just a pile of sand.
Gorp reaches down and just piles sand through their bone fingers, and you watch it kind of dissipate. And you all wait with bated breath to see if anything changes in the sand around you.
Okay,
Nothing.
that wasn't
Well,
it.
doesn't it?
Nothing seems to move. No.
You know, I've heard stories about how humans will bathe in this thing called water. Maybe this is it. I'm gonna start doing the backstroke in the sand.
Okay.
and just kind of
You watch as
digging myself under.
yeah, Choboni pretty much starts to do sand angels as he just kind of
Oh,
through
wow.
the sand. Luckily for
Wow.
you, again, you don't really have a nervous system, so the grit of the sand doesn't make you feel uncomfortable at all. It is flying everywhere, as you guys are pretty much just playing whimsically in the sand at this point. As you are doing this, however, Marrow, keeping more of a level head and watching your children play around, you kind of look, and at the top of a nearby dune, something does catch your eye. And you notice that it appears to be some sort of formation of stacked rocks on top of each other. And it looks unnatural, to say the least.
Now, I don't know a lot, and I do know rocks from my time in the cave, and they're very similar to bone, but not quite. Those are weird. It's a technical term.
Which rocks?
Ow.
There's a lot of
The
rocks in-
ones that are like, you know, they look like a little tree, but not made of tree. I think that's not a tree.
Marrow's excellent deduction skills.
Big
It's
spine.
not bone, so I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you sure
so
it's not
not a
big
frog,
spine?
not
It's
a
not
tree?
a frog. It's not a tree, and it's not a human.
Can
But it's
I go
definitely
over to this
weird.
not frog, not tree rock pile?
Yeah, you all can if you want.
Yeah. So I'm gonna
Just
go
in
over it,
case.
go over to it, and just like push it.
Okay. As you all approach the rock pile, the first thing that you see is that they are sort of rocks all stacked on top of each other. But unfortunately, Gormf, as you go and sort of topple them, they shift, but they don't topple, as if there's something like holding them all together, sort of stacked on top of each other. But what you do notice, Choboni, as you sort of get a little closer, on the rocks themselves are etched different shapes, almost carved out of the stone. And Ooze, at your feet, as you look down now, as you've approached this rock structure, it appears to be some sort of like sandstone slate in the ground, sort of covered lightly by sand. And there also appears to be what we would know as a combination lock adhering to this slate.
Ah,
Is that a
This-
book?
Is this a book?
Gorm.
Or is this a book?
Is this book? Wait, did someone say? Wait, what's a book? What?
There's things on here like things that
There's things and
Gorm.
stuff.
This looks like what people put in books, but this isn't a book. I think maybe they tried to cut this. I think we should break this open.
It's a rock book though, right? You open the rock book.
Before we do anything, can Ooze just like etch a little smile into the stone next to the rock?
Yeah. Yeah, you just sort of add a little smile to it.
Those was here.
You think Ooze can write?
Speaking of which, Gormf, as this is happening, you do notice that behind the rock, there is another set of bone on the floor. This actually looks like a spine, which again provides no mechanical benefit for switching, but in all of your monster bestiary knowledge of living in a dungeon, this is actually the spine of a monster mimic book. So,
I switch it out immediately.
so quite literally, it is the spine of a book spine of a monster book mimic that has a spine.
Will this count as a bone?
Yes.
Okay.
You immediately watch as Gormf kind of reaches, spins
Gorm
around.
fully disassembles.
Yeah, just sort of all on the ground with a xylophone sound effect. And just kind of like starts with his arms magically just detaching his vertebrae and inserts the slightly more lithe and smaller book spine, which is not great for a skeleton of orc descent who is already much larger. But you have fastened the book monster spine into your own spine.
You're just like a little
absolutely
guy
incredible.
now.
Yeah.
It's so beautiful.
Hey, you honestly, you look great.
Thank you.
Great.
I know. It's just sometimes you just have some identity issues, and this just really helps.
Incredible.
Are
So true.
Gormf
You-
and Ooze like the same height now?
No, Gorm still has slightly longer legs. But
Okay.
you know.
True.
So,
Alright,
so
what do
we
Yeah, what
we
are you doing
spin
with
the
rocks?
rocks. We spin the
Yes.
rocks.
Spin them. All right, you give a quick.
Spin those rocks.
You spin.
Okay, seeing
the
that
rocks.
people are spinning the rocks, I stop my attempt to hit the rocks that I was going to do.
Okay. The
I'm like,
rocks,
oh, okay, we'll
do
do something. Yeah,
spin.
that's cool.
but nothing else changes. They each have a different sort of etching on them.
Actually, it is.
Should we make it? Yeah. Copycat. I've played that game. Make them all the same, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
so the etching on the very first rock has a star carved into it. The rock underneath that one has a triangle, and the third and bottommost rock has a diamond etched into it.
And what about the thing at the bottom?
So there's a sort of sandstone slate, and fastened to it, like a lock, is this combination lock. And if you look at that closer, there are numbers 0 through 9 on two little dials.
But there are also shapes.
What are these?
We can't read.
What's the number?
What would you like to do?
What if Ooze just like carves little smiley faces into all of the rocks, and then it matches at the bottom?
You can do your best, but these rocks are quite solid. Carving anything into them will take a significant tool to be able to do so.
Oh, so
Perhaps
not just little finger.
Bone.
Perhaps bone.
Well, yeah, I guess
Skeletons
you are
versus
made of
puzzles.
bone, so you definitely could, but after some time.
So these rocks each have like one etching thing on them, or
Star,
are there like
triangle,
multiple sides?
diamond. Nope, that is it. They each just have one. And then there's a little combination lock, 0 through 9, 0 through 9.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Star. 5.
You watch as Marrow kind of traces their bone over the star and says 5.
Five.
Isn't that just a fire rock?
No. I don't know what it is, but it's
It
that
It-
many.
Oh, I see, because that's the shape of the fire rock. Okay, I get it.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
bone. This many bone.
5. The 1 through 9, I'm 5 for star.
Well, there's only 2 dials. Which one do you want to spin? The first one or the second one?
Where's the star located in relation to
There
the
isn't.
dials?
It's just numbers.
The stars at the top of the rocks.
3 rocks,
Where-
3 symbols, symbol, but the actual combination lock itself is just like we would have to like lock our lockers IRL. There is a little dial of numbers that has 1 to 9 that you can spin around, and another dial of numbers 0 to 9 that you can spin around. Sorry, they're both 0 to 9.
You know how like when they say when you're DMing people and they're like, yeah, sometimes you just gotta throw a door at your players and they won't know what to do with it, even though
Yeah.
it's an unlocked door, and they
Yeah.
just. I think we're hitting that wall.
Already.
I opened the door.
It's like there's numbers and there's shapes. What's
Wait,
here?
wait. Can we just break the lock off?
You can try.
That's what I
I
was
have a
saying
great
to
axe.
begin
Can I
with.
try to just
Can I
break
go
the lock
bonk?
off?
Mara, what did you say?
I have a great axe. Can I go bonk?
Sure. You can roll a d10 to hit something here.
That's pretty
A
good.
6. You watch as Marrow takes their great axe from off of their back and just sort of cleaves it down on the lock. It does scratch, but the lock itself is unbroken.
Oh, okay, so that's not gonna work, huh?
That's bad.
Ew.
Maybe we should go back the other way, back by the sides.
Maybe we give up.
I think the campaign ends.
That's it. It's the first hurdle.
It's the first thing that's
through.
remotely difficult.
I will say, you guys can ask chat if you want help.
Chat.
Chat,
If
what do
chat
we do?
has any
Chat-
ideas.
chat says-
So, like,
someone did say try 69. for
Gormf
the
is an
combo.
idiot, but also I, as a person, am pretty confused.
So
Can we try 69?
you can
Yeah,
try
let's
69, sure.
69.
You go ahead, and you go to change the numbers. You switch to 69, and you pull, and nothing happens.
There's 3 rocks.
There's
Um,
3 rocks.
Okay,
A
but
star,
you
a
said
triangle,
5.
and a diamond.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
so-
star.
so-
five.
Working this out just completely normally, star is 5, then if you add the bottom 2 together, that's 7. So 5, 7. Just add all of the sides together, so then it would be
Sides?
12. So 12. 12 sides.
You want to try 12?
No, try 12.
Sides?
Okay. You watch as Ooze kind of starts doing some mental math in their mind as they're sort
No,
of
no,
pointing
no,
at these
not
rocks.
mental math, counting on their fingers.
Oh, counting on their fingers. Eventually, you run out of fingers with 12 and have to go to your toes. But sure enough, you sort of
Actually, there are 11 fingers.
you slide, you slide the digits to 12, and as you pull, it snaps open.
Oh my god, it worked.
Whoa.
Good job, Ooze.
This did something!
I never would have figured that out.
You did it. Good job.
We did it.
IRL
No.
or in the game.
Sure enough, as the lock, let me just make sure no one has used channel points to give you any more treasure. Nope, no one wants you to have any treasure, which is great.
This is immediately letting this go to their head.
I saw Aka Spacula. What did you want that to be named, Tapirs? What are we naming that? I feel like that's great. As you guys sort of shift open the lock and pull back the sandstone, inside you find a bag of golden gems. You
It's
recognize-
mine, I
Those are
opened
the
it.
gems.
You
It's
recognize
mine, I
these
opened it.
because
They're
they are
shiny teeth.
stored inside of your dungeon's treasure room.
They're shiny teeth.
Or shiny teeth.
and me.
Oh yeah, those do kind of look like teeth. I'm pretty sure
Can I
I've seen humans with those teeth.
Can I have them, please?
Gold and
Okay, sure,
gems.
you can have
Gold
the
and
teeth.
gems.
Yay!
Who wants this in their inventory? You can mark it.
Me.
Okay.
I think Ooze is gonna take it.
I think Ooze deserves this.
Sure.
Maybe you can replace your teeth with them.
Yeah.
Marrow, as you are looking, as well as Ooze sort of takes this out and goes all crazy, you see that there is also a little note written at the bottom.
I open the note.
Okay. Now you cannot read. I would like to make this clear. However, as you
Wait,
open
is it
the
in
note,
skeleton?
it's not in skeleton, but as you look at this piece of paper with weird symbols on it, they magically make sense to you in your mind, as if it is written in a non-language, but you understand it.
Arrows.
It specifically says, if you can solve all 3, a bigger prize will be waiting.
This was the first. The first.
If I look at the note, can I understand it also?
You can. Yep.
Oh boy.
We
I,
barely
like,
made it through that one.
Go to hold it, but I'm like not actually touching it. I go, this is the most beautiful book I've ever seen.
Incredible, Gorm.
We can keep it,
I
but
love Gorm.
It's the first
gonna
time Worm has
need-
ever
Okay.
been able to understand something. of a book.
I put it fully in my mouth.
Gorm just swallows it and puts it in his mouth. Incredible.
all right. We found and solved the first puzzle.
You did.
We need to find.
Okay, so this is a puzzle room. Okay, okay.
Yeah,
I
this
get
is
it.
a puzzle. It's a really big puzzle room. This makes
Yeah,
sense.
it's like really big.
It is really big. There's
Biggest
that like,
puzzle room I've ever
bright fucking thing in the sky. That
Yeah,
cave
Yeah, I don't know
roof.
how they got their light up there. That's
Yeah,
some human
it's a
shit.
really big torch.
So,
You must
as
have a very powerful necromancer.
as you guys continue on from your victory over the shape puzzle, you guys walk further into the Patella Wastes. Now, chat, I am going to need a name for, let's say, another group of skeletons. Although, this group of skeletons are not adventurers, they are an improv group. So I would like an improv group name for skeletons, please. Okay. So, as you guys continue walking in the barren sands, you feel the heat against your bones. And at first it started to feel sort of warm and nice, and eventually it kind of starts to bake after a while. There's no sort of shelter underneath the sun. It's getting real hot. But eventually, over cresting the next golden dune in the Patella Wastes, you see a very large sight in front of you. Something that is familiar, yet also very alien to you all. And to that, I take you to our next scene. So,
Ooh.
within, or rather over this next dune, you see a very, very large bone colossus that has rotted away in the sun over time. Its skull is mostly buried under the ground, but the main thing that lies intact is the rib cage, which sort of acts as almost like a parapet, kind of blocking out some of the sun with how large it is. As you stare into this sort of rib cage zone, you actually see that there are people or other figures that have taken respite underneath the rib cage. What would you guys like to do?
Chobunny's considering replacing his ribcage, I think.
With the giant rib cage?
With the giant ribcage.
The one that's hundreds of feet long, all right? Dream big.
Yeah.
Dream big.
The humans will not be able to stop me. All the
That's
props
good.
will be mine.
That's good, Choboni. Ambition's important.
Also, look at those teeth.
Those are some chompers.
So the
Those
improv-
teeth are fully bigger than our bodies.
And I want them.
So the other bone people of the group is here?
Well, you see a group of other people down by the ribs. They're a bit far to take them out, but they are wearing clothes.
Take them out?
Scope them out.
Where are we taking them out to dinner?
Well, now,
Wait,
they're wearing clothes, so they cannot be skeletons because they have clothes.
Well, you guys, some of you are wearing
fully
armor.
Oh, that's true.
yeah.
Yeah, to
can
be
wear
very
our
clear,
sand.
I have a gauntlet. That is my armor.
Right.
My armor is literally just a piece of metal wrapped around my head, like one of those, like, jaws.
little mumph bandana things that you
Yeah.
have on that just sort of wraps around Ooze's head. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's compressed their skull into the shape of a square.
Yep.
Oh, Cho's got an idea. Cho's got an idea.
Okay.
Choboni's gonna run towards the group of whatever they are, screaming that the Nicomancer made us look like skeletons, and that we need help.
Wow, what's he doing?
Roll a performance or yelling check if you have any additions to those.
Performance are yelling.
Just roll a d10 and add any skills that apply.
I ain't got no skills.
Oh my god.
Well, I'm ballin'.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh my god, yes!
Oh boy.
We love to see it.
You watch as Choboni just sort of sprints down the dunes, flailing his arms and just, oh, the Nicomancer made us look like this! And just sort of running down the dunes. Sure enough, you watch as the figures kind of like turn in aghast and kind of look at what's happening here. Sure enough, as they sort of turn to you, you notice that they are indeed, let me just turn on tactical mode. There we go. They are indeed a group of skeletons.
Just kidding. I mean, I'm not, but hi.
They all turn to you, and they kind of look up and still in shock. And the Necromancer, is he here?
No, he's. Well, I don't know. No.
No, we're gonna settle with no. The sort of first skeleton kind of wipes theoretical sweat off of their skull, and says, "Oh, thank goodness. Wait, who are you?"
Sorry, I didn't mean to fright you. I'm Choboni. Do I get any spooky points for scaring the others?
Oh yes, yeah, you definitely get a spooky point for that.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Choboni, and compatriots who are shyly waiting up on the dune. As they kind of like wave to you guys up there as well.
I'll wave everybody down. The coast is clear.
Ooze is
Oh, hi
very
there. Wait,
excitedly
wait.
waving at this group.
Okay.
Did you guys also escape the dungeon?
And the skeletons kind of look at you. Oh, no. We were reanimated by a sorcerer a long time ago. But we weren't really bound to anything. So after he died, we've just kind of been wandering as an improv group. Would you like to see some of our stuff?
It would really tickle my funny bone.
Yes.
They nod, and they go, well, it's funny you say that because we're known as the Funny Bones. And they kind of like cha-cha-cha, and give like a little
Wow,
shake.
that is a wild coincidence.
It really is. A
Ooh,
wild-
Ooze just has this moment of like, oh my god, I'm psychic.
Oh, absolutely. 100%.
Yeah.
I'm getting
Um,
I'm getting stronger.
So, sure enough,
Hey, are you guys using that skull on the ground?
They kind of turn and point. The big one?
Yes.
I mean, we use it for shade, but I'm not sure what else you're implying, fellow skeleton.
Okay,
Are you
never
using
mind.
Their teeth? Are those teeth yours? Can I
Sorry,
have them?
which dungeon did you say you were from again?
You know, the
Over
one-
yonder?
yeah, the one up. So,
The
what
one
do you got for
yonder.
us? You got music? You got,
I go like, Meryl, what's the dungeon called? I'm really new.
where are we from?
Oh, Mara's muted. There we go.
Bile Gulch Mine.
Bile Gulch Mine.
Yeah,
It's a Bile Gulch mine, and I knew that.
Yeah.
And the skeletons kind of look at each other and, never heard of it. But, you know, while you're here, why don't you relax, take a load off. Come sit by the campfire. We call this place the Ribcage Respite.
Oh. Why do you have a fire?
And
In a
he's,
desert.
why, to cook food, of course. Why else would you need a fire?
Wait,
We don't need to eat.
They kind of all look at each other and they kind of, that's a good one. Yeah, of course we have to eat. What are you talking about?
What do you
Uh-oh.
think you are?
Yeah. My
Wait,
bad.
what do you eat?
What? We eat nondescript meat cubes, same as everyone else.
We don't
Okay,
eat nondescript
Do
meat
you think I could have a nondescript meat cube?
Of course you could. And he kind of like beckons you towards the fire. As one of them just
I
kind
go
of starts
towards the fire. I'm
playing
gonna
this-
eat some meat cubes.
playing a Spanish guitar. Yeah, the Funny Bones, very, very hospitable, which is fantastic. So as you guys kind of sit, sure enough, they are roasting some nondescript meat cubes on this fire. That they're kind of like slowly turning like marshmallows over this fire.
Like hot dogs.
Yeah, like hot dogs. And they kind of sort of hold them out to you all. And they, oh, here you go.
I take out the piece of paper that's in my mouth, eat the meat cube, put the paper back in after I'm done eating the meat cube.
Now, you can taste it, but it does quite literally pass right through you.
Question.
Yes.
Gormf, did you chew that? Or did you just swallow it?
The paper?
No, the meat cube.
No, I fully chewed it, and it's in a
Oh.
pile at my feet right now.
Oh, so I could catch it if you swallowed it whole, and I try it. We could pass it around.
Well, you still can, and I pick it up, and it's disgusting.
It's just
Covered in
Are you
covered
sure
in
you want it? There's some sand in that pile.
Oh yeah, give it over here. Chobani's gonna grab it and just yuck it in as far as
Oh.
he can.
You throw
We
it?
don't gotta waste food like that.
Don't waste the food.
Oh my bad. Joe's gonna run over and scoop it back up. All right, who wants it next?
The skeletons all stand with their jaws agape as they all just kind of like... Right! Well, it's
Is
lovely...
this not normal for you guys?
You
No,
don't eat each other's food.
not quite, but it's been lovely to meet you all.
Yeah, you too. What was your names again?
The Funny Bones,
Yeah, what was your
Your
individual names?
we don't have them.
I'm sorry to hear that.
We're just
Your
Funny
parents-
Bones 1 through 4.
That sounds like a recipe for an identity crisis. I hope you guys are seeing a good therapist.
They
Couples counseling
Oh my
with the
god.
band.
Funny Bones 1 through 4.
Yes?
Where's 4?
Do you happen to know where the human dungeon is or where their next puzzle room is? Because this one's very difficult to traverse.
Ah,
Okay.
yes! Well, in fact, there's actually lots of those puzzle rocks that you see all around the desert. There should be just one, and they kind of point to the top of a nearby dune. They say, just over that way. As for the-
Immediately scrambles.
Oh, bye!
Oh, there
as,
it goes. Okay.
As
Wait,
for
there might be
the-
another book there, and I run.
Okay, bye. As for the direction of the human dungeon, and they kind of point in a separate direction, kind of due north. And they say, but to be honest, traversing in that direction's been rather difficult lately.
What's
Why?
that?
Well, we kind of have a bit of a sand shark problem around that area.
Fully gone.
What's
This
that?
is Sand Shark and immediately whips around because they know sharks have 2 sets of teeth.
Somehow you do know that. And yeah, well, I mean, look, to be honest, you guys are kind of weird. So if you feel like you can tussle with that sand shark, it's making our unlives rather miserable to travel around here and get to the next area. So if you guys do take it out, we'll reward you handsomely.
With what?
Employed by
Wait.
skeletons?
Wait, are they a puzzle? Are they one of the puzzles? Are they
We
a
have
part of
to
the
take
human
them
dungeon
apart.
here to fool us?
They might be.
Yes, we greatest of warriors from our dungeon of I don't remember the name. The dungeon we are from. We will clear this shark from the land for you.
Oh, great! Well, thank you.
Yes.
It's really terrifying. So good luck.
Thank you. Do you have? And Cho walks away.
What was he saying? All right, you, and they kind of point at Marrow, who's the only one kind of remaining there. Just be careful. You can come back here if you need to rest at any point. All right?
Sounds good. Thank you for your hospitality, fellow skeletons.
No worries. And next time you're around, remember to look up the funny bones. We're here. Hey. All right.
Hey.
We rush. So should we go over to the second puzzle?
I'm already running there.
No,
I'm
same.
gonna catch up with Grump.
Okay.
Bro.
Gormp.
He's not gonna correct you.
He doesn't know the sound of the letters.
All right. In that case, you guys head towards where they pointed the second puzzle rock would be. Similar to the first time, you can see it sort of amassing in the distance of stones stacked on top of each other. But as you get closer, you also notice small black shapes skittering around the base of the stone. And upon closer inspection, it appears that there are a group of scorpions that have made this puzzle rock their home.
I immediately try to become friends with them.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Cho gets on his stomach and puts his leg up and back like it's a scorpion thing, like a little leg tail, and then just skitters on the ground with them and is just like, "What's up, bro? What's up?"
I love it.
You watch as
I genuinely have never seen anything like this.
60 feet away from
I
you where the
laugh.
scorpions are, Cho falls onto the ground, pretends to be a scorpion, and very slowly wiggles their way towards the other fellow scorpions, I guess. Would the 3 remaining of you like to do anything before we resolve Gorm's fate?
I'm not.
Choboni, sorry, not
Yeah,
Gorm.
Choboni's fate.
I
Um,
am so.
I'm not gonna do anything, but if basically if Choboni is not able to become friends, I'm gonna start stepping on the scorpions.
Okay.
Goose also wants to become friends with the scorpions because Choboni is just so into it. So he's just like, I can do this too, and does exactly the same thing as Choboni.
Wow, okay.
Oh, do they have teeth?
If they
I don't
turn
think so,
hostile,
but they might. They might have teeth.
Can I try and pick one up?
We'll get there in a second. Mara, what
Oh,
were you
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
say?
if they turn hostile, I'm gonna try and eat them.
Okay, sure enough, Cho and Ooze make their way over to the scorpions on the ground. Cho, give me a mimicry check, a performance, I guess?
Everything's a flat D10.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh my god. You watch as Cho, on the ground, writhing like a scorpion with a fake tail, kind of slithers up to them, and the scorpions look very perplexed at this skeleton who is just sort of rolled up into the sand. They kind of the 3 of them kind of chitter around you, Cho, and just kind of come investigate you with their claws and tails. They don't seem to be attacking Cho.
This is incredible.
I made friends, and my life is complete. Can I take one with me and keep him on my skull or in my skull?
You can do whatever you want.
All right, I'm gonna have one just like in my, just like hangs out in my bones, and we'll crawl
Like
around. and
pokes
just-
out of your eye socket.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
just gonna
Something
kill the
has one of the eye
scorpions,
sockets,
but
one in the
that went
ribcage.
way better than I thought it would.
Yeah, his name is Alabaster, and respect him, and make sure you use his pronouns he, him, and
Hi, Alabaster, and I hand him a pile of crushed meat.
Oh,
I,
you kept it.
I shoved that in my other eye for
I
him
think
to
Scorp-
snack on.
I think scorpions are carnivores, right?
Yeah.
So they would enjoy
I
that.
have no clue.
Yeah. So, much to your shock, Alabaster seems content riding on Cho's skull neck spot, and is very interested in the meat as well. However, as soon as Cho picks up Alabaster, the other two scorpions skitter away in fear, back and burrow beneath the sand, leaving you alone
Okay, bye,
one.
other scorpions.
With
I
the
guess you
puzzle
don't want
rock.
to hang out.
and a scorpion. What would you like to do?
Puzzle
I-
time.
Ask the scorpion how to do the puzzle.
I don't think any of you have speak with scorpion.
How do you-
Friends understand each other without language barriers.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
true.
what's on the puzzle
So there's no
rock?
combination
Yeah.
lock this time.
Oh.
There is another puzzle rock. Instead, the sandstone slab is very similar to before, but this time there's an etching of a sun on it. And you can see the sun itself has like 10 rays coming off of it. In addition to that, there is what can only be described again because of your trap background is a pressure plate, also on the sandstone nearby, and this time a pile of etched rocks that are not joined by any methods. They are just sort of all sitting there on the side of this puzzle. Again, the rocks have new shapes carved into them.
So
What
we
are
have,
the shapes?
yeah.
The shapes are as follows. One rock contains another star. Another contains an arrow. Another, a hexagon. And another, a heart.
Aw.
Not to mention the sun that is present on the sandstone slab itself.
Right, and
What
there
direction?
isn't a sun on the other
Nope.
rocks.
Nope.
Okay.
The sun has 10 rays.
What direction is the arrow?
I guess it depends on which way you hold the rock. You could spin it in.
Oh, we can pick up the rock?
These ones are not bound by anything. They are just simply
Oh.
rocks on the ground.
Fascinating.
I step on the pressure plate. Does anything happen?
The pressure plate sinks into the sandstone, but nothing else changes.
Okay.
Even the rays are a part of the loose rocks.
Nope,
Or no?
the sun is on the like sandstone trapdoor that ooze open in the
Right.
last puzzle.
Right.
So maybe we have to put the rocks in a certain position around the sun beams.
Maybe there were four rocks, right?
There's 4 rocks, and there's 1 pressure plate, and there's the sun.
Oh, I don't
Okay.
like puzzles.
I just looked. We pulled chat the difficulty of the 3rd puzzle, and you guys are not gonna like it. That's all I
Oh,
can
no,
say.
I'm
Oh,
scared.
great.
I'm so scared. I apparently am bad at puzzles.
I think
I'm only good at one
should have been
type
on
of-
the stream. They're good at puzzles.
All right, what do you want to do?
Okay.
You want to ask? You can ask chat. What would you have? 4 rocks. They each have a different shape. There's a pressure plate, and there's a sun on the door. Or sandstone slab.
Wait,
I would
can
like
we
to put the rocks like just on the corners of the slab around the sun, and then press the pressure plate.
Okay, you do that, and as soon as you step on the pressure plate, nothing happens.
Gotta be something with the 10 beams. Why?
Can-
10 beams must be important.
Can I stack
Well-
the rocks on the pressure plate?
Yeah, if you want to.
I was gonna add up the sides again, but that doesn't. I'm really confused about how many sides some of these have.
Yeah.
Ooze, you stack up the rocks again, and as you do, you kind of put them all on there, and the pressure plate does sink in quite deep, but nothing changes with the door.
Maybe it
Ah.
has to be an equivalent number or weight to the 10 beams, so like 10 sides altogether, whatever rocks accumulate to that number on their sides or something.
Maybe the
Would you say a
arrow
hexagon?
and
A hexagon, a heart, a star, and an arrow.
Arrow and hexagon.
Okay, let's do that.
Is that what you want to put on there?
Yeah.
Okay. You go ahead and you place the arrow and the hexagon stones on the pressure plate, and it sinks in, but nothing changes.
Math minor, by the way. All right, let's see.
Oh, I'm sorry. It opens. That's my bad.
Thank you. I was like, well, now I don't know what to do.
As Marrow puts the rocks on, sorry, I was looking at the wrong label. As Marrow puts the rocks on, sure enough, the trapdoor slips and slides open, revealing once
why
again
did that work?
another bag of golden gems. Good job, puzzling
Let's
skeletons.
go.
You guys are really on
I'll
top of it.
praise the finger.
I'll
Raise the
It is
finger.
It's
No
my
frog.
partner watches over me. Waits for their beloved, which is me.
There is another note within this puzzle as well.
Can I read this note?
It is the same as the first. It simply
I
reads,
grab
if
it
you can
immediately,
solve-
but then I hand it to Ooze.
if you can solve all three, there will be a bigger prize waiting. That is what it says.
I hand it back to Gorm. All yours, buddy.
I add it to the stack.
Nice. Incredible. All right, who wants the second bag of golden gems?
I think Marrow deserves it this time.
Okay. You can add
Yeah.
that to your inventory.
No.
All right, that is the second puzzle solved. What is next? What is next?
Puzzle 3. Puzzle 3.
Where's the third one? And I look around to see if I see more rocks.
To see if you can see more rocks. Sure enough,
Yeah.
off in the distance, you can see one final stack of rocks on a dune maybe a couple hundred feet away from you.
Let's
There's
do
another
it.
book rock over there.
Book rock.
Okay. Well, luckily, chat has pulled the difficulty for this puzzle to be math difficulty. So,
Oh.
as you
That
all
was
approach the
Ugh.
final puzzle rock, well, this is great.
That was
Chat can
mean
help
of
you as well.
y'all.
As you approach the final puzzle rock, it looks a little different than the other two puzzle rocks you've come across so far. Instead of there being any rocks this time, there is instead another sort of sheet of papyrus with a similar looking language that you guys read on the notes. There is another combination lock with 2 dials, similar to the very first puzzle, on another sandstone slab. Other than that, that is it. It is just this sheet of papyrus that is affixed to a nearby cactus.
And we
Is there anything on this sheet of papyrus?
You can read it if you desire.
I'm going to attempt to read it, despite the fact that I cannot read.
No, that's okay. This is a special language. All right. So, you might want to take notes, chat, and party members. This is the math level puzzle for our final puzzle. As the clock rang out 6 times on high, the sun fashioned a triangular shadow below. In addition to the perplexed people of the town square, there was an oddly shaped stone now where the shadow lay. The people removed the stone, as the shape of the stone was that of a decahedron, cursed among their village. Finally, the holy sphere was divided up amongst the remaining residents and was a suitable addition to the day's previous events.
Wow.
Okay.
I hated that.
So that's the puzzle.
That's the puzzle.
All right.
You have
well,
2
it was
numbers.
fun. See y'all later.
I hate that.
So the clock rang 6 times was the first number,
Yep.
and then something about a triangle and adding. God. Okay.
The clock rang out 6 times on high. The sun fashioned a triangular shadow below. In addition to the perplexed people of the town square, there was an oddly shaped stone now where the shadow lay. The people removed the stone, and the shape of the stone was that of a decahedron, cursed among their village. Finally, the holy sphere was divided up amongst the remaining residents and was a suitable addition to the day's previous events.
Oh, so
Okay.
it's like a 3-dimensional rock.
So it was
It's like
clock rang
it's
6
like
times.
a
There's a
D10.
triangular shadow.
Hmm.
And there was
Decahedron is 10.
a rock that got added, which is the decahedron.
Mhm.
What was the part about a sphere?
Well, here, I'll tell you this. You guys can solve it in order. And the first order is just this. As the clock
wait a-
rang out
okay.
6 times on high, the sun fashioned a triangular shadow below. That's it. That's the first
Okay.
puzzle you can solve.
9.
What?
6. Triangle has 3 sides. 9.
6 times?
No, like 6 plus 3.
Why?
I
Is
don't
it
know.
plus?
I don't know.
Matt has listed the important things in chat that they have found.
Thank you, Matt.
As the clock rang out 6 times on high, the sun fashioned a triangular shadow below.
Okay. So
Either.
I'm thinking that times may be a keyword. So 18.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there? Yeah, I guess. Is there an implement by which we like provide our answer to this puzzle?
Well, the little combination lock, same as the first one. You have
Oh,
two
okay.
digits,
So-
2 numbers.
So yeah, we try 18.
Okay, well you try 18, and as you pull, nothing happens, but you can move on to the second part of the puzzle if you wish.
Okay, so hold on. 18. I'm writing this down physically.
This is
I-
brought to you by chat with math difficulty. Any other puzzle
Math
would not have been this
difficulty,
long.
indeed.
So,
Okay.
And what was
six,
it? It was.
triangle.
Then there's a town square.
In addition to the perplexed people of the town square, there was an oddly shaped stone now where the shadow lay.
So
32.
In addition to the town square, there was a
so that would be
an
18
oddly shaped
plus,
stone.
18 plus 4 for the town square, right?
Okay, so 18 plus 4, and then I think plus 10, but it might be minus 10. What's the
The
rest
next
of the
sentence
thing?
is the people removed the stone as the shape of the stone was that of a decahedron, cursed
Okay.
among
Okay,
the
so then
village.
that's minus 10.
Yeah.
Well,
All right.
What are you at right now for your numbers? This is a lot of math. It is.
The number that we came to is 12.
Okay. The final part of the sentence says, finally, the holy sphere was divided up amongst the remaining residents and was a suitable addition to the day's previous events.
12 divided by 3.14159. 26953, I think is the rest of it.
I think so.
Wait, so it's saying the holy sphere, which is different from the rock potentially, was divided amongst, what was the bit about previous stuff?
Amongst the remaining residents and was a suitable final addition to the day's previous events.
Okay. Guys, math is hard.
What
I
number?
have an
Are you,
English
Bring a
degree.
day.
what number are you currently at?
12.
So we were at 12.
Okay.
Divided amongst the people, but I don't think we have a number associated with people, right?
No.
Matt has an offering.
If you divide the sphere into 12, it's 12 pieces. So yeah, that's what I was wondering. This, I think the sphere is supposed to be.
Oh, is the sphere a clock?
Just says sphere.
Oh, maybe it's not. Clocks are definitely not spheres, but like maybe that's the idea. Why 12? I thought the sphere was like referring to the rock, which was the 10-sided thing.
I also thought that as well.
Hey, read the last part again.
Finally, the holy sphere was divided up amongst the remaining residents and was a suitable final addition to the day's previous events.
Right, so we
Holy
divide by
spear.
the number of however many numbers we were adding up before,
Oh,
and then
That-
add the
that's a
amount of
good
days.
point. Which was
So 12 divided by
4.
What?
how many numbers? There was 6. There was 4. There was
No.
10. Right?
There
So
was
no,
6.
it's 6, 3, 4, 10.
That's right.
Yeah, 6, 3, 4, 10. Yeah. So
3.
10 divided by 4 plus
Isn't it 12?
12? Wait, no,
12
12 divided by 4 plus 12?
plus the amount of days. How many days did it take? Or each day prior?
It
Well, no,
just
'cause
said
it
a
was-
suitable final addition to the day's previous events.
Oh, so it's divided by something else and then add 4.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Wait. It's add 4?
It would be add 4, right? Because there were 4 things that happened 4 numbers the day previous. So, addition to the day's previous events.
Okay.
Would it be divided by 4, which was the numbers, and then we take that number as a result and add to the total of the previous numbers?
We can try that. That might be it. So that would be 12 divided by 4, 3, plus 12.
Yeah.
So 15.
Is
Let's
that
try it.
Is that the
Those
number
are
you're
nice
gonna enter?
numbers. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's try it.
They're on their own. Yeah, I know, Chad. This was the math
No,
difficulty
no, I
puzzle.
had to fully step out of character to do this.
No,
Oh,
the
the
answer
answer
is
is
probably
42 probably? Yeah, I think it actually is 42.
You
That's
guys
the
enter
answer.
15 in the combination lock, and as you pull, there's a click as it opens.
Oh, thank God.
Oh,
And,
we're
uh,
so
thank
good
God.
and
Then-
sexy.
The slate surely does
We're so good at math.
pull away. Now, Matt did activate Bone Dragon's Horde, so there is actually extra treasure in here.
I thought there was gonna be a bone dragon to fight us.
A bone drag. Yes, Matt activated the bone dragon. You guys did it. That is deserving of some applause. Thank you, Chad. That is very, very fair.
I like the idea that there's just 4 skeletons sitting around this,
They're all
like,
like-
sitting there like doing math on fingers, and it's like drawn in the sand. Like, no, it's this way. And then
We're like developing math notation systems because none of
Yeah.
us know how to do math.
All right, guys, we gotta keep moving. So, as the final stone slate on the ground beneath you slides into the sand, a large leather pouch full of golden gems is now within reach again. As you grasp it, you can feel that sensation once more on the back of your bony necks, like you're being watched. Sure enough, before you can react, a voice calls out from behind the stones. What? Can it be? You solved all 3 of the Puzzle Master's puzzles? That just comes out of the blue.
Who are you?
The source
Hello?
of this voice steps out from behind the rocks and turns out to be a rather stout and peculiar-looking gnome. His long, wiry hair extends far past his minute ears, and a set of weathered spectacles rests poorly on an oversized strawberry nose. He looks up at you all expectantly, excitedly, awaiting some sort of response.
I thought you were gonna be a shark. I got scared there for
A
a
shark?
minute.
Oh, heavens no, I hate sharks! Sharks can't solve puzzles, they don't have a brain! Shit!
Either do we.
Neither do I.
No, they've got brains. I've eaten their brains.
No, that can't be right. But, wait, did you solve the final puzzle? You must have, right?
They did.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so. Look, there's a lot of. Oh, never mind. The writing in the sand got we ruined it.
Anyway.
With the shiny teeth.
You see as the puzzle master kind of jumps up for joy as this gnome kind of inventor kind of, well, that's puzzles, baby! As he just says his famous catchphrase that the puzzle master always says. And you watch as he kind of gestures and he says, well, the promise is a promise. Just like I said, a bigger reward for you folks. And he kind of reaches into his backpack. Where is this? Oh, here. And you watch him pull out an obtrusively long appendage that just comes out of his back.
What's
And
that?
sure enough, it is the arm, not bone, fully intact flesh and claws of a sandy gator, which is a desert-style alligator. It is much larger than most of your arms, but he just kind of plops it in front of you, looking happy. Well, there you go.
Oh,
I
dang.
wanted teeth.
No, I don't have any teeth. But oh, let's see here, and he kind of peers
You
down.
have your teeth.
There is something else at the bottom of the puzzle pit, which, thanks to the Bone Dragon's Horde, is actually it is an acid vial.
Oh hell yeah! Let's dissolve this flesh.
So one
I was
of
gonna
you
swear,
can
but
grab
then
the
I
acid
stopped
vial. One of you
myself.
needs to grab the bag of golden gems. And there is still the arm he is waiting expectantly to give you.
Oh my. I will hold the arm if you would like to acidify the skin and flesh off.
I will remind you guys can have one non-bone appendage should you decide.
That's true.
I have
I'll
the magic
grab.
finger. He's got the bulk spine.
I've got the rabbit pelvis.
the pelvis.
I got
Choboni, this might be on-
alabaster.
Yeah, I think Choboni's turn for funky appendage has come.
Oh, but
Oh,
I'm scared,
absolutely.
guys. I don't know.
It really,
Oh.
it doesn't hurt at all. I
It
do it
does not
all
hurt.
the time.
Yeah,
Really?
it's a rite of passage for skeletons.
Yeah.
Oh,
like us.
I guess I'll have to blend. I guess I'll have to be accept what I really am.
Yeah, I
Is
don't
it-
really know what you mean by that. But
Yeah.
That was a weird
Anyways, it's oh dear God, that narrates for us. Is it a right or left arm?
It is a right arm.
All right, Chobani's gonna very slowly and nervously pop his right arm off.
you gotta do real quick, like a band-aid.
Oh, my bad. Chobani puts his arm back on and then pops it off really fast, and then grabs the alligator sand gatораtor arm and
The
puts it
Gatorade.
on. It starts
The
wiggling
Gatorade
his-
arm?
So do I have claws now?
I don't know if you guys have ever seen Rick and Morty, but there's an episode where Morty gets armathy, which is just like a giant arm for
Yes!
his body. That's pretty much what it is. Yeah, you have 3 gator-like claw-like appendages instead of fingers now that you can control. This,
So
as
what's
an attack, does a D4 of damage instead of just a D3.
Oh, so just like the dagger I already have.
Yeah, pretty much. But it is an entire
dagger.
arm that is basically the length of you.
That's
So,
true. So
Just
no
drags
reach
in the
though. No
sand.
reach.
I'd like to grab the bag of golden gems.
Okay.
It's cool with everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go for it.
And Marrow has the vial of acid right now?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I'll keep it just in case Choboni needs to have a different non-bone entity on
Yeah.
the body.
Yes.
Smart.
You'll be
Well,
able to
the
keep
puzzle
arm.
master kind of excitedly, well, thank you so much for solving my puzzle. I'm gonna have to go make harder ones now. And he kind of, woohoo, he just kind of starts, oh, yes?
We could use the poison on him and get free limbs.
Oh, we could use it and get new.
The
new
acid?
limbs.
Good point. Stay right here.
As you are saying this, you watch him bound and click his heels off into the distance as he just sort of runs off.
Wait, no,
into the
wait,
distance.
no. Where's the human necromancer?
Wait, please do that.
And he is
I want
is
your
completely-
teeth.
completely run off. The only path forward is to the north where the human dungeon lies.
To the shark.
Shoot the shark.
Wait,
Okay.
where's the shark?
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Shark.
let's go get the shark.
So,
It's the first trap. We did puzzles. Now we're into the trap region of this dungeon.
Oh yeah. We gotta go to the combat room next.
Yeah, exactly.
sure enough, as you guys
likes to
continue forward, the sort of hot dunes around you eventually give way to more loose sand as cliff faces kind of barge up on either side of you. There's a couple of rocks that are sort of scattered, and eventually you can see the ground in front of you begin to slowly give way to gravel and then eventually dirt off in the distance. But before you can decide on going any further to this human dungeon, and before we have any more advances, all of a sudden the ground beneath you begins to rumble. And I'm going to need everyone to roll a d10 to dodge something.
Catch me outside. How about that? 10 again.
10
Oh,
again.
that's a 2.
2?
That's a
Is that Gormf with an 8? Alright, Gormf and Cho are fine. Marrow and Ooze. As you are both standing, all of a sudden, you see the sand beneath you begin to fall away as a great maw begins to stretch out of the sand beneath you and clamps down on both of you, revealing our friend, the sand shark. Here we go.
The sand shark.
Oh yeah, that'd be the shark.
Yep.
Wow, he's a wee bit bigger than I expected.
So in that sense, I am going to roll a d10 to see where the shark has hit you both. That is a 9, which
Oh,
for you guys is what? What body part is
Left
that?
arm.
That is the
9
arm.
is
The torso.
yeah, left arm.
Left arm. Okay.
Left arm.
Yeah.
Okay, so Quartz and Nick, you guys both take 1 hitbox of damage to your right arm.
Right arm or
Left
left
arm. Left arm.
It pops off, yeah.
Only if you take as many hitboxes as exist take damage, and then oh yes, no, you're right. It does also pop off. Thank you.
Yep.
Whenever it takes damage, you watch as both of your left arms fall to the ground, which you need to take an action to reattach at any point. And sure enough, this large, scaled sand shark comes flailing out of the sand, and you watch as you kind of like dodge and part ways as it starts kicking up sand and flailing. This must be the sand shark that the other skeleton troop, the Funny Bones, were telling you about. As it races towards you to battle, we will turn on the tactical map as you guys will now fight the old sand shark. Let us get to the... Here we go. Okay, so we have all of our tokens intact. The shark is right here, as you guys are here. Okay, you each can move 5 squares every turn. You don't know how much the shark can move. I will tell you right now, the shark's toughness... I don't know if you guys can see the shark's toughness, but the shark's toughness is 9. And it has 2 what is known as armor as well.
Uh-oh.
Ah, well, Gormf, you have been redeemed lucky. The next D10 you roll adds +1 to your D10. Thank you, Year, for that channel point redemption.
Yay!
Incredible.
Wow.
Nebulous audience.
All right, so you guys get to go in any order you decide right now. The shark will go after you 4 go. Okay, what would you guys like to do? Sand shark is here.
I guess you go first.
Being
Right next.
so lucky as I am, I would
True.
to I would like to hold my scimitar and smack the shark in its dumb little eye.
All right, so you want to run up to the shark?
Yeah.
2, 3, 4. Okay, as the shark is flailing around in the sand, you are going to roll where to hit. Yeah. Go ahead and roll a d10.
Okay, and am I adding to this because of
Yep,
lucky?
you add. Yep, you do.
Okay. So I add 1 to this because of lucky. Do I add another because I'm hitting a thing?
Oh, because of your +1 to hitting things?
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
Okay. So here's the D10.
Okay.
That's a 6 plus 2 is 8.
Yes. So that will hit. It's technically left fin is where you're aiming to hit right now. Your
Great.
weapon probably doesn't have a bonus right off the bat. But now you can go ahead and roll your damage die. Whatever weapon you are using, that is the damage die you will roll, whether it's a D3 for unarmed
Right.
or another damage-free weapon. Your
And
goal...
my +1 to hitting doesn't add to this.
No, your goal is to beat the toughness of the creature, but obviously if you can't beat the toughness, every time you roll damage, it decreases the toughness by 1. So go ahead and roll. What is your weapon? What are you using right now?
I'm using a scimitar.
Okay. Scimitar strike, 3. Obviously 3 does not beat a 9. However, its toughness is now reduced from 9 down to 8, so it's easier to auto-kill in the future. So I will...
Can we say that, like, chipped off a tooth?
Considering
hit
you're
its
attacking
fin.
its fin, maybe not.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I forgot it was the fin. Yeah.
No worries. All right.
It's your arm and your teeth fly.
A smite. A smite
Ooh.
from Yer. Yair, would you like to do a smite on one of our hero skeletons or the enemy? Your call.
What does
Oh,
smite
God.
do?
Smite deals the damage to a target of your choice.
Ooh, fancy.
Oh.
Enemy.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you're so nice.
All right, you know
Oh.
what, Yair? Go ahead and do exclamation mark roll in chat, and that will roll a d10 for you. I'm helping.
You're wonderful, thank you.
Yeah, no,
Thanks,
that
Yair.
is very
Yeah.
helpful. A 7. All right.
Oh.
So that is, I believe that's the other fin. No, that's the torso. As
Oh.
out of nowhere, you witness a bolt of pure energy just siphon out of the clouds and crack down onto the back of this sand shark as it flails backwards. And that
Good things
will
are
be
happening since I picked up this spine.
1 point of smite damage. Exactly. So I will go ahead and reduce the damage of, or the toughness. So now all you have to do is beat a 7 in the future. I don't know if any of you can do that, but there you go.
Not yet.
And
So
I could.
can Ooze come right up here
Yep.
and also scimitar it?
Yeah, you are missing your left arm, keep in mind, but yes, you can.
Yeah, scimitar is a one-handed weapon
Yes,
though.
yes.
And
I think you
Ooze
do
uses
get
their...
a -1 for each limb you're
You
missing.
do. Every limb
Yeah.
you're missing, you get a -1 to your roll.
That's fair.
Okay.
In that case, so that's a 6.
A 6. That, yeah, okay, so that also hits it right in the torso. All right, go ahead and roll your damage dice.
Okay. God, what's the scimitar damage die again?
It's a D6.
It is. It should be
Right.
as an action as well in your action little.
You're right. I was on equipment.
That's okay.
Give me a second.
Is that a 4?
That is a 4.
Okay, you knock its toughness down again. Good job, guys. Now all you have to do in the future is beat a 6. You've already done quite well against this thing. Okay. All right, that is Ooze and Gormf. That leaves Marrow and Cho Bony. What would you like to do?
I'm just gonna reattach my arm.
Okay. Marrow spends their action just sort of reattaching their arm. Okay.
Cho will move out for the sick flank
Okay.
with Gormf.
Yep.
And then, let's see.
Wow.
Oh.
A 9 is also the left fin.
And then I'm gonna swipe. Let's see if this works. I made an action for it. I'm gonna swipe with my my arm.
Okay.
Should be 4.
Okay.
Okay.
3. So again, it doesn't kill it yet, but now all you have to do is beat a 5 as you swipe against its almost ironed hide.
I love that we're on opposite sides of it and we hit the same fin.
Somehow.
Yeah. I reached my arm around all the way around, and then I hit the other fin.
arm.
Or maybe I
Love
went to take it hit it from above, and it just went. I just slapped the top of him, and it just came back around, and then hit the other side.
I love that.
So
Love
the,
it.
the sand shark is immediately going to lash out and try and bite Choboni first,
Yeah.
which it does because
Yeah,
you
you
guys
would.
always take a hit. That is an 8, which for you, Choboni, is your left arm. Funnily enough.
Is that my left? Oh, it's my last normal arm.
Yeah.
Oh.
So as your left arm is hit, it takes 1 hitbox of damage, and it pops off as well.
Oh man.
So that's now in the sand. The sand shark is additionally going to move 1, 2, 3, right there. Okay. Back to you guys. What do you want to do?
Can I go bonk with my greatsword
Up
now
to the
that I have
team.
both arms?
Bonk, 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 bonk.
Bonk, bonk.
Go for it,
bonk
Nero.
it.
Let's do it.
Do you also have a luck-based hammer?
Nice.
No, it's a great axe.
All right, Mero, you want to run up to the shark and bonk it?
And bonk it.
I see where you hit it. Roll a d10.
Okay.
4.
Nice
Okay.
little 4.
Yep, no modifiers. Great. So that 4 for you means you are hitting it in the right arm, the right fin. And
Right
go
fin,
ahead and
finally.
do some damage.
Trying to amputee this guy. I feel bad now.
Great Axe bonk is 5. Unfortunately, that doesn't beat 5. Otherwise, you almost killed it with that bonk. You are
I
very...
forgot you named the action Great Axe Bonk.
Yes. Sure enough, as Mero kind of leaves at it with their great axe, you watch his scales go flying everywhere, and it reduces his toughness by 1 again, as it is wont to do. Okay, Mero, that is your turn. Who wants to go next?
I'm just gonna pop my arm back on.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'd love to scimitar this guy again.
All right. Ooze has popped their arm back on. You want to go for another scimitar? Let's see it.
So if I can 1, 2, 3. What? I was moved back. All right, I'm not really sure what happened there.
That's okay. Try it again.
1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm rolling the D10 first,
Yeah,
right?
you are. Yep. To see where you hit.
Okay. So I rolled a 7.
Yep.
And I
Plus
add
1
1
to
because I'm
hit.
hitting.
Nice. Another
8.
8. Man, this poor left fin. All right.
Wow.
Roll damage. Oh, again! You've matched the
no.
toughness. You haven't beaten it.
Oh,
So that lowers the toughness
no.
once more. So it's now a 3. All right, which means I
God,
think
this fin is so hard, guys.
only Choboni is left, right?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
Ooze put the arm back on.
And the
you gonna do?
-1 only
Yeah.
goes to the where to hit, not the damage. If you're missing a limb.
Yeah, the -1 only goes to trying to hit. Yes.
Okay. I'll just say I'll leave my arm in the dust and I'll
Okay.
go in.
That is a
Oh,
well.
no,
So it would have been a
no.
perfect nat 10, which you would have crit on, but instead it is a
Oh.
9, which is very unfortunate.
No.
So
No.
that's unfortunate.
No.
And a 1
Oh,
swipe.
No.
Ooh.
No.
Ooh. Okay. Well, that does.
Nice
Well,
flick 'em.
actually, so you've officially enacted with its armor ability. If you ever roll a 1, it loses armor instead of toughness because of how armored the hide is. So it does not lose toughness. It loses 1 of its armor.
Feels bad.
That does
Feels bad.
feel
Right.
very bad. All right. Well, now Sandshark gets to go. So Sandshark, this turn is actually going to burrow.
Oh god.
Bruh.
Wait, no, where are you going?
Roll it.
No,
Wait,
this,
no, come
this is
back.
the combat room. You're not.
You're not allowed to leave.
Okay.
Not
No, that's
all the
cheating.
Combat room, you forfeit.
And
The
that is
necromancer's gonna kill you, man.
that is its whole turn. Back to you guys.
Can we do some stompies?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
Stomp on the sand.
So can we like tell where it is under the sand, or
Oh,
like it's
true.
gone?
You can roll for vibration sense if you would like to,
Can I sense its skeleton?
because of
Because I have skeleton experience as a skeleton
yes,
skeleton.
but not magical skeletons. No, you
It's a
cannot.
shark.
You cannot natively sense its skeleton.
Oh.
Can Ooze just like kind of dig themselves under the ground and see?
Go ahead and roll a d10 for how well you can dig in the heat of combat.
Wait, why don't you just go in the hole that he just dug?
That is true.
it's sand. It's not much of a hole anymore, as it's sort of piled
Yeah.
back into a nothing.
Just start digging. Just follow him
Well,
down.
you know,
Take a
that's
dive.
an 8.
You
That
watch
is an
Ooze
eight.
basically just burrow themselves into freedom. It's just down into the sand, and sure enough, Ooze also disappears into the sand.
Oh god.
All right,
Uh,
the 3 of you
Oh,
are
gosh.
remaining. Oh,
yeah, I'm gonna try and like feel and listen for where the sand shark
Tapirs,
is.
who would you like to heal with that health boost? Thank you very much for the redemption.
Oh my god.
That is 1 healed hitbox. I guess, well, actually, we have to, it's a roll, isn't it? It is a roll. That is me rolling a d4. Quartz, are you damaged?
I am down a hitbox on my left arm.
Then you heal that hitbox. There
Yay!
you go. Thank you, Tapir. All right, the 3 of you left. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna go get my arm.
Okay, you run back to where your arm is. You can drag yourself back, and you action to reattach. All right, Marrow and Gormf, what are you guys gonna do?
I have a question.
Yes.
When we put the arm back on, is that hitbox still filled in? Even though we put the arm back on?
Yes, it is. It is still damaged. Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna wait
oh, go ahead.
so patiently.
All right, Gormf.
I'm gonna hold my turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna just try to find where the sand shark is, either by like listening or
Yeah, go
feeling
ahead and
vibrations.
roll a d10 for sensing.
That's a 1.
Aw.
That's
You know what,
not
that-
hot.
Fully checks out.
You don't feel a single vibration. In fact, you're not even sure your feet are still attached to your pelvis at this point. It's, you're kind of like waiting expectantly, and there's just nothing. There's nothing going on in the sand.
I check that my legs are still there. They are. I'm like, oh, okay. Guys, I think the shark just left.
Incredible.
That means we won, right?
That does.
Yeah, I
say
think
that.
we won. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's over? Alright, cool.
Ooze hears none of this.
No, absolutely.
Oh
not.
yeah, you're underground.
Okay.
Wait, where did Ooze go?
Ooze is.
Wait,
gone.
You hear,
Ooze- oh, no.
you hear like a very muffled scream as
Oh,
the
Ooze
sand
went
shark
for the
comes
teeth,
up to
didn't they?
Ooze.
Oh no, Ooze.
Uh-oh.
So you watch then on the sand shark's turn. As part of its action, it burrows, pops out of the sand next to Chobani, and just chomps down right on Chobani.
I found it.
So,
Oh, thanks, Choboni.
Good job.
No problem.
that. Oh! Oh no! That's a 10! All right, Cho.
no.
So that is your first damaged hitbox to your skull, which I will remind you in chat, if you ever break your skull, you die. So that is one
Oh,
damaged
no.
hitbox to your skull as the sand shark lumps back down into the sandy dunes.
You okay, Alabaster?
He's rattling around up there in your skull.
Alabaster, no.
Um,
Wait, so is the shark now back
Yep.
under?
no, it's on the
Sand?
surface. It is not burrowed again.
I go bonk.
Yeah, that is the shark's turn. Meru, you want to go first?
I go bonk.
Okay.
Ah.
So,
There it is.
Meru, go ahead and roll with your great axe. Yep, so 5 is, I think is it pelvis? No, 5 is right arm, that right fin again, and roll damage.
My gosh.
Bonk.
We're nothing.
Yeah, all right.
Bonk.
All right, Meru has
Bonk.
successfully done it. Congratulations, Meru.
Yay.
So you watch as finally Meru swings the great axe once more, cleaving at the fin of this sand shark. Sure enough, it goes a little deeper than you originally anticipated, as it just slides right into it with a deafening shh. And sure enough, the sand shark flails back and forth for one final time before stopping and laying dormant, dead, as it falls back in a cloud of sand.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
All praise the finger.
All
praise,
praise
the
the
finger.
The sand
does
shark.
his
I
head
go
pop
over
up?
and reattach Choboni's head.
Oh, so kind.
That's fair. I guess that did pop
Just
off.
sitting in the. I'm sure they're like, guys, hello, y'all there? Hello, anyone?
You
Jaboni
this
of
skull
all
kind of
people.
pops up from under the sand, and they're just like, "Oh, did we do it?"
Oh yeah, true. It was in the sand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that was easy. No problems.
No
Could have taken
problem.
10.
Yeah, you could have taken 10, exactly. Yes, which
Ooze
is...
didn't want teeth.
Ooze wants teeth so badly.
Alright,
We
Ooze,
had
you head
both,
over to
is that
the
right?
corpse of the sand shark, and you take some
Oh, yeah.
time, but you pry off one giant sand shark tooth.
That is going straight into Ooze's skull.
Ooze, it is bigger than your skull.
It could be like a top fin. It could be like a top fin. You put it like right on top.
Yeah.
Wear it like a hat.
I remind
Yeah.
the party there are no additional joints where joints would not be.
It's
But you
aesthetic.
can wear it
aesthetic.
like a hat.
Yeah, Ooze wears
That's
it
not
like
a
a
joint.
big
It's not a mechanic, it's just a hat.
big
Yeah.
hat.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
not
Fight the DM.
an
Fight the DM.
if you can keep
No,
it
no.
balanced on your head, yeah, you can have it up there. That's fine.
Roll the balance.
Can Ooze like kind of try to lift up their little metal hoop
And try to slide it through the metal hoop. Gonna be honest here, Ooze. You're gonna need something better than a metal hoop to attach the old tooth. For now, you can carry it, but it does take both of your arms to carry.
I'm okay with this.
Can
Okay.
you slot it into the ribs and just have it like rattle around
No,
or jam it?
In the center of your ribs, like a
Yeah.
little
Yeah,
plate,
just like big a spike.
like a plate.
Exactly.
The
Okay.
frogs.
Okay,
Well-
Word.
combat room, we did it.
You
Oh,
did.
I'm so good at this
Trap
dungeon.
room next.
You did do it.
I like
Well,
the trap.
Tim at the Half Pint Tavern only said traps and treasure, and we got the treasure, and this seems to be kind of a trap with the
Oh.
combat. So
Oh,
I think
wait, what
boss is
about-
next.
What about those improv guys? Didn't they tell us to go back after we killed the shark?
They
If we
did.
needed assistance? Oh, because
Oh,
they asked us to kill
yeah.
the shark.
Hmm,
Yeah, let's go back to them.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys very rapidly make your way back towards the funny bones. As they all kind of wave, oh, welcome back! Oh, did you come to hear more of our jokes? Oh, fantastic!
Oh no, we just we killed the shark.
Oh,
Just so you know.
Ooze holds up their tooth.
oh,
My bloody axe.
right. Well,
I
a
showed them the
promise.
crack in my skull.
God, wow, you guys are really banged up. Well, a promise is a promise. Here, follow me. And he sort of takes you around to the campfire and sort of rummages through their traveling sack. And because Bone Dragon Horde was also activated, you guys get a little bonus loot here. Thank you very much, chat. As he pulls out a piece of metal armor that fits a torso. So if anyone wants an armor slot for their torso, that would be pretty cool. Up to whoever wants one.
I'll pass.
What do you guys think?
I don't need it.
I like bones.
Mara, do you want armor or?
I mean, I don't have any armor, and I'm bonk central, so
Marrow,
perhaps
please
I
take
should
armor.
get it so I can tank.
Okay.
Please take armor, Marrow.
I'll take.
I
armor.
have some armor, but it's just the arm. But that's
It's
okay.
armor.
Armor.
All right, Marrow's gonna take
Arr.
the plus
Oh,
2
that's a good one.
hitboxes metal armor. That's good.
Do I add a
Yep,
hitbox?
you
to my
have
chest?
plus 2 max hitboxes because of the metal armor now to your
Oh,
torso, which is
dude,
great.
that's so many.
Yep. You also find the skeleton, because of Bone Dragon Horde, also pulls out. Oh, we also have this old book that we don't need if anyone wants this.
I take it and put it in my mouth.
Well, I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Oh, and then I wedge it in my rib cage.
Right. Okay. Well, anyway, that's all we have to give you guys, unfortunately. But thank you so much for
the book.
thank you for slaying the sand shark. Now we can travel freely through the desert once again.
Yeah, congratulations.
You're headed to the human dungeon, right?
Oh,
Ormp is
yeah.
now reading the book.
Ormp is now reading the book.
I wonder what it says.
As-
I'm just turning each page.
As you guys turn to leave, the sort of front humoristic skeleton leader of the Funny Bone Troop says, "Oh, we found something etched the other day that might come in handy to you about the human dungeon." And as they say this, you know, everything sort of goes quiet because I can control my own music. And as everything goes quiet, you hear the skeleton, almost with a reverberated voice, say, "When the time is right and the air is tight, knock 3 times for adventure's delight." And just as soon as he says it, he kind of smiles once more, and the wind picks up around you once more, and you are free to move about your way.
Well,
that a
that
knock
wasn't
knock
obvious
joke?
at all.
I would think it was a joke, knock joke, but I didn't get
It
it.
wasn't a very good joke.
No.
Yeah, they're
No,
not.
no,
very
It was
just-
kind of funny.
Something we read. All right,
That
you know,
wasn't
best of
You
luck
can read?
in your future endeavors. Yes, of course we can. We're skeletons.
Knock 3 times and what?
When the air is tight, knock 3 times for adventure's delight.
Okay. Or adventure.
Oh,
Got
maybe
it.
it's like a meal. Adventure's
Oh,
delight.
like
sounds
a
like a
Turkish
good meal.
delight? Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, why don't we pick back up where we left off, leaving the Patella Wastes, going forward
Oh, music's
to
still loud.
the human dungeon. So let me add... Bam! There you go. You're back.
Hello.
Everyone can
Oh
see
boy.
you.
I'm back, baby.
We're back.
All right, so you guys have successfully navigated through the Patella Wastes and now approach the human dungeon, which I believe we said was Summervale, if I remember correctly.
It's Bonesborough.
No, you're right. It was Bonesborough.
Oh
Thank
yeah,
you.
Bonesborough.
Bonesborough, like the owl house.
Ah.
Yes, which
Like the human dungeon.
Like the human.
Like the human dungeon.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, just before we, was there a thing for me to learn from this book, or was it just this is a book for
As
fun?
you pan through the book while you are traveling, there are no words. It is a picture book instead.
Yes.
You can
Was
legitimately
kind.
add it to your inventory. It's called a book of many pictures.
Wah.
It is an item. You can read the
Perfect for
description,
Gorm.
should you so wish.
It's just pictures of books.
Oh my god,
It's
yes.
a picture book of more
Book
books.
of many pictures.
That's the one.
Add.
And it is pictures of books.
All right, so as you leave the crusted, heat-ridden wastes of the Patella Wastes behind, you eventually, your skeleton eyes, the eye sockets, sorry, cannot deceive you. You finally come upon a huge, sprawling town, or human dungeon, as it were, up ahead in the distance. It's a beautiful place where the path turns to cobbled stone and leads up to pleasant buildings hung with colorful banners and parapets alike. Somewhere in the distance, a clock tower chimes as the breeze from the nearby sea rushes through your open rib cages. Speaking of the sea, this is a brand new sight to you all. A vast, endless stretch of blue as far as you can gaze, shimmering and sparkling like treasure in the sunlight. You still don't understand what being tourist means to this place, but it sure does look inviting. So, welcome to the human dungeon. The buildings of note, of prominence, although you can technically go wherever you want, include a tavern, a library, a marine biology lab, and of course, a shop to exchange goods and services.
Money can be exchanged for goods and services.
Exactly. So, as you approach the main town gates, as the party of the four of you, one of you having a large alligator-like arm attached to their appendage, and all sorts of different bodily functions all over the place. Once again, there are two guards in front of the gate to the dungeon. This time they are not orcs, they are simply human. Now, you guys have seen humans before, but only as adventurers who have come to attack your dungeon and have all met the same fate at the hands of your traps and other monsters. So this is the first time you guys really get to talk to them. Sure enough, they are wearing full iron armor, clad with long halberds. And as you approach, well, before I force your hand, is there anything you'd like to do before you approach?
Not before,
No.
but I would like to approach shouting, "Humans, lead me to your treasure."
Okay. Gormf goes in, Gormf blazing, right up to the humans and says that. There's another poll in chat, of course, for an upcoming thing, so keep an eye on that chat. Yeah, sure enough, as you ask that, the humans kind of cross their halberds and look at you at the whole party and, "Halt! What's the meaning of this? Huh? What are four skeletons doing in broad daylight?"
I hold up my giant tooth and I'm like, look at how cool this is!
Well, that's
No, you're supposed to
undeniable,
lead us to your treasure. This is the dungeon. You have to give us your treasure. That's how it works. We beat the combat.
The guards kind of look at each other and they... Was that a threat? Are you threatening us right now?
Wait, are you the boss? Are y'all the bosses? Are you boss?
guys,
Take us to your leader.
I think this is the boss's minion. And I take out the scimitar and go, "Take us to the boss."
Okay. They both kind of draw their halberd and they're like, whoa. There's no need to get up in arms. What is this boss you speak of?
You're a human
Your boss.
Your boss, the human necromancer, obviously.
The person who summoned you.
They kind of look at each other and they go, "Do you mean the lead counselor of this village?" You all just stare blankly back.
Is that his name? It's a really
That's
long name.
That's a long name.
No.
That's a very long name, too long.
Nope, not their name. Nope. What business could
Worse
you
than
possibly have
Nicomancer.
talking to our leader?
Our business is our own.
We want the treasure.
We're supposed to defeat the boss so we can get the treasure.
And frogs.
Frog!
Oh, where are the frogs?
Yeah.
Do they
we're
have
the
teeth?
Is that a
Looking for my
library?
husband.
The guards are looking at each other at this point in complete disarray of like, what the heck are we supposed to do with this group of skeletons at this point? And the second guard kind of shrugs and go, "Well, they don't look that threatening. I mean, they do have weapons, but I don't think they're able to use them." And the first guard kind of nods at this and, all right, fair enough. And he says, "Look, you're not allowed in this town, as it were, okay? So just go ahead and be on your way."
The town.
This is
This
the
is a
dungeon.
dungeon.
This place, Bonesboro, as it's called.
So your human dungeon.
I'm gonna call it a town. You can call it what you like, but you're not allowed.
Okay, just so we're clear, this is the human dungeon, which is called town.
No, so again, no, it is a town. It's called Bonesboro.
I
Okay.
get
I get
it.
it now.
I get it. Yeah.
Yes. All right. Good. You still can't come in. All right.
Okay, so it's the human dungeon called Town Bonesboro.
Are we back? Can you hear me?
Yeah, there we are.
Okay.
Townsboro?
That's weird. Yes, the human
Bonestown?
town as known as Bonesboro. That's exactly correct.
Okay, Townsboro, got it.
No, wait,
Bonesboro.
Bonesboro.
Main
No,
Bones.
Bonesboro. It is a All right, look. Can you
The
guys
town
just
of Bonesboro.
Go
Bone Town?
Dungeon.
go
The
back?
town dungeon of Bonesboro.
Go
Is
back
there, is
to
there
where you
another
came.
door?
Are you asking me or are you asking the guards?
The guards.
They kind of Well, yeah, technically there's the south entrance by the sea, but you're not allowed in that way either.
All right, to the south, everybody.
That's fine.
No. they kind of go to block your advance. No. You're not allowed in Bonesboro in any circumstance.
Well, why not?
Well, because you're monsters.
We're bones, just like your dungeon town.
What makes
Ah,
sense?
and you're humans. That's the whole idea of the dungeon.
You see him kind of
You
rub
don't
his
seem to
temples and.
understand.
Were you not briefed on this?
No, we don't have a dungeon. We send people to attack dungeons. That's
This
kind of the
is
whole.
the dungeon.
Nope,
That's what
this
we're
is the town. He's rubbing his temple. He's giving a huge headache at this point. Look, kindly turn away, and we will not be forced to use martial action. All right?
Can Cho like try and sneak by them while this whole argument's going on?
You can
Oh,
roll
guys,
for
I
it.
think this one's an optional combat. They put those in there sometimes.
Oh,
I
yeah.
appeal
I
to
wanted
their
those.
bony nature. Can I appeal to the skeleton that's inside?
That is within them? You can try.
I
Talk to their bones.
I appeal to their bones.
How?
Their
What would
greater
you like to?
humanity, which is their skeleton.
What would you like to say? How are you appealing to them? What do you?
Brothers, deep down, because that's what we are on the inside. We are all the same. Can't you just let us in? What makes a monster if not man?
Deeply philosophical for a skeleton.
Oh, wait, are you saying these guys have bones in them?
They do.
You have to free them.
What?
Oh gosh.
We'll free them once we defeat
Comrade,
the
thank you for the
boss, okay?
follow.
You guys have bones too? Oh my god, we're the same.
Exactly, that's what I'm
We're
saying.
exactly the same in every way.
You have teeth. I like teeth.
Roll a d10 and add +1, Nikki. That's fine. You can try to appeal to the bone-driven nature of all of us. Oh, a
8 + 1
9.
equals 9.
Cho Boney also got a 9. Well, Cho, you do successfully sneak past the guards, as they are sort of
Go to the marine biology.
enraptured talking to these individuals. But they kind of look at each other, and the second guard turns to the first and goes, "You know, what does make a monster?" And the first one goes, "I don't know. We've seen some pretty humanoid-looking. I mean, we have all sorts of people in this town: Tritons, Tieflings, Owlins, you name it." And they
What are
kind of
any
like,
of those
That's
things?
so different.
they kind of look around. Lucky to Marrow's persuasion of the guard skeletons. But I appreciate it, Kiwi. Marrow's done it already. Marrow, as you've persuaded these two, they kind of look at each other and they're like, you know, maybe this could be a time for difference, a time for positive change in our society. You know, you guys go enjoy the town, but we can't promise that other people are not gonna, you know, turn a blind eye at 4 skeletons traipsing through the streets completely undisguised.
That's
It's
okay, we all have
We
weapons.
don't have eyes.
Definitely don't use the weapons. That's gonna cause a whole stereotype that we do not want perpetuating in Bonesboro.
Oh, that's a really good point. Okay, I'll put the weapon away and only take it out if we need to kill everybody.
Nope,
Okay, let's go.
no. You guys kinda, all 4 of you wander past the guards into the main gate. Cho is waiting there for you.
Oh, hey guys, get in here.
Oh, wait, how'd you get here?
I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well, chat, I am going to, channel points, ask, what is the name of the human tavern in town? What are some good names we have for the human tavern? Alright, as for the 4 of you, I labeled the buildings. Where would you like to go? Or where would you like
I
to
guess
see
we have-
first?
We have to head up to the library first, right?
I mean, I'm gonna go to the library.
Yeah.
It's like the only building I know the name of.
Well,
I
we
used to
can't
work at one
read.
when I was alive.
When you were alive, what does that mean?
Oh, that's like going home for you.
Oh,
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go to.
Yeah.
Let's go to Gorp's home.
Because
Yeah.
I died and then Nicomancer, the necromancer, summoned me after I died, and that's why I'm a skeleton.
You're a live skeleton. Oh, that's cool. Anyway, books.
Okay.
Books, go books.
You guys
Okay.
Yeah.
very quickly decide to head to the library, which you are now here. Okay, so welcome to the library. Within the library remains a very stalwart female bookkeeper who is actually an owlin, as polled by chat. So they are an owl-like humanoid, which if you turn on the old tactical map, I can bring them up. There they are.
They said Alan. I was like, what?
An Alan, no, an
Yeah,
owl.
they are Alan.
Oh, she's so cute.
I love her.
Is she holding that book?
She is holding that book. As you all
I
enter.
try to take the book.
Okay. As you reach out and try to snatch the book from the owlin's talons, the owlin is much too quick and just snaps it shut and kind of peers down at all of you who have entered this library. And she says, "I do not recognize you. From whence have you came, and for what knowledge do you seek?"
Garbs likes books.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Here for books.
I just like the books. I can't read, but they look really good, and sometimes I make them up.
She sort of gazes up and down. "You cannot read?
None of us can.
No.
How unfortunate for you. Well, we do have a section of picture books if you are so interested."
Oh,
Well,
let's
I
go.
like all. Not I don't just like picture books. Like the text also looks nice. Like I feel like there's a stigma around people who can't read and that they only appreciate pictures, but calligraphy is a whole art.
Like a what?
She looks down at you and "To that I wholeheartedly agree. It seems we can agree on something here. What was your name, did you say?"
I'm Gormf.
Gomf. Well, Gomf and Gomf's compatriots. I'm simply known as the Librarian, so that is fine for you to call me as such. We have redeemed a lucky for Gormf as well, so Gormf, on your next check, you get a +1, which is very important.
Thanks, nebulous audience.
Well, are there any questions I could answer for you during your time at the library?
Do you have anything about teeth? Do
Teeth?
frogs have teeth?
No, child, frogs do not have teeth.
Two
Some of them have
questions.
Not in this world, I'm afraid.
Oh.
2 questions. Can I have all the books? And can I have
Nope.
a bag to keep books in?
No, well, I do not have a satchel, but there is a market in this town that I know does carry backpacks, so it is possible you could go there and purchase one if you have any money.
Are
What
those the shiny
money?
teeth? Is
Yes.
that the shiny teeth?
Yes, things that are shiny, I guess like teeth.
Oh, like these? And I hold up the bag of gold and
A
gems.
sack of gold. What? Yes, exactly like that.
I guess this is also a bag. I could put books in here.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Incredible.
Genius.
Who? Sorry, that felt racist to say that.
No, that is okay. It is a question. It's fine.
Who is the leader of this town?
Leader? Well, we're
It wasn't that
largely self-governed, but there is a counselor who works as the head of the research lab.
Counselor. Where would we find this
Hmm.
counselor?
Within the Marine Research Lab, most likely.
big. What were
Is
any
there?
of those words?
What's a marine?
There's oh, right. Interesting. So at the end of the road, there is a large building where the more focused of our townsfolk study the creatures that come from the sea, or ocean, or water, I suppose. Our
sea?
counselor is the person who's in charge of that building, and I guess by proxy
What?
the town.
Is that like human acid?
No, I think it's what
No.
the blood for us is what what water is to humans. They go to the bar and they order water.
Well,
Oh.
and the owl thinks for a second. I mean, you're close.
Oh. Okay, I think I get it.
Yeah,
Is there
I don't
anything
get
else I
it.
can help you with?
I think we've.
Wait, so if I come back with a bag, then can I have all the books?
No, well, no, you could check out a book at a time.
Like one?
One, yes.
Oh, okay. Seems like you have a lot of books.
Well, yes, it's for people to come and read in a public space, and also to trade books at their leisure.
Okay.
Grom, don't you have a Grom? Mr.
What?
Spinebound, do you have a book, right? You could trade.
Oh, I like this book. This is a really cool book.
Well, dude, okay.
Love it.
All right.
Where
The
you going?
marine biologist says,
Okay. Sounds good.
Wait, I want to go to that human tavern and see what their human version of blood is.
You can do that after the marine biologist, should you desire.
Okay.
You guys will skirt on down to the old marine biologist for now, the marine lab, as it were. Let me just pull that scene up for you guys, which is this one. There we go. Okay.
Ooh.
Just like the Owlin librarian said, sure enough, at the end of the road, there was a rather large alabaster white building with kind of glass inlets which allow you to see outside to the beach where it's very sort of presently sat. You see that the doorway is open and there are several sort of scholarly looking humans wearing long robes and glasses that sort of enter and leave, holding all manners of manuscripts, quills, and books of the sort. You sidle up to the doorframe and people give you strange looks, but no one does stop you as you try to enter the research lab. Sure enough, as you enter, you are met with a sight of wonder, even for skeletons, as there is just sort of tables and chairs and desks lined with all sorts of different books and jars and science alchemical, facets and things like that, and lots of humans lay sort of very busy at work at what they're doing.
Are there any frogs?
This must be the boss room, right? There's so many
Surely
books.
there is the boss room.
There's gotta be at least one frog here.
I am here for the frog. Even as
Chat, I'm
Alabaster
gonna need
will
to
have to
name
share the head.
something for the lead researcher's name. Also, let me just go up and do that.
It'd be Chobani.
Humans.
Pretty sure his name is
Anonymous.
Boss, right? That's
Yeah.
No, he has to have a name, and then boss is his title, just like Nico the Necromancer. The
okay.
The Nicomancer, the Necromancer.
Ooh,
So
yeah.
maybe it's the something boss, the boss. So meant.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nico Boss, the boss.
That makes
Hugo
sense.
boss.
Yeah. All right. I saw a couple of things in chat. I know Zelda music when I hear it. True. That is true. That's one of the Easter eggs. Yeah, we'll need a name for the old lab. And we have one. Matrix says, all right. So, as you guys are sort of talking and asking about this boss, sure enough, you see a sort of slender-looking individual with a long white lab coat, blonde hair pulled back into a bun, kind of step up to you and says, "Oh, can I help you, thin folk, with something?"
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, I'd say you're just skin and bones, but you're evidently just bones.
It's a compliment, I think.
Please do not remind me of what I once had, for I wish to have it again.
I
Wait, you want skin?
apologize.
I kinda liked my skin.
Oh, okay.
is-
That's reasonable.
Sorry, is there a reason? Is someone pranking me? Bill, is this you? Did you animate these skeletons, Bill? What are you doing
Who's
here?
Bill? Is Bill
his
the
name-
boss?
We're sentient.
No,
Is this
I'm
like a puppet villain situation?
no, I'm the head of the research facility. You may call me Chad if it pleases you.
You're Chad. You're boss Chad.
I am boss.
Boss
Chad
the
the boss?
If you
Chad boss, Chad
Chad.
boss.
whatever
boss.
floats your skeletal boats, I suppose. I'm in charge here at the lab. Is there something you needed?
Do you have boats?
Well, not me specifically. The town does. Sorry, what is your purpose here?
We're here to defeat you.
Right. So
Nature.
we're completing the human dungeon, right? So this is the human dungeon, and you're the boss, and we have to defeat you to get all the treasure, like all the books in this room, and
That's
the
how it
library.
works, right?
I
All
do not know
knowledge.
who has put you up to this, but I'm far too busy for this. Please, if you'll excuse me. And Chad kind of like starts to back away.
We pull our
Whoa, whoa,
weapons.
Chad.
No,
Chad,
who's the we in this?
Chad kind of
I
like.
start gathering books.
Nope, no, not allowed. Do not touch those, or I will call security. Please, don't.
Can I
Look,
rummage around for teeth?
nope. Look, you all, can do a very brief tour of the facility, if it so pleases you, before your animation spell runs out, and then kindly leave the rest of the lab technicians alone, alright? We're very busy here.
Oh, it's not gonna run out, ever.
I'm
What
pretty
does that
sure
mean, Rona?
Necromancer is concentrating on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know not the words you
Necromancer.
speak. And you watch as Chad kind of turns around and goes back to their work. No sooner has Chad kind of turned away, but you hear a psst from behind a sort of shelving unit of books.
Hello.
What do we
God?
hear?
Just
God?
a quick little like psst, like a whisper. I don't know if Discord picks it up, but
Oh, no,
God?
we didn't. Okay. What?
No, Joe will go investigate.
you kind of
Go.
peer around the shelving units of the books. Sure enough, you see a dwarf also wearing a similar lab coat to the individual who had just introduced themselves as Chad. The dwarf kind of like beckons you all over, and the dwarf's name is Thad. Sure enough, the dwarf kind of looks to you all and says, "Oi, I heard you talking to Chad over there. Were you saying something about defeating Chad?"
Oh, are you the boss? Oh no, you're the helpful NPC, right?
Like us. You're the us of Chad's domain.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're on about, but I can help you defeat Chad if that's something you're looking to do.
We're here for the treasure.
Oh hell yeah!
Well, okay, first of all, my name is Thad, just so you know, okay? It's important to remember.
Your name is Thad?
Yes,
Are you
Thad.
related
But,
to Chad?
No,
Are
no,
you just
do
like
we look
upset
anything
at
alike?
Chad for having a really similar name?
No,
I don't know, I
no,
can't see
it
your
was
bones.
completely unrelated. I'm a dwarf. Chad's a human. It has no relation. It's fine.
You
Look.
could be half dwarf.
If you want to defeat Chad, you have to see what's behind the restricted area. If you can, and he kind of looks at all of you, solve what's behind that door, it'll be the end of Chad, and you'll consider your quest defeated.
We're good at puzzles. We just need 3.
That's
Okay,
excellent
where's
to
that
hear.
though?
Where's the restricted area?
Look, I've been looking to undermine Chad for a while now. Some of the ethics of this town are a bit questionable, if you ask me. And he says, the locals, they're fine, but any tourists that come into town, they go missing not too long afterwards. I know Chad has something to do with it, and I reckon it's in that restricted section. Did one of you ask a question?
Yes,
Where is
but I
the
can't
restricted
remember.
Section?
He kind of like
Oh.
points.
That was
There's
the
like a big metal sliding door that says "Keep out, very restricted, especially from skeletons." Just plastered on the door right there.
I shrug
can't
and I
stop
walk
me,
towards
I
it
can't
with no
read.
caution.
Wait. I want to sneak towards it because I have a +1 to sneaking.
Thad reaches out and says, "No, you idiots! Don't go anywhere near the restricted section right now. It's completely biometrically locked. The only way you can get in is with an ID card that I happen to have."
Okay.
Okay, and I hold out my hand.
He said, "No, that's not how this works. Look, I need you to do one thing for me first, and if you can accomplish it, you can have the key card to get into the inner domain. Is that all right?"
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Maybe.
Kind of nods up and down. And Thad says, "Okay, so the original reason I came to seek work in this town is because there is a long-lost relic of my dwarven clan that is said to be buried somewhere around here. I've not had enough time to search for it myself, but if you can find it in a nearby region and bring it back to me, it is my birthright. I will give you the ID card and continue on your quest. Does that sound fair?"
Seems like a really big thing for a key card, but okay.
Well, I mean, that's important to me. This is important to you, kind of balances out in the grand scheme of things.
Okay.
But like
Yeah,
you're
okay.
holding the key card right now.
Yes, but I need to be holding the relic. Does that make sense?
Right, but like we could
Find the
just
relic,
like
yes.
I look at Marrow and I'm just like, we just take it, right? That's something we could do.
We could, but he's not the boss.
We gotta
So he
be
doesn't
nice
matter.
we gotta be nice to the people that aren't the boss.
Yeah, you know how we live alongside
Uh.
the succubus and
Yeah.
the zombies? Maybe.
Oh, he's
Maybe
like
if we kill
Jason the
Chad-
zombie. Okay.
Yeah, he is
Yeah.
like Jason the zombie.
He's like Jason.
Zombie.
I wouldn't want an adventurer to like screw with Jason. Like that's not
Exactly.
cool,
No, I
man.
love Jason.
Like he just works here.
Yeah.
This is just a job.
All right. Oh, okay. We won't We won't kill you and take your key card. We'll do the thing you
We'll
asked.
get you your
I'm
relic.
sorry, what? You'll get the relic?
We
Yeah.
understand you're just doing your job.
Hey, one more thing. Y'all are skeletons, right?
I would assume
I
so.
guess.
Yeah,
Totally,
yeah.
like,
Reaches into another shelf behind him and he holds out a human skull. And he says, could any of you use something like this? I don't really know how your anatomy works.
If our head comes, poof, we die.
Oh, okay, well we had like a whole barrel of these recently for some reason, so if you needed one, I figured I could part with it.
can I put the skull on my skull like a helmet?
Well, I mean, you can have it up there, it won't give you any benefit, but yeah.
Why? It's an extra bone.
It will not give you any benefit.
What was I gonna say? Okay, never mind. Move on.
Showboating.
I lost it.
Can I take one of the skulls and just like carry it with me? I'll keep it in my ribcage so it doesn't fall out, and that'll be Alabaster's little house.
Of course.
Sure. Marrow
Maybe
gets a
there's his own
+1
place.
to their next roll. Thank you very much, Tapir.
So
Amazing.
Thank you.
just to be clear, you're having like a lot of people go missing, and you have an unexplained barrel of skulls, and
Yes, what's your point? Do you know something about it?
no,
'Cause
I'm just describing two totally unrelated phenomena.
Well, yes,
and
you
I
did.
just want to be sure I have all the facts right.
Well, yes, it's just kind of unimportant. You need to go get the relic. It has nothing to do with the people missing or the vast amount of bones we've been amassing or any of the blood that seeps through the restricted section or anything like
Wait,
that.
wait, how many bones?
Oh man, there's blood in the restricted section. Oh, we gotta get in there.
That's gonna be so delicious.
Yeah.
What
oh.
is wrong with
blood
you
drinking.
people?
It's
What
when
do you
we
mean?
drink.
Blood is delicious, guy.
It's when we drink.
I'm gonna
Okay.
do dwarf. I don't know.
Anyway, best of luck. It's in one of the surrounding regions, alright? Good luck. And he kind of goes back to doing his work.
Okay, thanks.
What's a region?
I grab a book.
Alright, no one notices you grab that book.
All
Can
right.
I sneak like a handful of teeth from somewhere?
There's no jar of teeth, unfortunately.
Why would there be teeth?
Can we pickpocket?
They have an unexplained
You
amount
can
of
try, but you're very
That's
visible.
a good point. There is an unexplained amount of bones.
There is, yeah.
There might be some teeth around.
No teeth
Damn.
around this time.
Nah,
Okay, are we ready?
I've been wronged.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Mhm.
Are we moving to the next region that chat has decided on, or is there anywhere else in town you want a quick visit?
Can we quick
I
visit
wanted to go just like straight up buy a bag so I
Yeah,
can
let's,
keep all
like-
my books in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's quick visit the market.
Yeah. You can very quickly visit the merchant. So as you do, you head to the merchant town, and this is definitely one of my favorite parts of this. Welcome to the item shop. Another redemption. A loot hoard! Kiwi, thank you so much for the loot
Oh.
hoard. All right.
This is beautiful.
Yes.
Mm.
Welcome to the item shop. As you all enter, your eyes are fascinated by the amount of shiny and mundane objects that litter the walls. It's almost completely disorganized as everything is in a disheveled pile. But standing behind this sort of oak wooden disheveled desk is a very interesting looking creature. This creature looks like a goblin, but at the same time is very evident that they're wearing a chicken onesie over their for clothes. Like full with like the thing on top and like a little beak and everything, but you can see
Wow,
the
that's
zipper
horrifying.
on their shoulder.
I respect it.
And they kind of look up at you as they were tinkering with something as you enter. I'll actually put their picture in tactical mode if you guys want to see.
Yeah.
So
They're
as
Oh my god, it's an ugly baby.
Absolutely beautiful.
as the creature looks up, he says, "Huh? People have entered Grubble's shop? What can I do for you?"
Wait, what was your name?
It's Grubbles. That's Grubbles.
Oh,
Hi,
hi, Grubbles.
Grubbles.
I love your armor.
Ooze, you've been blessed with unlucky. You get a -1 on your next roll.
Of
Thank you,
course.
Kiwi.
Kiwi, I hate you.
Yes, I am the proprietor of the magic shop, and as you can see, I'm not a goblin, I'm a chicken.
Oh,
You can see that. We're
yes.
skeletons.
Yes.
yeah. Yeah, we're skeletons.
So, what can Grubbles do for you?
Do you have teeth?
Grubbles sticks his whole hand in his mouth and
Yes, Grubbles has teeth.
Teeth I can have?
No, Grubbles needs Grubbles teeth. No touch.
Okay, I have a lot of books, and I like rip them out of my ribcage. Can I have a bag to keep books in?
Oh, yes. That will be 1 bag of the monies, please.
Oh, okay. I take the bag of money and I just put it down. I don't count anything.
Grubbles takes the bag and says,
Yes, good transaction.
and Grubbles gives you a backpack, which you can add to your inventory.
Amazing.
This seems fair in every way.
You look around, and it looks like Grubbles is selling a backpack, a trench coat, various leather armor, a potion of repair, an acid vial, a magnetic bearing, a flask of chaos, and an invisibility cloak.
I want that flask of chaos.
Grubbles kind of looks to it and says,
Oh, very rare potion. Anything could happen. Grubbles once spilled on ground one time, and a little rat boy popped out of the ground. It was really scary.
and Grubbles
How much for?
2 bags of money, please.
Oh no. I only have 1 bag, buddy.
Oh, I don't have any more bags. Sorry.
Just empty out the bag a little, and then put it in a different bag. So you have 2 bags of money.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna turn around. I'm gonna take my little bag of teeth and pour it into my skull. Like all of the teeth go into my skull, and then kind of just split the money between the 2 bags.
Okay, that's clever. You do that, and Grubbles says, "Oh, good, 2 bags of money." And he takes the 2 bags, and sure enough, gives you a flask of chaos, which you can add to your inventory. Flask of chaos.
So the currency is just bags that has money in it, right?
Well, it's several bags of money for different things, yes. Grubbles is best business.
Okay, I just wanted to check.
Yes. Would friends like anything else? Or perhaps have things to sell?
I have nothing to sell.
Oh,
Actually, how much can I get for my dagger? 1 bag of money?
Grubbles kind of turns to you.
Can Grubbles see the dagger?
I'll tell you what, before seeing it, how about an even trade between the trench coat and my knife?
And Grubbles says,
Seems like
"But
an even trade to me.
Grubbles needs to see it.
Yeah, see, it's a knife just like any other.
Right. Grubbles doesn't know if
But it's
that's
also
worth...
super fresh.
You see Grubbles kind of measure the knife with his hands and his eyes, and then measure the trench coat with his hands and his eyes.
Grubbles does not think knife equals trench coat.
But you can kill someone with the knife, and you can't kill anyone with a trench coat.
Grubbles thinks you haven't tried hard enough.
Rubles, you might be right. Can I have the trench coat, though?
I love Grubble.
What about bones? You take
Yeah,
bones?
what about
We can
both?
take
Well,
your bones.
of course I take bones. What kind of merchant would I be if I didn't?
What can I get for this pelvis? And I hold up my pelvis that I've just been carrying.
Grubbles says,
Well, for the pelvis and the knife, Grubbles will give the trench coat.
Done.
"All right, you gonna lose the knife, Cho?
I lose the knife.
All right, and you get
I got you your trench coat.
a trench
Thank
coat.
you.
It is
What
I
can I
only-
get for this spine?
I only put it over my body length arm.
okay. It is a baggy trench coat. Add to your inventory, and you can see its effects as well.
What could I get from Grubbles for my giant sand shark tooth?
You slam the sand shark tooth down on the table in front of Grubbles. And as you do, Grubbles just kind of looks up at you, and Grubbles,
Where did you get this?
Sand shark. Big.
Wow. Well, for something as exciting as this,
Grubbles kind of checks the stock behind him, and Grubbles goes,
Grubbles will part with one of these magnetic bearings.
What do they do?
Well, Grubbles kind of scratches his chicken suit for a second. Says,
If skeleton friends were to fasten them into a joint, possible to make magnetic joints.
A joint? Wow.
Ooh. So could we make our limbs weapons?
No, but Grubbles think if skeletons do use limbs, could reattach hands-free.
Like,
Oh, yeah, I want
Oh,
that.
I get it.
Wait, hold on. Do I get 2
No, you get
for the?
it's one bearing that goes between your joints, so you can pick like arm and torso, or skull and torso, and that joint would go right there.
Yeah, I'll give you my favorite tooth for the bearing.
Wow, that means a lot to Grubbles.
Grubbles takes the tooth up and just slams it into the desk itself, so it back and forth. Grubbles kind of has to like peer around it, and he goes,
This is my new window.
and just kind of like motions to the large shark tooth that is in the desk. And
Love
Grubbles
it.
goes,
Okay.
and he goes and grabs the magnetic bearing and says,
Where would you like Grubbles to install this?
Head and neck.
Oh, perfect.
and Grubbles says,
Oh, can I grab your skull?
Be careful with it.
Grubbles pops Ooze's skull off as Ooze is still kind of smiling. And Grubbles takes a couple seconds and installs this cobalt magnetic bearing between your skull and your torso. And sure enough, he screws your skull back on.
And says, Alright, Grubbles thinks now if you ever lost your skull, or inversely your whole body, then you'd be able to attach it at lickety split.
Thank you, Goobles.
No worries.
Hey, Grubbles.
Yes? That's me,
what-
I think.
What can you give me for this spine?
And I hold up like just a collection of vertebrae from when I replaced my spine.
Grubbles doesn't know if Grubbles needs a spine. Could you give me a reason to use this?
Oh, you could use it for a lot of things. You could strangle someone with it. You could eat it. You could throw it at people.
Wait, stop right there. Grubbles wants to know how tasty this is.
Do you want to give it a try?
No, you tell me. What's your opinion on like scale of 1 to taste? Where is it on the scale?
To be honest, it used to be my spine, so I've never tasted it. But I'll taste it right now if you want.
Grubbles appreciates your honesty. Please do.
Okay.
I eat my spine.
a sentence I didn't think I'd hear tonight. It tastes vaguely of milk.
Ew.
Oh.
Only vaguely.
Yes.
It tastes like kind of like
Tastes like bone.
yeah, it tastes like bone. But I don't know if you ever had bone, so it's kind of like, you know, if you were eating a cow but not the meat.
Oh, so the fur?
No, the other thing.
I'm not totally sure what that is.
Right, well, Grubbles thinks this is a fascinating flavor. And Grubbles will take your spine, but what do you want in return?
Wait, what do you have left?
Well, oh, I just got this bag of money!
And shoves your own bag of money back towards you.
Take it. Take it.
Take it.
Okay, I take the bag of money back, I guess.
He takes your spine.
Grubbles goes, oh, fair trade!
And he just sort of takes the spine and he starts licking it.
Ooh, cow!
Oh my god, I love Grubbles.
Oh, Grubbles. I love it.
Do you guys need
Grubbles
anything
might be my
else?
favorite NPC.
Yeah.
I think Grubbles is my favorite NPC.
You guys need anything else?
My
I don't
he
think
can't
we
say it
have
unless he has more stuff.
You just got a bag of money back.
Well, I mean, yeah, he does. He has everything I listed. The backpack, well, the trench coat's gone. Leather armor, potion of repair, acid vials, magnetic bearings, flasks of chaos, and an invisibility cloak.
Okay.
Grubbles, How much is that invisibility cloak?
Oh, that's really expensive. That's 3 bags of money.
That's 3 bags of money?
Yep.
Can I cut up my bag of money into multiple bags?
They
Make
will
little
not pass
bags
for
with, like,
bags.
one.
They won't pass for
No.
bags. Okay.
I didn't think bags would be the actual currency of this game, but who would have thought?
They're Grubbles
Okay.
currency.
Okay.
What are the things that are worth 1 bag of money?
Oh, that would be another backpack to put inside your first backpack, Grubbles is thinking. He just bought the trench coat, so that is not there anymore. A leather armor, a potion of repair, which also tastes like cow, and a 1 acid vial.
Oh, I have an idea.
Yes?
What's your what's your idea? What's your idea?
I will take off my leather armor and the trench coat, and then that'll be worth 2 bags of money, and then you can take your bag of money and buy the invisibility cloak for 3 bags of money.
Okay,
True.
we could do that, but I was just thinking of buying the leather armor because I don't know. It
Grubbles-
seems like a good idea.
Grubbles looks at you, Cho, and goes,
No. We've established trench coat is worth, bone and knife. That's it. Pelvis and knife.
Well, we can
Okay,
get the
no, that's okay. I'll just buy the leather armor.
You sure? Grubbles thinks we could maybe take the trench coat back and then give the pelvis back, put the shark tooth in, give you all Grubbles' bags of money, and then Grubbles keeps all the items he has. Does that sound good?
Wait.
No.
Isn't that
That's
just
what
the same
we
as if
did.
we never came in here?
Yes!
Why would that be appealing to us?
Grubbles doesn't know. Grubbles is trying to sell you things. If you don't want deal, no deal. Deal gone.
It really-
Grubbles' bestest deal of the year, all gone.
It really sounded like Grubbles didn't want to sell us anything, so I'm pretty confused now.
No, Grubbles wants to sell everything. That's Grubbles' whole point of living as a chicken.
Okay, so can I buy the leather armor?
Oh, yeah, okay.
I hand him back the bag of money.
Whoa, about the money!
and he sees it, and he takes it, and he
Oh my
grabs it,
God.
and he moves it off to the side.
What is this?
You have
Which
to understand I'm on the verge of tears right
body
now.
part would you like to be covered with leather armor? He sells them all.
I would like my my torso to be covered with leather armor.
Okay. He brings down a leather cuirass, and he sort of like pushes it across the table, and he goes,
That will be 1 bag of money, please.
Okay. Here's the bag of money back.
he looks down and goes,
No, that's Grubbles' bag of money. You already pushed that towards him.
Wait, no, but you gave me back the bag of money because I gave
Yeah.
you the spine.
No, but then you gave it back to Grubbles.
No, that was to buy the leather armor.
No, Grubbles needs bag of money for leather armor, yes.
Right. That's what I'm doing.
Right, now give me bag of money.
Yeah, I did.
No, this is Grubbles' bag of money.
No. It will be once you give me the leather armor.
No, Grubbles needs money before giving leather armor. That's how money works.
Yeah, that's why I gave you the money already.
What money?
This money. And I pick it up.
In the bag.
Oh, can I have that money?
Only if you give me the leather armor.
Oh, that's fair trade. Okay.
and Grubbles gives you the leather cuirass.
What the fuck? I could spend an entire session here.
I can spend a campaign here.
An
Sure
entire
enough,
game revolves around
Grubbles takes the bag of money, and he goes,
Okay, can Grubbles help friends anymore?
I'm
No,
good.
thank you, Grubbles.
Okay. Well, remember, if anyone asks you, Grubbles is chicken, not goblin.
Okay, Grubbles chicken, not goblin.
Yes.
This is skeleton, not goblin.
Okay. Are you secretly a chicken too?
No, I'm a skeleton.
Oh, right.
I feel like we're all pretty clearly skeleton. Like, we've made no effort to hide that.
What? He says, I thought those were costumes.
No.
How would they be costumes?
Well, I just figured you were all like orcs or something in there.
There are.
Grubbles, you took my head off.
We're see-through.
So Grubbles doesn't understand math.
never want to leave Googles.
Okay, Googles. Thank you.
I hope
Thank
Gribbles
you,
is the true ending
Google.
of this campaign.
That's true.
Yeah, it's here. We made it, guys.
Grubbles
This is it. We
the
die
true
here.
ending.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you bid Grubbles a fine farewell as you wave away from Grubbles' shop. Perhaps to venture back later, who knows. As you leave Grubel's shop, you are still met, of course, with the rest of town. Fantastic. Well, while we were chatting, we had chat determine the next fate of our heroes of where they were said to go next. And our choices of action were the very new Spines Peak Mountain, renowned for its snowstorms, or the Femorous Bog, the bubbling fetid swamp where mystery and fog lay thick over the ground. And it looks like you all will be headed to the Femorous Bog in search of this dwarven artifact, corralled by Thad. As for you guys, you are still in town. You haven't been to the tavern yet. You don't have to go to the tavern, but what would you like to do right now?
I almost kind of want to go to the tavern because you know these skeletons have not like experienced alcohol in any capacity.
We've experienced distilled blood.
Distilled blood is not the same.
I think we're gonna go to the tavern because that's what it means to be an adventurer. You go to the tavern.
True.
That's so true.
We are learning about our skinned counterparts.
So you want to go to the tavern? Is that
Oh, absolutely.
I'd
Yeah,
say
let's go to the tavern.
okay?
we discovered that
Like
water
true
is the same
adventurers.
as blood.
Right,
Yes.
we've determined that
Water.
water flows like blood here. Okay, so
Right,
in,
right.
in that case, as you guys leave Grubels' shop behind, his eccentric methodologies, still ringing echoes in your mind, you start to sort of peruse the town streets, and every once in a while you get an odd look from the civilians. There are a whole multitude of creature types and people here. You know, there's a couple of Dragonborn that you see walking on the side, many high elves and humans. But they all kind of give you a side eye because you don't notice any other skeletons within the human town of Bonesborough. Yes, Marrow.
Do I see people like carrying things, like you know how people do with markets and stuff?
Yeah, I
like,
mean, you get the general sense. You know, every once in a while you see people carrying like a couple of loaves from the bakery, or you know, a couple of like slinged materials of silk and feathers on their back and stuff like that.
Okay, so I take my head off
Okay,
and put it under my arm like a bag to like imitate them.
I see. Okay.
How are they reacting to there just being skeletons around?
Yeah, so they're not as visceral as you might think, as everyone's sort of panning and looking around generally. As they're kind of giving you like the side eye. You see a couple of whispers that happen. But generally no one's like appalled at your presence right now. Perhaps they think it is a jest of a nearby mage, or this is something that has happened before. You don't know.
And humans are really bad at making dungeons. This is like really safe.
Yeah, where are all the traps?
Cho, yes?
Can I kick off the fear for Marrow, like taking off the head and like carrying it? Can I be the one that starts and just goes, "Oh, there's no their head! They took off their head!" and then start freaking other people out to kind of
You-
like help?
As a skeleton, are going to try and hype man the crowd for fellow skeleton Marrow taking off Marrow's head.
Exactly.
Roll a d10 for gathering, performance, conversation.
That's amazing.
D10 for hype.
Oh.
Oh.
To say, will my good streak continue? And apparently, this is foreshadowing for the session now.
Yeah, not this time.
Oh, don't say that.
Shadowing for the whole session.
Just
Well,
for me.
unfortunately, Marrow does remove her skeleton head and start sort of carrying it around like a bag. And Cho, you kind of, whoa, everyone, look what's going on. Oh my god, trying to get some kind of rile, some kind of spook out of them. And you do see a couple of the townsfolk kind of dressed in finer clothing kind of like look over and see what's going on. And you just kind of, you see one of them cover a child's eyes and just say, "Move along, honey, don't talk to the strange folk." And they just kind of like usher out of the general vicinity of, they don't seem too scared, as they are like, okay, I don't know what they're doing.
Wow, like even we're not that rude. Like we're right here.
This head, by the way, is rattling with teeth.
Yeah.
With
Oh, that's
literally
true.
every step.
All of your teeth are within your skull right now as you've sort of emptied them in a like a
so
little
many
maraca.
teeth.
Yeah, that's going on. Absolutely, for sure.
Like, this could be picked up, shaken around, make some music.
When we get to the tavern,
Yep.
we should play some music for them, and Uda should be a maraca, and then someone can be a xylophone, and then
Yes,
someone
Oh,
else can, like,
100%.
absolutely.
So,
Can I
in
have the
saying that,
drums?
you guys do eventually approach the more rowdy of the human establishments, as you see sort of a swinging wooden sign with the visage of a cup of ale on it, which looks familiar to your cups of distilled blood that you've drank in your monster tavern. You eventually sort of sidle up to the main entrance, and, you know, you can hear sort of the rowdy caucus of individuals inside, just, yeah, wah, shouting and clinking glasses and stuff like that. It's an air of merriment around you. But as you approach the main door, you see that there is a rather large half-orc bouncer who kind of stands in front of the tavern, kind of crossing his big arms, sleeves rolled up to showcase his large sort of bulging muscles. And he just kind of like looks down as the four of you approach. And he,
I got this. I got this. Yeah,
Hello,
go ahead.
good sir.
I try to walk in and I just go, aye.
yeah, he immediately whoa when he holds his hand up, and he kind of does that thing where he like puts it on your head and you keep walking, and then he kind of like pushes you back. And he goes,
To be very clear, there are pointy bones on my head.
yes, there are. He sort of, and what do you think you're doing?
Can I try to intimidate him because my arm's even bigger? I no doubt my one arm is much larger.
Yeah.
Can I muscle up, just be like, "What are you doing?" Or,
Sure.
Going into the tavern.
Yeah,
Idiot.
obviously, dumbass.
We would like to partake.
No
Go
brains,
ahead
no
and
brawn,
Roll
no
for
brawn, no brain.
intimidation.
Wait,
Thanks for
I
checking.
put my
Ash, I
head back
appreciate
on.
I'm back.
Oh.
Yay!
Okay.
Oh, there
Um,
it is.
Very interesting. Well, sure enough, Cho, you flex your Sandy Gator arm that you've had sort of on your side this whole time with the length and claw, and what do you say to him as you do this?
Oh, I'm like, listen, bro. I know you're just doing your job, whatever that is. I've been there. We've been guarding, but you don't want to.
what is his job?
He's the guardian of the blood.
What a metal name! He's the guardian of the blood.
I get it. Okay.
Even
I
if-
understand. You're just doing your job, but you do have to let us in or we'll kill you.
Yeah. I mean, look at this thing. I don't even remember where I got this, and
You have some very nice teeth.
He sort of looks at the Sandy Gator arm, and you see a bit of sweat kind of furrow on his brow, and that's kind of a large a large arm, but the sign, you see him shake a little bit. The sign clearly states, and he points, there's like a little chalkboard outside, you know, where it says like soup of the day.
Is it bolted to the ground? Can I take the sign?
It's not bolted, but he
I
will
take the
motion
sign.
to it as you go to take it that it says in all like bold chalk letters, no murlocs, no zombies, and absolutely no skeletons, written on
Wait.
the sign.
Well,
Before
that seems
we
racist.
do anything now,
Okay.
I take my hand and I
Yes.
erase skeletons
I was thinking,
sign because it's written in chalk.
Gorm has picked up the signboard and pulls it back to Marrow, who thinks for a moment, scratching her skeletal chin before just going on the chalkboard. And as Gorm places it back down, it just says no Morlocks and no zombies now. There's no longer no skeletons on the board. And Cho just kind of gives another flex with his Sandy Gator arm, and the half-orc kind of, right, well, I guess it's not a problem. Ha, silly me. Feel free to indulge. And he kind of motions for you guys to enter the
Yeah,
tavern.
silly you. And then I like pat him on the head too forcefully.
You have to do a little jump to do this, but you kind of like.
Was he really tall?
Yeah, he's real tall. He's a half-orc. He's a hulking man.
I was an orc in life.
Yeah, but
That's
with
true,
your
his
spine
skeleton wouldn't be the
replacements,
same.
you're sort of hunched over, and you know,
I forgot I replaced my spine with a book.
a book
Right.
mimic monster book spine. Exactly.
Okay, yeah, I do jump to do this.
It makes a horrible noise. That's true, Kiwi. It's just screeching on the chalkboard as you drag your
How would that
bones
even rub it off?
bones across it. Also, Ash, thank
you
you for
can't
the
just
bone
scratch
dragon's
it.
horde coming up as well. That's
I think
2
you just
bone
can't
dragon's
scratch it
hordes.
off, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, you guys push past the half orc and you enter the tavern.
Can I use my abnormally long arm to open the door for everybody and just like hold it open from really far away?
They
It
are
seems
actually.
nice, but it's actually out of necessity.
Yes, you can. You just sort of reach around and just sort of and you open it around the half
over it.
orc. Yeah.
Yeah,
As everyone just
here
sort
you
of
go, worm it around.
walks through. All right. Well, you guys have
I'm
entered the
comfortably
tavern.
close to him.
And like I said, it is an air of merriment. It's not too dissimilar to the half pint, where you guys sort of usually drink your distilled blood and hang around with the other monsters and talk to Tim, the barkeep. But
Tim!
you don't smell blood at all. Instead, this sort of pungent, almost weedy aroma hits your nostrils, something that you haven't smelt before. And you notice, first of all, as you walk in, there are a colorful cast of characters in the tavern, but none of them are skeletons, or even monsters. You do get the occasional sort of orc and goblin-esque individuals, but as for your, like, nagas and zombies and stuff like that, nowhere to be seen. However, from chat, I'm going to need a little bit of audience participation here, because within the tavern are several contests going on at this moment. A couple contests of luck, of strength, of fortune. Anyone in chat right now, shout out some contests that could be going on. They could be as simple as an arm wrestling competition, or as diverse as whatever it is you want to make out. But we'll get back to some of those contests that are happening in a second. Okay, so as chat sort of formulates what is happening in the tavern, the 4 of you enter, and again, it is sort of outside of your comfort zone. What would you like to do?
I would like to go up to the bar.
Okay.
And ask the barkeep, well, where's the blood?
Okay. You immediately sit down as a skeleton at this bar, and you just kind of, where's the blood? As you sidle up. The barkeep, who is a halfling, who's kind of like, you know, sizing you up. He's kind of has like thin, wiry, blondish hair, and he just kind of looks up at you, still kind of cleaning a mug. And he goes, blood? Hey, what are you talking about, blood?
We like the blood.
I point to some red wine, and I'm just like, is that blood? Looks like blood.
The halfling kind of looks.
I would like some blood, please.
Looks back at you and chuckles, and he goes, well, it'll certainly burn your blood depending on how much you drink of it. Although, and he kind of looks you up and down. You're looking a bit thin already, aren't you?
What is that supposed to mean?
Are you sure you're above legal drinking age within this town?
Of course I am. Why? What are you insinuating?
And you sort of, nothing, I just have to check as part of the protocol is all. So you want a glass of that, is what you're saying, as he points to the wine.
We have established we do know what glasses are, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
All right, well, you want to open a tab, or you want to pay for it here?
Hey, oh, crap.
What does that mean? What's pay? Or tab?
It's what we did with Grubbles.
Oh, the bags.
Oh, the
How many
bags.
bags do
I
you
don't think I have any more bags.
I'm out of bags.
Yeah.
No,
I have
we
a
don't.
trench coat.
We don't
I
take
have
bags
this.
here. No. We're looking to exchange, you know, coin, copper, silver, gold, you know, things of that nature for drinks or services.
What do you mean? That's just for guarding.
Oos pulls a shiny pebble out of their skull that
Okay.
was mixed in with all of the teeth because
Okay.
they think that pebbles are teeth,
Right.
and they're like this. It's just a rock.
Why don't you go
It's
ahead,
not money. It's just a rock.
roll a deception check,
Okay.
which is just a D10 if
oh
you
God,
have any.
I have unlucky, don't I?
You do have unlucky thanks to Kiwi, so it's a -1 to whatever you roll. That's a 3.
Oh.
You kind of hold it up, and the barkeep kind of stops what they're doing, kind of amazed at you even suggesting this. And they're like, well,
I mean, of a similar size, yes, but you do know that's a stone, dearie. I'm looking for cold, hard coin. And he kind of reaches into his pocket and he flips up a silver piece, and you watch it. It's a little bit bigger than the pebble that Ooze has taken out, and it kind of spins through the air with a
Okay, so you need a bigger rock.
Sorry, Meru, you want to try and catch the coin that he's just flipped.
Yes.
Roll a grabbing or sleight of hand check, which you have a +1 to this because of your luck.
Oh.
Oh.
Well,
That
that's-
doesn't
What was
matter.
it? Aww.
Unfortunate, there goes the luck. But you have used it. You reach for it,
between
and
your hand. the
yeah,
buttons.
as you do, you kind of misjudge the counter, and you just kind of reach with the skeleton arms, and very quickly the halfling barkeep just kind of snatches it back and puts it back in their pouch. And they kind of squint at you, and they say, "Oh no, if you don't have any money, then you best think of a way to earn one. There are a couple of contests going on in the tavern if you think you're bone enough for them."
Bone.
Did you like prepare that joke in case skeletons came in here?
If you say
No,
yes,
I'm just quick on my feet. Yes, Meru, were you going to say something?
I take out my sack of gold
Oh.
and show him
Yeah.
very carefully. Do you mean like this?
Oh, yes, exactly like that.
You still have money?
Yeah, I do. I didn't buy anything.
You have the shiny teeth?
No, I think they're just shiny.
Oh.
I mean, yes,
I-
we can exchange that if you all want a drink.
Okay, how
Yes.
much blood does that get us?
Yeah, how much?
Again, all right, so when you're in the Tavern of Human Anonymous, which is the name of this tavern thanks to chat, you have to pay at least 1 coin per drink. Does that work?
Silver coin.
Just yes, but all that's in the bag is just I mean, there's silver, there's copper, there's
Oh,
gold. It's
okay.
just a bag of sort of nondescript coins in the
Okay.
bag, but
I give the appropriate amount of coins for the blood coin, the blood cups.
for the blood cups.
Coins.
The
For
the
blood
barkeep
cups,
also
yeah,
says
that's what they are.
Blood for the blood god.
I mean, you can call them what you want, but this here's the finest elven wine we have. So if anyone asks, I didn't serve you blood. I served you
Wine.
wine, okay?
Blood
Oh, I
wine.
get
pretty
it. That's
sure
the
that's
human
blood.
word for blood, guys.
Oh, okay. So when we fight people, we're gonna spill wine.
Yeah, 100%. No
Okay.
one can convince me
Nice.
otherwise.
All the skeletons in unison just kind of, and the halfling just kind of, and you watch as he takes a very elaborate flask that he, as the uncorks it and pours these sort of 4 goblets and arrays them out on the bar in front of you. He says, all right, is this, just out of curiosity, this isn't the first time you're drinking, is it?
No, of course
We
not.
had
What are you
blood
talking
before.
about?
I
Okay.
don't usually drink,
You have
but
to
I
live
can.
somehow.
Just wanted to make sure, because this is very fine elven wine, so don't drink it all at once. It's more of a sipping kind of thing, you know, while you're talking about your day, you know, maybe while you're
Goes
going about
down
some
to
other.
oh.
I don't down it all, but I take a big gulp as I like wander about the tavern, spilling it everywhere.
Just like the food that you sampled, you can taste it, but it does go right through you. So sure enough, Ooze just as hearing this goes clack, 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 and just kind of like downs the whole thing. And you hear a as it splashes down onto the wooden tavern floor below. Ooze, it doesn't taste too dissimilar to blood, but there is sort of this kind of fire that burns at the back of your bony esophagus. And there's sort of a hint of sweetness that blood does not have.
They immediately start coughing.
Okay. Ooze just kind of starts, and the halfling kind of, I warned ya, as Gorm just kind of and starts going around the tavern.
Oh my god, you're right. It does taste like elves.
Oh
Oh,
God.
God. Can Cho take off his head and then put it facing up onto the bar counter and then pour some of the wine into the other eye socket so that Alabaster can come out and have some too?
Yes.
Aw.
Your scorpion
Aw.
companion
Alabaster.
Alabaster comes skittering out onto the table, and you pour the
He'll
wine into
probably
that,
die
and you just
from
sort of,
this.
and just
I'm gonna
starts
give him a little pet so
just
while
starts
he drinks.
licking at the wine. The halfling at this point is just kind of shocked at what's happening. Cho, you can have a spook point for that. That was a very, very sort of scary thing for the
Love
halfling
that.
to witness. Also, we have learned about the tavern that as you guys sort of browse and peruse around with your elven wine that that you haven't all drank at once if you haven't already. There are a couple of contests suggested by chat. Currently going on right now, there is the contest to see who can yell the loudest. There is a staring contest. And there is a game of mead
So
pong.
good.
Of
We're
Scaring
what?
supposed to do the
contest.
scaring contest.
Oh my god. Are we all like doing one contest, or is this like do whatever you're doing?
I
thing?
would say you guys have the time to all choose one contest to do. You cannot split up. You all have to do one contest.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
I want to do scaring contest.
I like staring. We're very good
Staring
at
is
that.
the
We're
just
very good at
funniest
staring.
idea pitch, so I want to do that one.
Okay. Okay. So
I can't take part. I have wine in
Oh,
my
you
eye.
have a bug.
I can't really
That's true.
effectively participate.
So you guys
Oh,
wander
yes.
around until you see a couple of the sort of folks in the back of the bar are sort of staring intently. You can see a couple people around them kind of like banging on the table like, go, go, go. And then you see one of the Dwarven participants eventually straining their eyes and just start blinking. And oh yeah, everyone cheers and you can hear some gold being passed around at the table right now. Yeah, that's the scene in front of you.
Amazing.
Is this the staring contest?
you just go up and ask. You do, and as you say that, there's sort of a human female that kind of looks up at you and goes, "Hi, yeah, we're holding staring contest back here. Is that something you're interested in?"
Yes.
I would like to participate.
I stare at her with my empty eye sockets.
She kind of looks you guys up and down, and she goes, "Wait a minute. Have you guys been here before?"
Yeah.
No, we get that a lot though.
We
See, that
have
was a
those
lot
kinds
of-
of faces.
Right, that's what I thought. Okay, well, here's the thing, and I don't want to alarm you guys, but you don't have eyeballs.
That's not true. We do.
Oh.
We absolutely have
dare
eyeballs.
you.
How else would we be able to see?
She kind
Exactly.
of, she reaches out to Gorm's face and just kind of wiggles her finger in Gorm's eye socket.
We
I
really,
like.
React like you're in pain.
So before she does that, I think I don't bite her, but I like chomp too close to her fingers.
Okay, you, like a piranha. Also,
Yeah.
Ash, the skeletons don't oft wear clothes, but they are wearing whatever armor they have right now. So they have a couple pieces of leather armor, but it's mostly just bones sticking out.
Which
She
is
kind of
the
like,
funniest thing.
she kind of recoils back and she goes, I just don't know if it would be fair if we let you guys into a staring contest.
If you're good enough, you'll win.
It's a good point.
What matters is the lids. Go ahead and roll whichever one of you wants to do it, roll a persuasive or conversation check.
Okay.
Who-
Does anyone have anything to that?
I do not.
No.
I would
Okay.
I would be
think
getting
that's
bonuses if I
Elf
started
heritage.
shouting at
Well,
people.
Gormf,
but...
I will remind you guys, Gormf
Oh,
does
yeah.
have his +1 still. He has the last lucky.
That's true.
Oh, I do. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll make the roll.
What?
Wow, that is a 10. Thank you to chat for giving good luck to Gormf. Kiwi has redeemed lucky for whoever rolls persuasion. We might be a little bit behind because Gormf has already done that. However, Gormf has now got another lucky on top of that. So Gormf, congratulations, you have another lucky thanks to Kiwi.
So
Hooray.
Thank you
lucky.
very much, Kiwi. So, Gormf, you kind of say this and you like, how dare you? And the female thinks for a second as she kind of sits there and she's, you know what? Okay, we have a challenger for you guys, but we're gonna have to up the stakes if you're getting serious about this.
Okay, that seems reasonable.
We
Okay.
like steak.
She says,
Wait, is that the?
she says, Gilgresh, get over here. And you wait for a second as you start hearing a thum, thum coming from the other side of the bar. You watch as a wooden chair is thrust to the ground as a large Goliath stands up from a nearby table and just kind of boom, boom. Skyrim giants their way, thuds over to the table that you're sitting at. He is bald, all around, no facial hair, a bit of pale graying skin with some black sort of striped tattoos going down his face to his shoulders. He sits down and all but crushes the wooden stool beneath him as he sits in front of you. You can see he has sort of wide eyes staring at you all, and he goes, "Yes, Francesca, what do you need?" And she looks and she goes, "Oh, well, we have a couple of challengers for our undefeated champion of our staring contest here in Humans Anonymous." And the Goliath looks at all of you, and he goes, "Child's play. I haven't blinked in 6 years." And he just continues to stare at all of you guys. And Francesca kind of chuckles to herself, and she goes, "Well, it could be a fair game. You guys wanted to do this. So, which one of you from your party wants to represent facing Gilgresh?"
Quick question.
Yes.
We were in the sandy wastes for a while.
Yep.
And bones have a lot of cavities.
True.
Could we have pocket sand hidden in some of our bones?
I'm really trying to figure out where you're going with this.
I think I know.
I know exactly where you're going with this.
There are small granules of sand, but due to the egregious winds, there's not enough because you guys are pretty hollow despite the cavities. Not enough to grab a handful of it, but yes, you could feel like granules of sand on your bones.
Reminder that
Horrifying.
Goose has many teeth in their skull right now.
You do have lots of teeth in your skull. Yes, that is
Yes.
So, Nikki, you could do... I know exactly what you're thinking of. You have full permission to use the teeth.
Oh boy.
Oh no, what is this?
We have
Okay.
drinks too.
You do have... Well, no, I think Marrow's the only person with their drink remaining right now.
Yeah, my drink's gone.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's on the floor, but yeah.
Yeah. No, Nikki, I
Just
know
scoop it back
exactly
up.
where you were going with the pocket sand. You have full permission to use the teeth.
Francesca looks at you all expectantly and she says, "Well, any takers?"
I nominate Marrow, honestly.
Okay, you
Always
want to do
blow
it?
the finger.
Oh, yeah, I do have the magic finger for my
That's
spells.
true.
Yes, Kiwi, you're allowed to move your lucky to whoever competes. That's fine.
Ew.
All right, so Marrow, you have another lucky then if you're going to be the one competing.
Okay.
Francesca says, "Okay, here are the stakes. We're going to do a whole bag of golden gems for this one. This is going to be a real money winner. So if Gilgresh wins over here, you have to pay him a bag of golden gems. If you guys somehow manage to win, then Gilgresh will pay you a bag of golden gems." And Gilgresh just kind of grunts at Francesca. Francesca, don't worry, big guy. You'll be fine. It'll be fine. And she says, "Does that sound like fair odds?"
Yeah. So you do use
Completely.
bag as currency.
Well, it's easier to collect large sums of money inside of, you know?
I comprehend.
Okay, well, the only rules are you have to stare at each other for the length, as long as you can, and there's no funny business. No casting magic, because we've had that happen in here before, and you are not allowed to touch your opponent, and she kind of looks at both of you as she says this, in any way, shape, or form, okay? You can hurl insults if you want, you can speak at each other, but you cannot blow in each other's eyes, or, sorry, not to be insensitive, eye sockets.
Thank you.
Is all of that clear?
Clear.
Okay,
Okay.
you can use your words to try and persuade each other, but there's no physicality involved. And Gilgresh says, "I will not need it. This will be child's play." Anything
Okay.
else from you guys?
So we're gonna reenact a little scene from my dear William Shakespeare real quick.
Okay.
So
Oh, of course.
Alas for Yorick.
do you bite your thumb at me, sir? So if I throw stones at him, would I get in trouble? Because, as the saying goes, those who live in glass houses should not throw stones, which means, by the transitive property, they're equivalent to words, and therefore insults.
Interesting. That is a very
Mickey, what?
interesting leap of logic there.
Mr. Krabs!
What logic?
is not
No, I see the logic here.
You can try whatever you want, and you will find if it expels you from the competition or not. I will not. That's up to you to find out.
That is for sure gonna get us in
Technically, being
trouble.
disqualified is not losing. So if you are disqualified, you do not technically have to pay.
You definitely do. You absolutely do.
That's forfeit. Okay,
But
so
it's not technically losing. So
we'll stay
We
here
didn't
until
sign
he
anything.
dies because we don't think so.
Instead of
Wait, there-
instead of
there's
going
no
through the rest
rule-
of the dungeon, we just wait for this guy to starve to death.
So, hold on. There is no rule that outside people cannot touch.
Oh my god, brilliant. Okay.
No, no,
yeah.
they said no. They said in the competition there is no touching whatsoever. No amount of physicality or casting
Got
spells.
it.
That goes for bystanders. That goes for people in the competition. No physicality. You can use words to your advantage, but that is it.
Hey,
And no
what's
magic.
that? And then you throw it at them.
I mean, Alabaster's not a person. I could just send
Oh,
Alabaster.
so true. Alabaster's not a person.
Look, I'm not gonna argue anymore with my rules. You can see what happens if you try any of these things. I'm not gonna stop you.
I think the throwing stones analogy comparison was really, really good.
I think it works. I think
Okay.
you could probably finagle that, honestly.
You know,
I don't think
I'm
it'll
gonna.
work.
I don't. On my own merit, because I have a +1. On my own merit, especially because I can't blink. So, let's do the thing.
Okay. In that case, Mero, we're gonna have to get real creative here with how this works. But I'm going to need you to roll a d10. But first, I will roll Gilgresh's publicly, so you know what you have to beat. Gilgresh does not have any additives to this, so it will be a straight d10 for Gilgresh.
Fuck.
Oh,
Well,
Oh,
Gilgresh is very accustomed to this. Now, you do have a +1, Mero, but...
is there any way for us to, like, we could do shenanigans, which might have consequences,
Yeah.
but, like, could that mechanically assist Marrow in any way?
Mechanically, no. Mero's role is going to be Mero's
Okay.
own. Whether or not you wish to try anything else is up to you, but Mero has to beat a 9. Or if you do achieve a 9, then we'll roll again, because you will be at a tie. So,
Okay.
at least
Mero
a 9
has
is
a
needed
+1
for
right
this.
now, though.
Yes. Alright, let's do it. Here's the big staring contest, Mero. Are you ready?
This is not gonna go well.
Okay.
No.
Oof! Oof!
No.
Quickly.
That is
Shut
a
down the
fo-
server. Shut
That
down
is
the server.
a 4 + 1 for a 5. Would anyone like to do anything else?
Can everyone just give me luck until it hits?
No, no, it was before
I-
the roll. Chat has
I
already
would
given plenty
love
of luck.
To,
Okay, now we throw stones.
no, no, no,
Oh
no.
my
I'm
God.
not throwing anything at him, but I would love to take off my head,
Okay,
and 2, my arm,
okay.
and just like not hitting him, but whacking them together like unreasonably close to his ears.
Okay, I was gonna ask if anyone had any spooky points to spend, but I like that too. Gormf, go ahead and roll me a smacking check.
Yeah, do I get a +1 to that because I have +1 to hitting?
You do get a +1 to that.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Wow,
Yeah,
that is a 10. You watch as Gormf takes off his skull and arm, and like a noisemaker just goes dunk 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 right next to Gilgresh's ears as you're trying to win this staring contest between a Goliath who doesn't blink and a skeleton who doesn't have eyes. Sure enough, Gormf, as you're going do do do, it starts to distract Mero, who as Mero kind of like starts to kind of like tilt her head like, Gormf, what are you doing? Sure enough, you see Gilgresh kind of start to wince as this is happening, like, and after like 5 minutes of this happening, Gilgresh eventually like, won't you cut it out? And he doesn't blink, but he looks at Gormf, which is enough for Francesca to say, oh, Gilgresh, you broke eye contact. And Gilgresh is, no, but I didn't blink. And she says, I'm sorry, that's the rules. You can't break eye contact. And Gilgresh kind of stands up and slams his hands down on the table. This is unfair. The skeleton doesn't even have eyeballs or the eyelids. How was I ever supposed to win this? And Francesca, whoa, hey, calm down, buddy, calm down. Go get yourself a drink. And he says, Daistrushka. And he kind of storms off and just kind of swipes his hand in your general direction.
Do I take damage from the ripping off of my limbs?
No, they can pop off on their own without actually taking damage. That's fine.
Okay.
Sure enough, Francesca kind of, well, that was something you don't see ever.
I
But
put my arm back on, but my head's still like under my arm.
a deal's a deal, she says, and she procures a large bag of golden gems and places it down on the tavern table. And she says,
Amazing.
you guys ought to be like con artists or something. I feel like you could get away with a lot more than just a staring contest.
Like what? Want to give us ideas?
No,
Wait,
no,
what should
just
we get away with?
not in this tavern, just elsewhere. Maybe, maybe come up with those ideas on your own. Look, it's getting late, all right?
Hey, want to have a staring contest?
Nope, I'm done. I'm gonna go grab a drink. And she stands up
You want to arm wrestle?
and goes to the
You
bar.
want my drink?
Can
Nope.
I have your teeth?
She's gone. She has left your
Oh.
earshot.
Do we have a staring contest with each other?
You certainly could, if you wanted to.
Yeah, let's
I
go.
have a staring contest with Alabaster, but I lose very quickly.
Well, you have succeeded somehow in the staring contest with a little bit of help from your friends. What would you like to do?
Well, we've
Well-
tried the human blood.
We did try the human blood.
We tried the human blood, and we won a bag of gold.
Now,
I go to the bar and ask if they have any side quests.
Oh my!
Okay. Chat. Throw out some side quests. Give me some free side quests right now that would be in Humans Anonymous bar that they might be willing to tell to a group of skeletons. And we shall see if there are side quests.
That's
within
how dungeons work. You
within
go
Humans
get
Anonymous.
the side quest from the tavern.
I don't think
Yeah.
that's how a dungeon
Oh.
works. I think the
We don't-
dungeon is the quest, but
We gotta ask for rumors too.
No, when you're in the dungeon, you meet the NPCs who have the quest. Come on. Everyone knows
Right.
this.
He kind of looks at you and he says, "Oh, are you back for another round?"
Yeah, is this where we get side quests?
Side quests. Oh,
Right,
you
we're
mean
doing
going
the
around and asking
dungeon,
people
so
for
we
help?
need to...
That-
What was that?
Going around and asking people for help, that kind of thing?
Well, we're just doing the dungeon, so like we just I don't want to miss anything, it's my
I
first
see.
dungeon.
No, we do have rumors about a dungeon about, I don't know, half a day's travel south through the Patella Wastes, ruled by some deadly necromancer. So if you're interested in
Is
that
that
sort
where
of
we
thing,
came from?
yeah, that is
Yeah.
where you came from, yeah.
No. That's that's where we're from. This is the dungeon. This is the human dungeon. So give me your side quests.
He looks at you. His name is now canonically Dad. Thank you, chat.
Okay,
as
Dad.
Dad, Chad, and Dad.
yes, Dad, Chad, and Thad.
Right.
It's a very
And Grubbles.
interesting town.
Dad, Chad, Dad, and
Grubbles, yeah. He sort of cocks his head and he says, "I'm not sure what you've been smoking, but
What's smoking?
if you're
We don't have
looking
lungs.
for problems, I mean, I do have a rat infestation in the basement of me tavern.
Rats have teeth.
Rats do have teeth.
Yeah, I suppose they
Rats do have teeth.
We've also lost a cat recently.
Oh no.
So, if you want to use the cat to lure the rats, that's always something you could do.
Cats
Wait,
also have
that-
teeth.
That
Cat
when
also
you
has
lost
teeth.
the cat,
Yeah.
so we would need
And
to
that's why
find the
it's-
cat.
Yes.
Okay.
And they use the cat to get the rat's teeth.
Sorry, you're not asking because you want to eat the cat, right?
I did
No.
not say that.
Right.
Maro,
Oh.
is this like normal side quest stuff? Is this good? Are we doing good?
I'm not
humans
super
eat
familiar
cats?
with human dungeon side quests.
I'm
true.
sorry,
That's
do humans
okay.
eat cats?
No, we definitely do not eat cats unless we're really desperate.
We
Oh,
don't eat
rats.
friends. We only eat yeah.
Sometimes they ask politely, and then that's a different situation.
Look, that's all I got for you guys right now.
I see you, Nikki.
What are you doing?
Should we wait? What was the actual thing we're supposed to be doing?
That's a good question.
Right.
I don't think that's even on the
What
board
was-
anymore. I think
what
have to
was
we
work
could
on
ads?
we could actually do this side quest, or we could move on.
We could do the. What do we?
We
Like,
could
what did-
always.
You're
We can
searching
always-
for a dwarven artifact for Thad, he will trade you a
Right.
key card to get into the restricted area so you guys can find the boss's chamber. You want to defeat the boss of the human dungeon. You need the key card to get in there. And Thad said he would turncoat if you found his dwarven artifact in a nearby region.
Okay.
Right.
I think we can do the side quest after. Right?
Okay,
Yeah.
so we'll
Do whatever
we'll
you
solve
want.
your rat problem, but only after we do anything more interesting. Okay.
Sounds good to me.
What happened?
We're gonna kill the boss, but we have to make a few pit stops along the way.
Yay! I love pits.
So, in an interest of keeping things moving, you guys leave the tavern in high spirits after finishing your elven wine, which you've never drank before. And as you leave and decide to sort of move on from the town of Bonesborough, a name voted on by chat, you wave goodbye to Dad, and you leave the gates as the dwarf turncoat Thad has told you that the dwarven relic is in a nearby region. You think to yourselves as you come to another fork in the road, and there are two paths that you could walk. Either to Spine's Peak, a deadly, wintry, I'd say wonderland, but it's more like a death trap, or you could go to the fetid Femurous Bog, and for some reason you feel pulled in the direction of the Femurous Bog, as if the fates would allow for such an adventure to take place. So, you unanimously decide that it is the Femurous Bog where you will be headed. Does that sound good to all of you?
Yeah, it does.
Fuck.
Bog time.
Matt's here with Party
Bogs,
Kirby.
bogs, bogs.
Bog
Okay.
body, bog body, bog body.
Welcome to the Femurous Bog. As you continue traveling from the human dungeon, soon enough, a rank odor begins to fill your nostrils, nose cavities. The thicket around you slowly gives way to a sparse bracket as the ground, once solid beneath your skeletal toes, slowly molds into a more squishy mud. The Femurous Bog is one of the last deterrents for any errant hero trying to assault your dungeon, as the terrain alone is enough to make any never-ending story grind to a halt in the sinking muck. Clouds
Ayo.
hang thick in the air as a small trail of fog begins to roll off the ground around you. The atmosphere isn't pleasant, but it honestly isn't any worse than the dark, decrepit dungeon you've guarded your entire afterlives. So, to you, it feels a bit like home. Minutes of walking slowly turn into hours, as the ground continues to squelch beneath your feet. Unsure of the direction you're even walking in anymore, or even any landmarks in a bog as dense as this one, the four of you are about to get real creative with inventing the world's first cloudy sundial, when you spot something strange submerged in the muck, not 30 feet away from you. Upon immediate closer inspection, it appears as though an old wooden crate sits stuck in the dense muck under the roots of a gnarled, decaying maple tree. And there you go, chat. All right, guys.
Box.
Well, there you are.
Run to the box. We surround the box and stare in amazement. What could it be?
Holding hands in a circle
Yeah,
around the box.
dance as we slowly
Hey,
sink
Smash the
deeper.
box.
You guys immediately come up to the box. The bone type poll is going on in chat right now, which we will get to the next poll directly after that as well. Thank you, Ash, for taking care of that. So you guys all sort of observe the box as you get a little bit closer. It is indeed... Okay, good to know. It is indeed stuck in the muck quite heavily. It would take a bit of prying or fine handiwork to actually pull it out of the bog. It's old. The wood on this crate looks like it's covered in moss and vines and is rather quite dense. A third Dragon's Horde. Thank you, Matrix. Okay. Well, you guys have 3 Dragon's Horde active, but it is almost wrapped intricately underneath the roots of this decaying maple tree. As you all get a little bit of a closer look, the tree is very subsequently dead. The box itself is old and rickety. What would you like to do? And we will
I
roll that
would
next
like
poll, Ash, whenever
to-
you're ready.
Bonk. Yeah, I would like to like use my scimitar to basically like cut the roots that are holding it so we can get the box.
Yeah, you immediately take your scimitar and you just start slashing at the roots of the decaying tree. No roll needed for this or anything. It's an old tree. And as you take it, you sort of through the roots. Sure enough, you cut away all of the roots that are sort of tying the box in place. Now the only obstacle is the fact that it is submerged in this semi-solid muck.
Well, it's a good thing that there's 4 of us for each of these 4 sides of the box. Can we all just
That's true.
grab it and lift with our knees?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
another important poll in chat. You're all gonna grab it and lift with your knees. Okay, for this,
Yeah.
I'm gonna need a group roll, and we'll average it out. All of you roll a strength/lifting check. Cho rolls a 7. Mero rolls a 2.
Oh no.
Gormf rolls a 5, and
Okay,
Ooze rolls a
interesting.
3. Which is just about just above a 4, between a 4 and a 5. I guess it's
Did
closer
anyone
to
have luck?
closer to 5. Yes. Actually, no. I think we're all out of luck, actually, because you were the last one to use the luck.
Oh yeah, because we used it for the
Oh,
staring
no.
contest.
We're all out of luck.
Right.
Do I get a bonus for my monster arm?
Oh, so
No.
true.
No, you do not get a bonus.
Oh,
Oh,
for
because
your
we're
monster
using our
arm.
knees.
You're lifting with your
Oh.
knees.
Of course.
Of course.
For some reason.
Oh,
Why did we
so
use our
true.
knees?
Because you'll
Yeah,
hurt
I'll
your
lift with your
back
back.
if you lift with your back.
But we don't have muscles.
In the case of a
bone
tie there, Ash, you can choose. I saw what happened with the poll there. You can choose the result. I trust my
Can
mod.
I try to bonk the box to shatter it so we can get whatever inside without having to pull it out?
Guys, I didn't even say yet. A
You
4.5/5
said
is enough. You pass
Oh.
regardless.
Oh.
I wasn't
didn't
even
think it
finished.
would
You guys
be.
were like, "Oh, we failed," but you know this
We-
this was an easy challenge set to a 3 or higher, which you guys passed.
Oh.
Excellent.
Oh.
So
We're
you
like,
all
well,
sort
we
of reach
messed
down,
that up.
and with a sickening, it just sort of floop, bloop, pops out of the muck.
Did we just
and it kind of
accidentally like throw it up by
Oh.
accident because we lifted with so much weight?
Oh yeah, it just spirals into the air, and you all kind of look up. Does anyone want to catch it, or you're just gonna let it fall to the ground?
I think we all collect hands like we're
I
doing some
try to catch
cheerleading
it.
stuff.
Oh, like
We all just put out our
cheerleaders.
hand. Yeah, we just grab each other's arms and
Yeah.
we create like a big net.
Okay.
Yeah.
It
You-
just
I
knocks
think
off
that's
all of
true.
our arms at the
I
weight.
think that's
It's like
what we...
it's mostly Choboni's arm, but then the rest of us are like really trying.
Yes. You all sort of interlock, and it's mostly Chobani's giant sandy gator arm attached to his skeletal body that reaches up like a
Kinda like-
pedestal.
Prove it.
And sure enough, the crate comes down as you all sort of catch it, clutched in Choboni's sandy gator arm, as you all like uninterlock your bones, which is fantastic. So there you go. You now have successfully garnered the crate down onto the ground safely as well. Good job, team. What would you like to do?
Open the box.
Bust that sucker open.
Okay.
Does it
Well,
have like a latch, or do we have to bust it?
No, luckily this time it is just a straight wooden latch on the box. It is a little crusted. It'll take some force, but no lock or anything like that. However, as you go to open it, you start to hear something thudding in the bog around
Is
you.
it a mimic?
And it's hard to make out through all the dense fog, but you think as you all peer to the
Tentacle comes
east that there's a shadow that begins to loom ever closer. And you hear a fa-doom, fa-doom, doom in the ground around you
From
guys.
inside the box.
It's maybe
Is it?
it's not coming from inside the box as you put it up to your ear. But eventually this shadow emerges from the fog, and it stands a towering 9 feet tall. As it steps forward, you see the visage of a creature that you actually recognize for once. This is a bog.
Scary.
No,
Oh.
this is a bog troll. Its green, fleshy skin almost reflective of the fog around it, as it's wearing just a simple burlap loincloth, a disgusting nose over a gnarled face, as it just kind of comes up wielding a large club over its back. And it steps forward into the muck. And he kind of looks down as he kind of growls a little bit as all of you. And before you can do or say anything as you're holding the box, he opens his mouth to speak. And he says, "Hey, guys, what are you doing with my box?"
Oh, the zero box. Do we recognize him, or you
No.
meant like we recognize the kind
You
of
recognize
creature
that he
this
is a troll. You know what trolls are. You've seen them in the dungeon before, but he's not a
okay,
familiar
got it.
troll.
And so it's not Fred. Damn it.
No.
Do you know Fred? He works
Yeah,
with
Fred.
us, like our coworker.
I
Yeah,
can't
and-
say.
and-
I just assumed that was Fred because I'd never actually met him before.
Nah, man, I
was
don't.
hoping to.
I don't think I know a Fred. But wait, don't change the subject, homies. Why do you have my box?
Oh.
Actually, we thought Fred might be in here.
Yeah.
We're looking
We're
for
looking
Fred.
We're
Yeah.
looking for Fred.
Oh, chill.
We
Yeah,
miss
that makes a
Fred.
lot of sense. Look, guys, I kind of need that back. I just remembered that I buried it under that old smoking tree. So can I like take that back from you guys?
Oh yeah, what's in this box actually?
Oh, just like a whole ton of.
He thinks for a second.
Poop.
You put a ton of
Insight
poop in this
check.
box.
Insight check.
You can roll an insight check if you want.
Wait, really?
You have to beat a 2. Yes.
Okay.
Could one of us maybe roll a check about just like our knowledge of trolls, since we actually do know stuff about them potentially?
That's
Do any
Like
of you
what they
have
might be collecting in a
knowledge?
box?
Do any of you have a skill related to knowledge of monsters?
I think
Skeletons
I
are
guess
monsters.
not. Marrow
But not
will
Skeletons
be able
are
to do
monsters.
skeleton culture, right?
Yeah, but-
That's
yeah,
your
but-
thing?
Skeletons are monsters.
Yeah, but it doesn't count.
Okay, it doesn't count.
Marrow,
I went
Um,
to
just
school and I learned.
on an insight check, Marrow, he's clearly bullshitting you, as he's talking about this box. He even went so far as to, like, roll his eyes up and think for a second before, like, determining what was in this important box of his. And, like, even on a quick rattle of the box, it sounds like there's a lot of stuff that is not poop inside the box.
Interesting. Do you
Can
have
we open
a
it
good
together?
cushion here?
The good
What,
cuts.
man? Who told you that? What are you talking about? No, I don't have any of that in there, but why, are you guys cops?
What's a cup?
Do you want more?
What's a cop?
Well, you know,
I've
there's.
never heard that word in my life.
Oh, never mind then, guys. You don't have to worry about it. Look, I don't
Is it
want to
like a
have to like.
warden?
I don't want to like bash your faces in. So can I have the box?
Can we open it together, like friendship? Because we're friends now.
Oh man, the last time that happened, though, someone stole my poop.
I promise. I pinky promise we're not gonna steal your poop.
That's
Yeah,
not what I'm worried
Like
about,
seriously,
man.
like I honestly don't even like poop. It's not my favorite thing in the world.
I only.
But I
care
am
about
really
you.
curious
And
to
we
like
definitely
see in the box.
Yeah, and we definitely believe
I'm
you
like
that it's
really
poop.
fixated on it now.
You're definitely telling the
Mhm.
truth, so we trust you, and we can
Yeah.
all open it together because we trust each other and we're friends.
Oh man, now I feel like poop. No, I don't. I mean, I don't really trust you guys, man. But
Why not?
yeah. Well,
I mean,
look,
we've been really honest with you so far. So I mean, I gotta be honest, man. That kind of hurts.
it's kind of hard to tell right now. I mean, I feel like anyone could take advantage of my mind in this situation. But
What
look, you know,
situation?
you guys, you seem pretty cool, right? So
Yeah.
look, we got off on the wrong foot.
We're
My name's
very cool.
Conrad. All right.
Conrad.
Yeah.
Okay, nice to meet
Hi,
you, comrade. I'm
Conrad.
Gormf, and I like reach my hand way up to shake his hand.
He sort of reaches down and he shakes your hand back.
Like, okay, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Hi,
Nice to meet you guys.
Conrad.
Well, look, if you promise not to take anything out of this box, then yeah, I mean, we can open it together. I mean, what's a couple more friends? Haha.
So true.
We're just a very curious.
That's a really
bunch.
good point. Okay, let's open the box now.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Go to open the box.
Okay. Well, with 3 dragon hordes,
Oh my god.
oh boy, chat, thank you for redeeming all the dragon hordes. So now, in Conrad's box of wonder,
about to
as you
steal
sort
all of his
of crack
bones.
open the latch and Conrad sort of holds the box, there is a bag of golden gems. There is a metal pelvis guard for a pelvis piece of armor that is made of metal.
Ooh.
Just
There-
a cup, a metal cup.
There is also what appears to be a detective's bonnet. You know, like Sherlock Holmes wears in there.
Bonnet.
Um,
A
hats.
deer stalker?
You know, whatever.
I want that so
Kinda.
bad.
There also appears to be a torch that is currently on fire, within the crate.
In a wooden box.
It was in the muck too.
And there is a small purple vial of liquid,
How long has it been there?
I drink
Wait,
the
wait, wait.
liquid.
Is the vial a flask of chaos? Because I have a flask.
It does not look like a flask of chaos.
Okay.
In addition, there's a really small baggie of what looks like grass as well.
Oh gosh.
That's the good kush.
That's everything that is inside
This is a
Conrad's
dollar
box
bug.
of
How
mystery.
good could it be?
Okay, so
Thank you,
Conrad,
Chad.
we need to like talk about vocabulary real quick, because none of this is poop.
Well, man, I don't want you taking anything, and I mean, I figure like most people don't want poop unless you're like a dung beetle or something.
Oh
so-
man, did you lie to us, man?
I
You
mean,
lied
we were
to us?
friends.
I
I
did a
thought we
little
were
bit,
friends.
man. I'm
I was
sorry.
giving you the benefit of the doubt,
Look,
man.
though,
We
dudes.
have to take these now.
It was either lie to you or like crack all your skulls against each other, and I didn't want to do that after just meeting
Yeah.
you, you know?
You
Yep.
didn't have to do either of those things. Who said
I
you
could've
had
just
to
told
do
us what's in
either
the
of
box.
those things. You could have been
Also-
honest. You could have been friendly.
No,
I have a
What
dude.
about
serious
your
question.
background makes it so difficult to trust people?
That's just. Man, you're really coming at me from an angle that I can't think of right now, and it's kind of making me hungry. I'm gonna be honest.
Then go eat.
Yeah, I
Uh,
mean, I've never
Doc-
tried bone before, but it would be a good time to try.
I gotta be honest. I had bone recently.
It's not
cheated.
that great. I
It's
promise
not.
you.
It's not great, honestly. It's weird.
Um,
They're
Rainy.
too crunchy.
What do you
I
They're
guys?
too crunchy.
A
What
real
would you guys
serious
like
question
to-
for you.
Okay, yeah.
How long has that torch been on fire?
He sort of looks down and he looks back up at you. Oh, you mean my magic torch? Oh, dude, forever.
Oh my god, it just stays on fire forever.
Yeah, that's why it's
And it
blue,
doesn't-
man.
And it doesn't light up that grass that's right next to it, or
No,
the wooden
man.
box it's in.
No, that would be counterproductive to putting them in the
Or the
same
kush.
crate, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think like, how would you light that grass if not with a torch? Right? That's like where my head's at.
Why are you
Can we
lighting
smoke
my
some grass with him?
Why are you lighting my bag grass, dude?
No, I'm not lighting your bad grass. I just figured like it's in there, so I figured you would want to do that. And I'm just confused about how
What?
the process works.
This?
He kind of reaches down and he pulls out the little bag of herbs.
And he says, "Dude, you don't light these up. You eat these."
Oh,
What
Can
do
you
they
show
taste
us?
like?
yeah, tell us.
Well, they're kind of like if you imagined what like green would taste like that.
Mm.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah, got
I
that.
understand completely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense to me in every way, and I have no further questions.
Good. Well, all right, guys. I'm gonna need to take my crate and leave now.
Can we just? Yeah. We just. Can we empty out the crate and then give him the crate back?
Oh yeah, yeah.
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 Here's your crate, bud.
You can try.
Can I try to like block his view of that happening? Just like fucking stand in the way and like talk to him about random shit.
You can't
Roll-
see through me.
Roll a distraction or obstruction check, Gormf.
Okay.
What's
Who's
good
is
thing?
going
Hello.
to-
That's pretty good.
Oh my
That's
god.
good.
That's
What
not
is that?
bad.
An 8?
That is an
Oh my
8.
God.
Okay. Gormf, you had to beat a 6. So, you watch as Conrad, the happy troll, is sort of sitting there as Gormf, you kind of like, what do you say to him as the rest of your party starts emptying out the crate?
Okay, so hear me out. Have you ever had elven blood? It's different. I
dude.
know.
No, I
It's-
have. No, I
You
totally have. Like a couple weeks ago, there was this like elven chick that walked through here. Oh, I cooked her up so good. Oh, she tasted
Okay,
great.
so this other thing tastes exactly like it. The humans keep it in bottles, and they say it's not blood, but it totally
What?
is.
Dude, why wouldn't they share it with the rest of us?
You know, in the taverns where all the humans like go to get their quest to come kill us all, and you know we then kill them because there's like only like 1% of adventurers actually survive dungeons.
Man,
you know,
what
in
is
those
even a
places,
human?
They
you know?
they have bottles of elf blood. They just have them.
Wild.
They trade them for like these like shiny rocks, but like only really specific rocks. I'm still not really sure like how that works.
Sure enough,
They did not accept my teeth.
the rest of the three of you, are you emptying everything from this crate?
Yes.
Gold call this.
Who's is fully putting that
No,
hat
leave the
on their
push.
head.
Leave
Yeah,
the kush.
yeah.
You're leaving his bag of herbs?
Can we take half the kush?
Oh
No.
my gosh.
No, leave his bag.
Guys, I'm not sure that taking the torch that's on fire is a good idea because it lights
Leave-
up. You'll see it.
Leave torch, leave kush. Take gems, pelvis,
Ooze
purple
is fully
liquid.
putting that hat on their head.
Okay. Ooze puts the detective cap on.
Oh no.
Which one of you
He's
is
gonna try to kill
taking
us.
the vial of purple liquid?
Can I just drink it?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, if you want.
And just like I'm stuffing, I have my big
Yeah.
arm and I'm stuffing stuff out, and then I grab the little purple vial, I pop it, and I drink it as I'm like.
Can I
stuffing
like
stuff.
hold my hands under it to collect it as it goes through?
Well, actually,
The
this
vial
liquid
cuts
does
and you
not.
collect it.
This does not go through your ribcage.
Okay.
As you do drink it, it is absorbed into your bones. It was a potion of spook. You gain +1 to your spooky meter.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh.
Choboni's
Up, ready to go.
spooky.
Got
Um,
free spook now?
Yeah, you take the bag of golden
We got one
gems.
spook.
Ooze puts on the hat, and you're leaving the torch.
Leaving the torch.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, it just seems so obvious to have the one source of light from the box.
Yeah.
And you're
Wait,
taking the
I
metal.
have a question.
Who wants the metal pelvis gear?
I'll take it if no one else wants it. I have like a bunch of other armor, so strictly speaking, it might be better served on someone else.
Well, so
Yeah.
if we armor you up, then you just can't die, and then it doesn't
Yeah.
matter if
With me?
everyone else dies.
I have
Sure.
a very important
mean-
question, actually.
Yep.
So the detective's cap says that it takes up the head armor slot.
Yep.
I already have head armor.
Yeah,
Oh,
you can't. You
okay.
can't wear both.
Oh.
Yeah.
I really want the hat.
Well, you can
I
do whatever you want.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, we could switch around like who has what armor and stuff if you want the hat instead of the.
I
head
really
armor.
want the hat. So
I mean, if we're
yeah.
just like piling armor on me, I'll go with it.
yeah, you can have
Question,
my metal head armor. It's a +2. You can have that.
Love it.
You want my
I-
leather left armor too?
Okay, so is this a plan? I'm taking the pelvis and Ooze's old head armor.
Yes.
Yes.
So you get a +2 to your head now,
Oh my
and
god,
I'm
this
down
is.
to a +1 to my head. But
There you
it's okay because I get a hat.
You do get a hat, a detective's hat.
And also +2 to the pelvis, right?
Yes, if you're putting on the pelvis guard, you get +2 hitboxes to your pelvis. So, with all of that sorted, leaving the torch and his bag of herbs, you guys are done. Yes? All done.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
you,
we put the like cover of the box
Yep.
back on, so it looks like
you
it's,
recover
it's-
the crate, you hand it to him, he says, "Oh, thanks, guys. I really appreciate that, you know? You know, if
No
you ever
worries,
need
it's
a
like
if
you
you ever
need
need a
another-
contact in the Femurus bog, you know, you look up Conrad, all right? I got your back."
Okay, thanks, Conrad.
You're super nice.
Yeah, all right, guys. Thanks for not taking advantage of me. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
No
Yeah.
problem. We'll
I
tell
feel a little
Fred.
guilty now,
that-
actually.
There you go.
Fine.
He leaves you alone. You have left Conrad behind. You continue
Oh, we
your
should have invited him to come with us.
Maybe when we defeat the boss, we can like summon.
you
Oh
can-
yeah, I think that's
And
how it
then
works.
we'll
You
see that the
meet
humans
characters
took
and
his
then
stuff.
later you can summon them through a nondescript sign
This
not
isn't
associated
Fire
with any
Emblem.
particular property.
Yeah,
no.
okay.
And then we say that the humans took his stash, and we found that out when we were pursuing them, and we found them, which is why his box is empty, and why we're all trying to kill the human, and why he should
Yeah.
help us.
I have genuinely so much armor on right now.
Just
I
make
Well-
the heck out of him.
We're going to keep moving, guys.
Okay,
Um,
okay. So.
As you are done with armor chat, and you walk away from the crates, you continue your foray into the bog, of course realizing you don't know exactly what you're looking for. Thad only told you that there was a dwarven artifact hidden in a nearby region. You're banking on the fact that it is going to be in the Femurus bog, and as you sort of begin to like dig around and sort of make your way through the bog, you think you might be able to see something man-made in the distance, but as you guys continue to walk towards it, a sudden realization dawns upon you. And as you look down, it appears that your skeletal feet up to your legs have sunk into the quick muck that has surrounded all of you. As you continue to trudge forward, all of a sudden you all look down and you are stuck within the muck. You kind of twist yourselves, and it's no use. All of the muck has gotten you completely stuck in the bog.
Oh no.
Guys, I think we found the trap room.
Oh,
I
the
think we
trap-
found
God
the
damn
trap
it.
room. I hate the trap room.
What would you like to do?
Can Cho pull anyone out with the Giga Arm?
You are close enough to Marrow if you wish to try.
I'm gonna try and grab Marrow and just plop him right out.
All right, you have to roll a 5 or higher for a pulling or strength check. Ooh.
Oh no.
You,
No.
you reach for the Giga Arm, which does have enough reach, and you grab onto Marrow, and as you hoist, you actually snap Marrow's pelvis off her legs. So as you, there's a pop! As Marrow, you do fly out of the muck, but both of your skeletal legs are now completely submerged in the muck, as you just kind of fall back onto your back with arms and a pelvis.
I meant to do that.
Can very carefully extract the legs from the holes.
You can
like,
try.
like
The
escargot.
suction muck is already starting to close around them.
Well, I'll do it. I'll do it fast then.
Yeah, go ahead and why don't
I'll
you
swim over fast and grab them.
give
and
me
throw them away.
I'll simply do it quickly.
roll a d10 for digging.
For digging.
Yeah.
Fortune
Oh.
dig.
Ouch.
Marrow tries to claw at the muck and is able to sort of squelch some of the mud away, but it just sort of like a suction kind of closes around the sort of viscera of your bones, and they are lost to the bog of time.
Can
and
I reach like the solid parts of land, or like we're like really in the middle of this?
You're really in the middle of this.
Okay, could I reach the solid parts of land if I take off one of my arms and like extend it?
Yeah, just about.
Okay, I want to try to do that and like use the part that was part of a joint to like wedge it into the ground and like drag myself towards land.
Like an oar. Okay, I
Yes,
see.
it's like an oar.
Give me a dragging check.
Okay.
There's
There's a lot of skills in this
Got
game,
him.
and
Oh my
none of them are
gosh.
skills I have.
You sure enough,
Gorf
like
is doing great.
Yeah.
like an oar,
Is
Gorm
doing great.
detaches his second arm, brings it to his first, and slowly drags himself quickstand style through the muck until Gormf is getting close to solid ground. As this is happening, you start to hear the flapping of wings around you. And as you begin to look up into the sky, you can see that a swarm of mosquito vultures have noticed what's going on in the muck with all this movement, and they start to swarm above you guys.
Well, they don't want
What are-
us because
What are those? Are
we
those
don't have blood.
Are those magic books?
Yeah.
which will take us to the next scene.
I don't think those are books, Gorb.
Oh, okay. Oh my god. Like, this scene is so cool.
Yeah, don't worry too much. Don't worry about the troll. He's not actually there.
Okay.
If you guys go to
Cool.
the tactical map, this is what we're looking for.
Oh, great.
Got it.
Yep.
Can I reach out
yes.
my arm to the vulture? What do you say? Mosquito vultures?
Mosquito vulture. Yep.
And then I try to befriend them, and so they could just lift me out, like I'm all
I'm
magical.
loving the music here.
So
I
chat,
love Bone Trestle.
we're gonna try something new for combat. There will be a couple of chances for you guys to decide what the monsters do now. Okay. So there will be a poll up pretty soon from our mod, which will allow you to dictate at least the very first move that some of the monsters pick. If that's something you guys enjoy, you'll be able to control a lot of the monsters' actions. So that should be coming up in just a second. But Cho, what would you like to do first?
I'm going to reach up to the mosquito vultures,
Yep.
and do some like Mary Poppins shit, and just like try to befriend them so that they lift me up. Can I
Okay,
befriend them?
sure.
Or are they just absolute baddies?
So you reach your arm up, and sure enough, one of the mosquito vultures does come down, and sort of like
My friend.
flaps down, and as it looks down at your extended sandy gator arm or
Mega.
bone arm, which one?
It's my mega arm. the sandy
Okay.
arm.
Okay, in that case,
The one that is flesh.
okay.
Oh.
Oh boy.
The mosquito vulture sees the sandy gator arm, wraps its talons around it, and begins to flap as hard as it can, and just
Yes. Pull me.
And sure enough, as it does, with a sickening your arm pops off. As you just and you watch as this mosquito vulture is now carrying your Sandy Gator arm through the sky and just
That's
has
mine.
it in its
That's mine.
its talons.
Can I throw Choboni at the mosquito with the arm so he can maybe get it back?
Are we still stuck in the bog?
Yeah,
I'm
you're
not.
still stuck. Well,
Oh,
Marrow
no.
can wander around with their torso. And
I still have arms though.
yeah, of course, yeah. Gormf is doing their best to get out, but Cho, that is your action. What would the rest of you like to do?
Well, I guess I'm still trying to get out. Do I still have to? Can I like resolve that this?
You can
turn?
either decide to try and defend, attack, or continue making this action to try and get out of the bog. It is your call.
Okay, so I have a book that I got last time.
You did.
And my question before I do anything is how far, like distance, how far away are these vultures?
They are 15 feet above you guys right now.
Cool. I would like to. Yeah, let me make sure I understand how this works.
No worries.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I'm going to take out this book.
Yep.
And turn it to and it's just pictures in the book.
Yep.
I'm gonna turn it to a picture of a wintry landscape and
Okay.
press a bony hand into the picture.
Okay. Can you read to the class what that will do?
I will read it, so I feel a chill run down my spine as frost covers the page. All water within a 60-foot radius is immediately frozen solid. And now I'm going to roll a d10, and we'll see what happens.
Does that include the water that's inside living things?
Nope.
That's a
Nope, that is not. That is surface area water.
okay. I will roll the d10. No! Oh, I needed a 7 or higher.
You did need a 7 or higher. That is
Oh,
unfortunate.
that's so unfortunate.
You do feel though as the fog around you turns crystalline. Within the sort of the 60 meters around you, as this once sort of like vaporous fog all of a sudden turns to like sleet, as it's just kind of like pelting around the area right now, which does seem to aggravate the mosquito vultures quite substantially, as they're trying to like flap through this dense moisture that has been frozen into crystals in the sky. Unfortunately, you do not pull off the actual magical testament of that.
The follow-up question is what happens to the muck, if anything?
Interesting. You should ask that. We'll find out later. Okay. So that is Gormf and Cho. What about the rest of you?
Ooze is going to try to pull their tiny little body out of the muck.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me. You need a 5 or higher.
Just a straight roll.
That is Papyrus's name. Thank you, Kiwi. I mean, it can be to
Yeah.
pulling or strength if you have anything.
I don't, but I got a 7.
Okay. Ooze, with your smaller stature, is actually able to completely pull yourself out of the muck, feet and all, as you pop up. You have to stay where you are. That is your action, but that is your turn. Marrow. That leaves you.
So what happened to the muck?
So, the surface layer of the muck feels a bit slippery, but honestly, not too much. Not too much has changed.
Right, it's mostly dirt.
Yeah.
That book did
And-
disintegrate after I used it, by the way.
Yes, that was a one-time.
Gormf is now.
Oh, no.
Gormf is horrified.
Yeah,
That's
bye
so
book.
sad.
Gorp next turn from distraught.
Gormf sinks out of sorrow.
Very carefully and gingerly, with a lot of love, can I yeet Choboni at the mosquito?
Choboni is still stuck in the muck.
What? I thought you got out.
Nope.
No,
No one is out
I got
except
out.
Ooze. Ooze is out.
Trying to get you out.
I am out.
Ooze is
Can
out.
I throw Ooze very lovingly and gingerly into the mosquito with the arm?
Oh boy. You can certainly try. For a skill check of that caliber, you are going to need a 7 or higher. You can add throwing, precision, or strength to this if you have any of those skills. There you go.
I have skeleton lore.
There you go.
Can I use my skeleton lore, my skeleton knowledge, to know the exact like?
No. No, you can't. No. No.
Through the
answer to this
air.
couldn't possibly be yes.
I think I should, because I'm very good with bones. I would know how aerodynamic I am.
And I'm letting you even throw her, so just go for it.
I would be allowed to throw.
I mean, a 7 is exactly what you needed. As Marrow
Oh my god, yes.
reaches to Ooze. Ooze, come here. So close, Kiwi, so close. Who would you like that lucky to transition to now? You watch as Marrow grabs onto Ooze, and Ooze is like, what's happening? And sure enough, Marrow just sort of eyeballs it and pew, through the air throws a flying Ooze. What? Who just kind of sails through and strikes the Mosquito Vulture with a Sandy Gator arm, who kind of falls back. Doesn't take any damage, but the Sandy Gator arm falls back into the muck with a plop. And Ooze also cannonballs behind, so I will move. Ooze, you have been thrown, and you are now back here.
Yay!
There we go. Okay. Marrow, excellent. Excellent job. All right, Ooze, you have lucky. Keep that in mind now. Thanks to Kiwi.
Yay!
All right,
Dude,
team.
I love you.
So that is all of you. Chat has voted for the first action of these individuals. This Mosquito Vulture is actually going to fly down to Marrow and is going to attempt to pull a body part off of Marrow, which we will see which body part they will pull. And let's go ahead and roll a d10, which is a 4.
Right.
Does anyone have the PDF open right now?
It's a right arm.
It's the right arm. All right, Marrow. The Mosquito Vulture comes down, grabs onto your right arm, and shunk, yanks it off. No damage, luckily, but it is disconnected and now starts flying away with your right arm as well. Thank you to chat for doing that. Okay. The second Mosquito Vulture is going to fly down to an escaping Gormf who tried to use the book, and is actually going to scratch at you, Gormf, with all of its might. So that all attacks do hit you guys. That's how the game works. So Gormf, this is going to hit you. Where is 7?
Yes.
7 is the torso.
Okay, sure enough,
Was
it
there 3 of
strikes at your torso, dealing 1 damage to your torso, so you mark off a hitbox for that torso. And, because you have been hit, it does disconnect from...
Oh no. So, when you have armor, it still disconnects, right?
Yes, it still disconnects whenever
Okay.
you are hit.
So,
The important connection is it disconnects from your pelvis. So your arms and skull are still attached to your torso, but it disconnects from your pelvis as it is hit.
okay, got it. I wasn't sure if it, like, fully disconnects my entire body. Okay.
Matrix has redeemed Magic Seal. Cho, you can no longer reattach your limbs for the next 5 minutes, I believe it is.
Oh no.
Oh no.
So,
Okay.
thank you to Matrix. Let me just... It's 10 minutes, actually. 10 minutes, So, that is that one done. And that is all of the Mosquito Vulture's turns. So, back to you guys in any order. Can you see them all?
yes.
Okay.
Okay, so there's 3 of them.
Yeah, there's 3 of them.
Okay.
You guys can go
Oh,
in any order you want.
I guess, can I try and reach Marrow's pelvis with the legs attached and throw it over to him?
Yes. Yeah, you want to... Well, Marrow doesn't have legs anymore. Are you talking about Choboni? Not Choboni. Gormf? Sorry, your names.
Well, Marrow, didn't you lose your legs in the... Can I grab Marrow's legs that were next to me?
Marrow's legs are gone in the muck. They're completely gone.
Oh, they're gone.
Yes, they, like quicksand, they've been absorbed.
How much have I lost? Because
Uh,
I've been in it the whole time.
Well, you're still in the muck. You haven't
Right.
tried to pull yourself out yet. You only used the arm. You lost your arm, but that's it.
Can I reach my big arm?
It's close enough. Yeah, you can. But
Can
you
I
can't.
use it
You
to-
can't.
Can I use it with my other arm to like claw myself out since I can't reattach it?
Sure. Sure. Go ahead and again, you got to roll a 5 or higher.
Oh, that's right.
Wait,
Wow.
so...
Good job.
Oh.
Cho, without being able to reattach, Cho grabs the Sandy Gator arm that was being used before. Also, Pluck has one again. Thank you, chat. You reach down, you use the Sandy Gator arm, and you start clawing yourself out the same way that Gormf did. And after your whole turn, boom, all of you pop above the muck. That is your whole turn, though. Okay.
Ooh, thank you.
Ooze, Marrow, or Gormf, what are we doing?
So all of the mosquito vultures are in the air.
Yes. Yep.
Ooze cannot reach a single one of them. Because
Okay.
Of that.
What are you gonna do?
I think I need to get out of the muck still, right?
Well, technically you're detached. Your pelvis and feet are in the mud, but your torso and arms are out of the mud.
Oh, okay. Oh, but I can't reach the vultures, can I?
Unless you throw something or have another ability to do so.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, can I just like pick up a rock and throw it?
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely. You can reach for the nearest rock and you just kind of like, as a torso, just kind of wind up and throw it towards the nearest mosquito vulture. Absolutely. You can roll a d10 to see where you hit on the mosquito vulture. 8.
There's an 8.
Where is that on the body list?
Left arm.
Left arm. Okay. You managed to hit it in the left wing. Unfortunately, improvised and especially projectile-type weapons like this will only do a d2 of damage. So see how much damage you do here. Go ahead and roll a d2.
Okay. This is not the unarmed attack, it's just a D2.
Yep, just a d2.
I think.
You can do exclamation mark roll if you need to.
Okay, yeah. Or is it? It's a slash, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
There it is.
Okay,
It's a
so
1.
you don't beat the toughness of 3, because that would have been impossible. But it is reduced in toughness now, per usual. So it goes down from a 3 to a 2. Okay?
Actually, so for Ooze, can they move to like right here and throw their scimitar at that mosquito vulture right there? Just chuck their scimitar.
Yes, that one right between you and Cho. Yes, if you want to do that, you absolutely can.
Yeah. Okay.
A 5. So where is that on the body scale?
5 is
Right arm.
the right arm.
Okay. Once again, you hit the right wing of this individual and go ahead and roll a d2. It's your scimitar. You are throwing it. What's the normal attack of a scimitar? What's the
It's a
base?
D6 normally.
It's a d6. You're not using it as efficiently. However, it's not as bad as a rock. So I'd say go ahead and roll a d4.
Awesome.
A 1.
Oh.
Well, you do take 1 health off of it. Let me just go to you, and its toughness is now reduced by 1. There we go. Okay.
It's mine. I lock eyes with the one vulture that is not being engaged. I don't know which one that is.
That's, the far left one. The one that's closest to you, actually.
I lock eyes with it,
Okay.
and I make a scary face.
You make a scary face. You're attempting to scare the mosquito vulture away.
Yeah.
Okay, Kiwi has redeemed Smite. Kiwi, thank you very much. Helping in chat there.
Smite.
That's
Love
pretty
a good
good.
smite.
Unless it's used against us.
Go ahead and roll a fear check, Marrow. Because this is a monster with not a lot of intelligence, you are going to need to roll a 5 or higher to be able to scare this.
Question.
Yes.
I have a dice roll for my scary face action.
Yes, that
Is that-
requires spook points to use. Do you have spook points to use it?
It didn't say that I had to use spook points.
Oh, it should say it in the action list.
Yeah.
It needs 2 spook.
Yep.
Oh, well, never mind.
Okay. I didn't know if you wanted to try and scare it or use Scary Face, because Scary Face is a good call. But yeah, you need spook points to do it. What else, Marrow?
I'll throw a rock.
Okay, go ahead, Marrow. Go for it.
I'll throw a rock,
A
I
bunch of
guess.
skeletons chucking rocks at
Rock.
freaking mosquito vultures.
8. Where is 8?
Left arm.
Left
None of
arm.
us
All right,
rolled a
left
bow.
wing, Marrow. Go ahead and roll a d2.
Like
Is it
honestly, the wing is a good spot to hit these things.
The wing is a great
Oh,
spot
yeah.
to hit. Also a 1.
God. Oh, so close.
Good job, guys. Good job. Okay, so this is -1 on the toughness there. And that is all of you have had a go, yes?
I believe so.
Gormf, what did you do this turn? Oh, you threw a rock as well.
I threw a rock.
Okay. In that case, you guys also witness as from beyond the veil, from the mysterious dimension known as Chat, a lightning bolt strikes out of the sky, striking the mosquito vulture between Ooze and Cho, dealing 1 toughness worth of damage. Thank you very much,
What?
Chat.
It's down
All right.
to 1, right?
God, is that you?
Yes, that's down to 1. Yeah, it is God. Also, a dragon's horde. Thank you very much. So you watch as the mosquito vultures come down for another action, and sure enough, there is another pluck that has been voted on by Chat. Ooze, this time, that mosquito vulture that was just struck by lightning is going to come down and attempt to pluck a body part off of you. So
Oh,
we will
no.
go ahead and see which body part they pluck. That is a 6. What is that for you?
Chest.
It
the
just
torso.
grabs entire chest, arms, and head.
Sure enough, the mosquito vulture comes down and wrenches your torso off, which, funnily enough, contains
Does
your
that do
skull
damage?
and arms. It doesn't do any damage.
Okay.
It rips it off of your pelvis and feet, and now you all watch as Ooze, the goblin skeleton, arm, skull, and torso is lifted up into the air by this mosquito vulture, and Ooze is just kind of flailing around up there at this point.
Well, now you can make melee attacks.
You
That's
could.
true.
Right.
That's so
They did
true.
throw their scimitar, so, you know.
Oh, never mind. You can just punch
But-
it.
Right.
Yeah, but its
True.
toughness is currently at a 1. I
That's
can
them
effectively punch
The
it.
second one is going to attack Choboni, so we'll see where it hits.
Better take my head.
So that is.
Oh,
this
that's
isn't
cool.
a pluck.
That's
Oh,
rough.
that is a
I
head.
shouldn't have opened my mouth.
Oh no. Okay, this is real bad. That is 1 damage to your head.
All right.
Choboni, no.
How much?
I'll take 2 head damage. I'm on my last one.
Oh, Cho! All right, chat. I hope you voted in that prediction there. Okay, and the third one is going to fly down towards Marrow, and also make a swing attack at Marrow. And let's see a D10 there. Marrow, that is a 4 for you, which is your right arm, which has already been thrown off, correct?
Yeah, so it's not there.
So it's nothing. You get a free miss. They come down and
Ah.
swipe where that socket was, and there's just nothing there. Okay, back to the team. You 4, what are you doing?
Ooze is absolutely punching this thing that has.
You want to do that first? You absolutely can if
Yeah.
you want.
Yeah.
Roll a d10 to see where on this creature you hit. Right in the head. Good job, Ooze. And go ahead and roll your... If it's an unarmed attack, it's a d3. You kill it. You watch as Ooze has been taken up into the sky, and Ooze is just flailing around, and you hear a thunk as Ooze's fist collides with the mosquito vulture, and you watch the mosquito vulture unconscious spiral to the ground. As Ooze, you fall to the ground. Now your pelvis is a couple feet away from you.
Ooze is doing the R2D2 scream on the way down.
Exactly, yeah.
Respectable.
So currently,
incredible.
mosquito vultures are not holding any of us, or no, they're holding Choboni.
No, right now they are holding no one.
They just scratched my head.
Oh, got it. Okay,
At an
okay.
itch.
Okay, then I'm not gonna do the weird thing I had planned.
Okay.
3
of you.
Yeah, I guess I
There's
can't
another
reach
poll,
any of
chat.
them with a melee attack, can I?
You can't reach any of them with a melee attack. Unless you want to wait until they attack you, but...
Yeah, I guess could I attack them if they like come down at me?
You wanna
so
try
I think
and
I'm just
counter?
gonna I'm just gonna shout at them, taunting them, like,
Okay.
hey, come over here, wait, and I'm ready with my scimitar.
Sure. You shout up into the ether, ready, and they all kind of swarm around looking at you. Choboni, what are you doing?
I just real quick got a question.
Yep.
Does wine stain bones?
No, it does not.
Because
Aw.
otherwise I might have pink eye.
No, you do not.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so how much damage would Alabaster's sting do?
I see.
Careful.
Okay. If you can somehow control Alabaster, it can do 1 damage.
Okay, well, I think I'm just gonna plop him on my head just in case if they hit me in the head again, they'll have a counterattack, and then, Alabaster will have a chance to stab back
Okay.
and avenge me. So, Alabaster's on guard duty on my head,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna throw my knife.
Okay. At the one in front of you, you're not going to move at all. You're going to stay there.
I was trying. I'm in the wet bog, aren't I?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so I'll move out of it. Now we're staying in. I'm throwing my knife.
Okay, go for it.
Should I shoot? Dip.
Roll to see
There it
where
is.
you hit. 1.
Oh, I did the
Oh,
dragon.
yeah, you got to roll where
Oh.
first.
4.
4.
God, these left wings or whatever it is. Left
Yep,
arm.
that is the right wing. And go ahead
Right
and
wing.
roll a D2.
Was it slash D2?
I guess if it's a dagger, it's a D3. Factually,
Throwing
it does.
dagger.
Thank you,
Using
Kiwi.
/roll D3.
Yeah,
Slash roll all in one, no space.
With a space. I
space
think.
after roll.
Okay.
A 3.
Ooh.
Big ghosts.
Well, is that the one right in front of you there? This one? Yeah.
Because that one, yeah.
That
Only
will kill it.
taking- Yeah.
You watch as
Yay.
Choboni's dagger sails through the air, tears through the wing of the second mosquito vulture, and it, with a shriek, falls dead to the ground. Good job, Choboni. That leaves
Oh wow, that worked well.
Marrow.
So it tried to take my arm, so is it within reaching distance?
Your arm? Yes.
No, the mosquito.
No, it dives in and retreats on the same turn.
Oh, okay. Where is my arm?
Your arm, after it dove at you again, it dropped it like 5 feet away from you. You can go pick it up if you want, but it is an
Oh, yeah,
action to
okay.
reattach.
I'll go pick it up and use my action to reattach
Okay,
it.
you reattach your right arm. Good, back in the hitting sense. We have lots of
Throw an
pulls
arm
going
and
on
so it
right now, which is
punches?
good. Okay, that is the last vulture. As the vulture has maintained, and you watch as it kind of lets out a screech at all of you guys at this point. I'm gonna need all of you to roll a d10.
Oh.
Who did I miss there? Is that all of you? You all did it?
Yep. Mine was a 7 attached to the other one.
No worries, you all pass. It was trying to fear you guys, making you lose spook, but luckily you're all fine. You all beat the intended.
A 3 was enough?
A 3 was enough, yeah.
Alright.
It's not a very imposing creature, this mosquito vulture.
That's fair. It looks like a naked mole rat that flies.
It
with a
does
weird
look
ass
like
head.
that, yeah.
Anteater.
Sure enough, it goes to kind of swoop down, but thanks to chat, as it does run down one more time, the mosquito vulture itself gets reaching for Marrow. Its claws get stuck in the muck, and you watch as the mosquito vulture now is trying to flap its way out of the muck at this point. You can thank chat for that one. It
Thanks,
is stuck.
chat.
Yay.
There you go.
It's stuck. I go bonk.
Yeah, if you wanna attack first, you're more than welcome to. Just roll to see where you hit.
That's the D10, yeah.
Is that a 7?
Yeah.
Which is its chest. All right, and then go ahead and roll whatever weapon you're using. I guess you have both arms. You can use your two-handed. Oh, close, but no cigar. I think it has 2.
Okay.
No, it has 1. That's it. That's
Oh,
game.
awesome.
You
Cool, I
watch
didn't know.
as Marrow delivers the killing blow directly to the torso of this mosquito vulture as it splits open from the great axe and falls to the ground dead.
The other deaths were pretty tame, just going through the wings and stuff. One were getting bonked and knocked out and falling. This one just gets absolutely cut in half.
Yeah, that one was,
Oh,
was
yeah.
brutalized.
It's very sad. Poor baby.
Can I get my legs and pelvis, or are they gone?
Ash, you can
Yeah,
redeem that prediction. The party did survive. You're at this point in the encounter, your legs and pelvis are completely gone. Marrow's legs are also completely gone.
My
just
pelvis
got
is
that
on the
armor.
ground.
Yeah.
Right? I'm gonna reattach my pelvis because that's just on the ground.
Yes. And Cho can also reattach. It has been 10 minutes, Cho. You can reattach your Sandy Gator arm. Thank you for sealing that, chat. There you go. Predictions cashed out.
do-
So you guys are still in the bog. You've killed these mosquito vultures, but you notice as the third one was cleaved open from Marrow's Streep, there was something shiny in its stomach. Thanks to the dragon horde from chat, Marrow, you go and see what it happens to be, and inside you actually see that there is a where was it? There actually is a fire arrow within inside.
Fire arrow.
Somehow swallowed.
Fascinating.
Thank you, Kiwi.
Is it still on fire?
Nope. It just is shaped like a Breath of the Wild, how it looks like a fire symbol. That's kind of what it looks like.
It's some weird magic stuff.
So do I have my pelvis, or did that was it just my legs, or was it my
just your legs? Your pelvis is a-okay.
Okay, so can I take these birds' legs?
They do have flesh. You will have to use acid to at least acidify one of them.
One of them.
Yeah.
All right.
Would you like-
Acidify. Am I allowed to use the acid?
Yeah. Well, it's up to the party.
Well,
but-
I'm asking the party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for
How
it.
much-
Get your little legs back.
If people have enough spook, we could try to get some bones up from the ground.
You can also look around to see if there are
That's
any bones.
true.
That's
Why
true.
don't we
All right. Let's
start with
scavenge
that?
for bone.
Do you want to keep the
But
body of the mosquito vulture with you, just in case?
I do take one of the legs and attach it onto mine, so I'm like pogo sticking around
I see.
right
So
now.
you have a fleshy, mosquito
I have
vulture.
a fleshy bird leg.
I'm
I
slowly
am
crawling
going to
around.
hunt. I'm gonna hunt for extra bones for the party, and also if I do have to roll for it, that the detective's hat gives me a +1 to looking.
Oh,
You-
love it.
You do get that with the detective's hat. It doesn't take very long for Ooze. You come across what looks like a really rotted femur, to the point where you can't even tell what it is anymore. But it would function as a leg. You don't know what
Who
kind of
needs a leg?
creature had it, but yeah,
Who needs
I
a
really-
leg?
I
It
really
is a-
need to find a pelvis first.
it's a left femur.
Who needs a left leg?
I can take the left leg.
Sure.
I'll give Marrow the left leg.
I mean, for all intents and purposes, Nikki, it works just like a leg, but it is like graphically a strange, rotted, mossy femur of indeterminate. It kind of looks like a stick, to be honest, but you know.
It is just a stick.
Yeah.
It
I'll
is a
never-
very bone-like stick.
How's the size difference work?
Well,
you have like a little bird leg and then just a
Yep.
massive
I
normal
thought the
leg.
birds were like big bird.
they're bigger than normal, yes, but the leg is still about a half of the size of this femur that you found.
I
I have a
wobble.
dangly little leg now.
Yeah, pretty much.
A lucky fin.
Yeah, lucky Finn. That's so true. So true.
Oh.
Yeah, if you guys all want to roll for some more bone types, we did actually pull chat to see what else is in. Ooze, you said you did want to hunt around, though?
Yeah, I want to hunt for bones for the party.
Go ahead and roll a d10 and add 1 because of your detective's hat. Wow, well,
Ooh.
Ooze, that is an 11, which kind of breaks the table.
Question.
Yes.
It's 10 and 1.
Yeah,
Since
I
it's
find two bone.
a nat 10, can we make a new friend?
Since what happened? Sorry?
Since a nat 10, can we make a new friend?
How?
Oh, can we
find
make a
strong
skeleton out of
bones that
bones?
we make a new
We make a new skeleton.
I mean, you
Turns
can
out
make one.
Arrow's a
You,
necromancer.
you can't give it sentience, but you can make a
Can we
skeleton.
give it non-sentient consciousness?
No, none of you are
Okay,
magicians.
okay. What
It would not
bones do
pass
we
the
find?
Turing test, but could it still
Nope.
walk?
No, we're moving on.
Oh.
You could
Oh,
make a
Alabaster.
puppet, I guess, but
Alabaster could control him.
oh my god,
Oh,
don't
my
even.
God.
Alabaster's mech suit, but it's a bone suit.
Oh,
Oh
no.
my god, Alabaster
You-
gets a mech suit made of bone.
Ooze, you
Yes.
do manage to find the entire intact skeleton of, thank you, chat, a hippopotamus.
Alabaster,
Oh.
damn it.
Died of dehydration in the bog. Ooze, you come over a nearby like mulchy dune, and sure enough, you see the skull, torso, rib cage, all 4 legs, the pelvis of a large hippopotamus that has long since deceased.
Wait, can I please have the pelvis?
Go for it. I'm taking its teeth.
Oh god.
Sounds
Giant
good.
hippo teeth are being snapped off. Gormf, you can reattach yourself to a hippopotamus pelvis, which is a very wide pelvis.
It's a very large pelvis, and I will take 2 of its legs unless someone else is will contest
Indeed.
that.
You want its left and
It
right
has-
legs?
These are all
That's
bones,
fine.
right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gormp has childbearing hips now.
Yes, Gormf
Gormf-
does have.
Gormp has a tiny book spine and childbearing hips.
Gormp has a snatched waist.
Sure enough, Gormf,
Oh, true.
you grab the hippo pelvis and its legs. You just kind of slot yourself in, and you all look at Gormf, who now has like this very thin upper figure and then a wide load as Gormf just kind of starts traipsing
You know what
along.
he looks like? He looks like one of those
Pixar mom.
human spider
Yeah.
hybrid things where like
Oh,
his like
yeah.
Oh, like a Drider.
yeah.
Yep.
like-
I was gonna say Gormp is a Pixar mom.
Ooze,
That's
you
what my
can,
mind immediately went
per
to.
usual, you cannot attach them, but you can keep the hippopotamus teeth should you desire.
Yes, no, I want them.
Does anyone else want? I mean, you do have a backpack that you purchased last time, although this is a hippo we're talking about.
I mean, how many hippo bones will fit in my backpack?
You could fit the front and left arms for mechanical purposes, but the other legs of the hippo if you want.
Okay. Yeah, I'll stuff those in my backpack.
Okay,
We
you
can
can
always
add
just like
a hippo
leave
left arm and a
them.
hippo right arm that are bones as well into the backpack. Yesified Gorm, nice Kiwi.
Wild.
Okay,
Yeah.
Are you guys-
my Gormp.
Fucking Gormp, love it.
you guys good
Love
with the
it.
skeleton?
E.
Okay.
I mean, I have my teeth. I'm happy.
Okay. Sure enough, as you guys were fighting those mosquito vultures, you did notice something out of the corner of your eye. And as you look a little bit closer now, having all reattached various bones to your bodies at this point, you notice that it is some sort of hut in the middle of the bog. Almost worn down with a thatch roof, moss sort of seeps from the side, which is a very sort of interesting sight. Let me just sort of bring you guys to the scene, and we can set it for you.
This
Um,
cat.
So,
I want a ding dong ditch.
strangely, as you traipse forward through the swirling bog, the ground suddenly becomes more solid beneath your feet. The fog begins to subside, and you believe you can spy a ray of sunshine peeking through the dreary blanket of clouds above. Sure enough, as if in a dream, the light illuminates the path ahead of you all, leading out of the bog. Found, once again, but a few hundred yards away, curtailing your expedition back to wherever you need to get to. But, as the fog rolls away, you do notice something else rather large in the clearing. A strange little hut made of clay and thatch sits upon the crusted bog floor as an amber glow. In this picture, a green glow seeps out of the misshapen window panes. The mossy wooden door already hangs ajar, as if inviting you all inside. What would you like to do?
Darn, I wanted to ding dong ditch, but the door's already open.
It's already open, yeah.
You can close it, then do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna close the door, knock, and then run away.
Yes, PH Math, that smite can be used against the party as well, should you desire.
Wait, no, don't hurt me.
No, please.
How
Not
dare you try.
lethally. You can't do it lethally, but you can hurt them. All
What
right,
if it
team.
was
Yeah,
Is-
I'm gonna close the door, knock, and then run away to ding dong ditch.
But
Okay.
the other three of us just stand there, so we're just.
Yeah, no, I'm standing in view.
Okay. Ooze runs up to the ajar door of this hut, quietly closes it, then quickly dung 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 and sprints away. As the rest of you are just kind of standing there looking at like, Ooze, what the heck? Sure enough, the door opens once more with a but there is no one to greet you.
Okay,
Close
I
that
go
door.
inside, but I have to walk sideways because of my wide hips.
Oh, let me just.
No,
Sorry,
true.
guys.
Go inside.
Okay. The door invites you all inside, and Ooze kind of like, what are you guys doing? And eventually follows you as well. You enter, and chat, I'm going to need some channel points right now. I am going to need the name of a bog hag. All right? sure enough, as the four of you enter this domain, you can see this sort of eerie light pulsing within, and very stereotypically, a cauldron bubbling at the back of this establishment as well. Standing behind the cauldron, well, that is one name. We shall see if there are others. Standing behind this cauldron is the hunched-over figure of an elderly woman. Her skin is sort of a mixture of a tealish blue and a pale gray, as her wrinkles almost form into cracks underneath her eyes. Sure enough, her hair hangs loose, gnarled, and wispy down by the sides of her furrowed, thin cheeks, and a large, crooked, warded nose hangs over her misshapen lips, and she kind of stares up at you, wearing a bit of a cloak. Honestly, she looks like she could work in Bile Gulch Mine. She honestly looks like she's someone that you guys are like, yeah, like you're one of the bog hags, classic, you know.
Oh my god, do you know Jason?
Oh my god. You guys are definitely not put off by her appearance. And she looks at you all and she says,
Ah, I thought I heard the crackling of bones through my bog. Welcome, skeleton friends. My name is Gladys. What can I do for you all?
I feel like those were probably your bones you heard. You look pretty old.
she kind of snaps. She goes, hey,
Who are you calling old? I could turn you into a skeletal toad in an instant.
I like toads.
Wait, you turn me into a frog?
We're looking for frogs.
she kind of looks aghast and she goes,
No, that was a threat, dearie. You're not supposed to be intrigued at that.
We
I'm
like
very
frogs.
intrigued.
what? No,
I'm
sorry.
basically already a frog.
Why are you here within my femurous bog?
Oh, have you seen any artifacts? We're supposed to get an artifact. It's part of the human dungeon quest, you know.
She chuckles knowingly to herself. No, Smite has to be redeemed in combat, by the way. Thank you. She looks at all of you and she chuckles to herself, and she...
I see. Another group of skeletal adventurers going to conquer the human dungeon. Interesting. We'll see how far you'll get. As for artifacts, dearie, why yes, I happen to be a purveyor of such.
Take a look. And she motions as she cracks her gnarled fingers, you can see out of a nearby satchel, a whole bunch of artifacts begin to float towards you all and just sort of hang magically in the air, which to a normal adventurer would be kind of whack, but this is something the Necromancer does, like, on a basis for his, like, toenail clippers and everything. So, like, this isn't that foreign to you guys. But sure enough, you see a menagerie of items that float in front of this rather mysterious hag, Gladys. The items that she has that float in front of you are as follows. A small handheld mirror outlined in an ebony stone. There is also what appears to be a leafy bush, but this leafy bush has a belt strap tied to the back of it. And another purple vial, similar to the one that Choboni had drank earlier as well. And then finally, a small golden stein that floats as well. All of these just kind of hover around her.
Do any of these look dwarvish?
I mean, you guys don't really know what dwarvish would be, except for Choboni. Coming from dwarven descent and not entirely realizing that Choboni is dead. Cho, now, you don't know why, because you are a skeleton, but there's something that even necromancy can't undo within the soul of a dwarf. And the second you see that stein, you feel some sort of longing for it.
I want it. Cho immediately walks over.
Yeah.
Which I forgot I had a trench coat on. I grab the trench coat and I open one of the sides and then I just swoop the artifacts underneath.
As you go to do this, there's actually a magical field in front of this artifact. So you go and swipe and there's like a bubble that boom, away your arm.
I move the magic bubble.
No.
Take the whole bubble.
Take the force field. That's a new one. I've not heard that before. She kind of looks at you and chuckles and she goes,
Dearie, all things come at a price. Should you wish for any of these artifacts, I'd be more than happy to relinquish them for your quest. However, a fine specimen such as myself desires something a bit more personal in return.
Okay, but is that the quest item though? Choboni, is that?
What quest? I just like it.
No, cause that guy, he sent us on a quest so we could go fight the boss.
What guy?
Thad, I think.
I'm looking for frogs.
Yeah.
Well, I thought the boss had frogs.
And this will get us to the frogs. That's all I know.
She
Okay.
She thinks for a moment and she says, "Wow, you guys are really invested in frogs, aren't you?"
We really like frogs, so
I
we're
mean,
gonna have teeth.
It sort of, he sort of had to be there. Honestly, it was a whole thing.
Yeah.
No one really expected it.
I may have something that may aid you then. And
It's this artifact, right?
She reaches beneath her own cloak, and you watch as she pulls out a beaded necklace. And as she holds it in front of you, you see the jewel on the front is actually a marble frog on the necklace.
Okay, so like we're talking about a price thing earlier. Like, what do you want? So we take all your artifacts.
Please, what do you want for the frog?
I see now I've piqued your attention. Well, dearies, if you wish to trade with old Gladys, you can call me Glad for short, I require something personal. Something that you wouldn't part with to any other merchant. Perhaps a piece of yourselves. She chuckles.
I look at I think at everyone in the party, and my hand slowly goes into my mouth and takes out a sheet of paper that's been in there the whole time.
Her expression immediately falls, and she goes, "What is that?"
It is my favorite text.
She kind of
Found it yesterday.
Gorf sounds like he's crying,
Yeah.
but that's not a thing.
May I examine it?
Sure.
She kind of looks at it, and well, this is written in the old script, so it is quite peculiar. Even you skeletons could read it, no?
What's a script?
Nah.
Let's reading.
And she kind of...
And you say this is personal to you, yes?
Very personal.
Explain to me why, Gormf Spinebound.
How do you know my full name?
Oh, you wrote it down on the back of this piece of paper. You were practicing.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, the name's pretty on the nose because like I don't know if you noticed, but like I'm really into like books and writing because they're just so pretty and there's so much interpretation and it's so good.
That was a big word. Did you learn that from one of your books?
I did actually.
What if you're learning to read?
My old friend Tim taught me that word because I still don't know how to read. But
Gormf.
I did read that book called my third favorite book.
Gormf,
ever
that's
called
enough.
How to
That's
Read.
okay. Gormf, I may have a more interesting deal for one such as you, she says.
Okay.
If you give me something a bit closer to home, I could instead teach you to read.
I don't understand what could be closer to home than something with text on it.
She kind of takes her gnarled finger, and she points at your torso.
She wants my torso? Actually,
Your butt
you know what?
size.
There's no possible way I understand that. I take off the armor and hand it to her.
She looks and No, I want... Okay, look. I will trade in your bones for these items. Have I made myself clear? Look, guys, there's an air of mystery when you generally have this sort of thing.
Okay, I rip off my arm and I hand it to her.
Okay, you'll teach me how to read?
And she...
Fine, Gormf. I will teach you how to read.
And she says, close your... Oh, actually. And she reaches out and she places her gnarled palm on your skull. Now, feelings are weird for skeletons, but you do feel a chill run through your skull and the rest of your body. And as she takes it away, the rest of you see on Gorm's forehead is like a golden glyph that kind of looks like some sort of weird symbol. And the hag says, "There. As long as I possess this bone, you possess the ability to understand any written book."
This is the best day of my death.
She takes your arm, and you watch as she takes your arm, she floop, plops it in a nearby cauldron.
Ooze is going to reach into their skull and pull out a handful of teeth and be like,
Can I have the frog necklace, please?
She looks at you and she says, "Ah, the little one. I see that those are of import to you, based on your general lack of expression, as being a skeleton you are. However, I do not deal in mediums. You give me all of your collected teeth, child, and you can have the necklace."
Ooze immediately proceeds to have a complete breakdown.
Okay. She kind of chuckles and she says, "You do not have to decide, but the choice is yours, child."
What does the frog do?
We've had a redemption, by the way. Ooze can no longer pick up any teeth that they can see. So, that is for 10 minutes anyway. So.
Who did
Pretty
this
rude.
to me?
The hag continues and says, "Well, those that wear this necklace and stroke the frog along its back will find a familiar summoned in its place."
So, here's the thing. Ooze loves teeth. They also love frogs.
I know.
Gormf is no longer paying attention because he's reading one of the 5 books he keeps like wedged in his ribcage at all times.
You don't understand
Amazing.
language, Gormf, but it does make sense to your brain. All of a sudden, all the shapes you've seen before with letters, they make sense.
The book he's reading is what he has been calling Battle of Many Small Weaklings with Swords.
Okay.
Um,
Incredible.
Ooze, I think, after like a solid few minutes of just having a full emotional breakdown, very like hesitantly empties out their head.
Okay.
And it's mostly pebbles.
Yeah,
in,
sure.
in there. It's mostly pebbles.
Of course.
But there are a good few teeth in there.
Okay.
And they just push a small pile of pebbles and teeth over.
The hag kind of smiles a cracked smile and floats the teeth and pebbles into the nearby cauldron, and sure enough hands you the necklace.
Ooze immediately just puts it on.
Now, anything else for the rest of you?
Yes.
Kiwi,
Yes.
that's hilarious.
I would like the dwarven thingamabob.
What happened to your voice, dearie?
Yeah, Chobani, what's
I'm-
going on?
This is just my normal talking voice. But I would like to come to agreements and understanding of money and exchange.
Right, well, what do you have to offer for this delicate artifact?
I lift myself off my pelvis and give my pelvis and legs to her.
She
And I
kind
now
of
I mean-
hop on my big arm.
She looks down. What an image. She looks down and she sort of fair trade for fair dues. She
Yes.
takes your pelvis and legs and throws them into the cauldron and hands you the golden stein.
So what are you doing with all these bones? Cause like, if you're like gonna like boil them, I don't want my reading bone to disappear because then I won't be able to read anymore.
Don't worry about that, dearie. I have everything under control.
Okay, cause like if that does happen, I will have to come back and burn your house down.
How do skeletons speak? Magically, I think. PH math. I think that's the answer to that.
Yeah.
Clacking. True. A lot of reverberated clacking. She smiles and she says,
Well, does anything else pique your interests?
The vial of spook.
and she says, "Ah, yes, the skeleton. What would you trade for this?"
Real quick. Borf, the hippo arm, which one do you have?
He has right and left.
I have 2 hippo arms in my backpack.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I have one?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay.
Take one.
I
It's like
give-
too big.
Go ahead, help
I
yourself.
give my left arm to the hag. And I
Okay.
take the hippo arm and I
Yep.
put it on.
Okay. She kind of squints and she says, I think you least of all understand what the sacrifice is here, but a deal is a deal. And sure enough, she hands you the vial of spook. And she takes the bone and places it in the cauldron.
I drink the spook.
That is +1 to your spook meter. She says, all right, anything else I can do for you skeletons?
We stab her with the fire arrow and take all of our bones back.
Wait, no, she has to keep my bone because that's how I read.
That's true.
Oh, so
That's
true.
really true.
What's it gonna be,
I
I
guys?
don't
well,
want to take away Gorm's reading.
I guess we have the thing that we need now, so we could just go back to town and
I guess.
Oh yeah, what's
don't
in
even
that
know.
cauldron?
This is the
Is that like
dungeon.
blood?
She kind of
You
looks and
making soup?
she looks up at you and she goes, it's something like a soup, yes.
Ooh,
Is
I
it-
like soup.
Does it taste good?
Someday, dearie, once I have all the parts.
Okay. It just
That's ominous.
seems like
Yeah.
you've probably been here a while doing it, so I just wanted to like check on, the status. It's fine. It's fine. You take your time.
the status.
The creative process is important.
Look, you best all be on your way, but for being such interesting company, allow Gladys to give you some free advice.
And as she says this, the air around you once again turns still, as almost silence rings through the hag's cabin once more. And her voice appears to reverberate around you guys, as she speaks and says,
When the time comes and silence fails to hold, knock 3 times. No more, no less, and you shall reach your goal.
I knock 3 times on the wall.
nothing immediately happens as she kind of like furrows her brow. And she says,
Do with that what you will, dearies.
as our party. Look at that. Kiwi has immediately redeemed health boost. All right, Kiwi,
Oh.
if you want to roll it. Oh no, Kiwi just says Cho. There you go, Cho. Welcome back.
So kind.
Cho, you can add a hit marker back of your choice.
All right, let's go. Get my right arm back up. No, my
No.
left arm's the- no,
Oh
my
my
right arm's
god.
the- All right,
So-
right, my big beady arms back at full health.
Incredible. I hope it was your skull.
You didn't heal your head?
No, I live for the chaos. Let's go.
You crazy person. You're gonna
Nasty.
die.
Well, you guys steer away from the fetid bog as the fog slowly rolls away and your feet once again find solid earth beneath you. You find the path back to the human town of Bonesborough.
What's a
what-
town? It's a dungeon.
Once you guys reapproach Bonesborough, you know you now have that strange golden dwarven stein that was given to you by Gladys.
I was supposed to bring that.
Cho did feel some sort of kinship or some sort of pull with the artifact itself. What would you guys like to do upon returning to the human dungeon?
Actually, can I? She said to rub the back of the frog.
Yep.
I'm gonna do that.
Okay. On your way, walking into town, you do sort of very gingerly rub the back of the frog amulet that Gladys had given you. Upon doing so, you watch as the amulet itself breaks free of the necklace. And sure enough, it stretches out and ribbit. Just kind of
I have a frog.
is a marble frog that is looking up at you, very a la Harry Potter, as it's just kind of
Who's is going to very carefully pick up this frog, and if they could cry, they would be.
skeletal
There.
phantom tears.
I want chat to name my frog so badly.
Yes.
There you go, chat. Redeem a name something. Let's get a name something out
Chat
for
gets to name my frog.
Ooz's
I'm
frog.
going around
Right on
reading
Ooz's
everything
head.
I see out loud.
And that, yes, that was the first action was performed by Ooze, so that prediction can be redeemed as well. Thank you for that hidden prediction. Good job.
Oh,
Matrix says check to see if it has teeth, though.
yes.
Ooze is going to be like, can you just open your mouth a little, please?
Unfortunately, as this is a magical construct, it does not have teeth.
Well, you know, it's going on Ooze's head, and it will ride around like a little friend.
Incredible.
It's on the little detective hat.
It is on the little detective
it's
hat.
on top of the little detective hat.
Well, there you go. There is one name so far is Lad the Frog, but we have to continue, so I'll keep these in mind. You guys can keep shouting out names.
What a lad.
I like the name Lad.
So, you guys coming back into town now with a frog on your head. The guards just kind of give you a salute as you walk by them once more into the walls. Are we headed back to the research lab?
Yeah, let's show this dwarven relic to the.
The frog is an alive animated frog, but it's not made of frog. It's made of marble. You know how in Harry Potter they have the chocolate frogs that are like actual animated frogs made of chocolate? It's a frog made of marble. Yeah, it's not made of frog.
They didn't put marble teeth in the frog.
No, they did not. No, they did not. Marble.
They didn't
exactly.
carve teeth into the frog.
The frog is real in our hearts. I mean, it is a real frog. It's just not a frog. It's a marble. Anyway, so
it's a real marble frog. Marble.
You guys head back to the research facility where Thad had given you the quest to find his dwarven ancestry artifact to allow yourselves into the restricted section. So let us go there now. Back to the research lab. Welcome. We are back. Sure enough, it doesn't take you guys very long once you re-enter the research lab. You find it does not take you long to see Thad working away, studying something in the corner. You do also see Chad, the head researcher of this place, sort of buried deep in documents at his desk. What would you like to do? Bless you.
Thank you.
Go to Thad.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna flag Thad down.
Yeah.
Flag Thad.
Incredible.
And give Thad his... Flag Thad down to give Thad his flagon.
Wow. What a tongue twister right there.
I
Thank you
appreciated
for that,
so
Mero.
much.
Thank you.
Okay. You kind of flag that down. Oh, and he kind of runs over. Yes. Oh, okay. Sorry, let's talk quiet about this. Did you get that thing I asked you to find?
Yes, here, this thing you really wanted to see.
Joe, keep your voice down.
Yeah,
Keep
this thing, right?
down. Do you hold out the stein?
I'm doing like that. Like since I have my trench coat, it's kind of one of those.
Oh yeah, yeah. You
I
buy
got the goods.
You want to buy a stein?
Yeah. All right. The frog's name is Lad. There you go.
Lad!
Lad.
Lad the frog!
What a good lad.
You
He's
see.
such a lad!
You see Thad's dwarven eyes light up as he sees you hold this golden stein, and he says, "Oh my gosh, the stein of my forefathers. Well, wherever did you find it?"
Fathers? Wait, you had 4 fathers?
Hey,
That's
don't-
what we dad.
we were a very big
That's
family. No
insane.
need to judge.
Yeah, fair, solid.
No, I'm
We're not
jealous.
judging. I
No,
wish
man,
I
like,
had a family
look-
that big.
Like, we don't discriminate. Love is love, guy.
Yeah.
It's cool.
We love gay people.
Where did you find the stein?
I point to the
There's a-
direction we came from.
Yeah.
Lad, you're gonna have to be a bit more specific than that. The world is a big place.
There was like a bone magician.
Yeah. She was.
She gave me a frog.
You know,
and
never
she
mind.
Took our bone.
All that matters is we have it now. That's okay.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, can we have the boss key now?
well, aren't you curious what this thing does?
Maybe. Does it do something cool other than hold?
I didn't think it did anything. I thought you just wanted it.
Yeah.
So, you carried all this way with a dwarven artifact of old, and you didn't even think to try using it. I'm proud of you guys.
It
What do you mean use it?
it meant a lot to you. Why would you
I'll show ya.
question?
And
Isn't it
he's-
just a cup?
he takes the golden stein and he taps on it 3 times, and as he does, you hear a whoosh, and he shows you it's full of dwarven ale. And he says, "Aight," and he chugs it all, wipes the foam from his mouth, taps it again, and fills back up. He says, "This is a stein of never-ending dwarven ale. Do you understand it is the most sought-after artifact of our entire dwarven kingdom?
Is air like blood? Does that taste like dwarf?
It flows through us the same, laddie."
So it is blood.
Chat, I'm gonna need
Can I try some?
I'm gonna need a shout out name. What is the dwarven kingdom that Thad is from? I'm gonna need a name of a dwarven kingdom. Anyway, Thad kind of puts the stein away and he says, "Hey, well, thank you, lads. I appreciate it very much. Now I know it is in the proper hands once again. And, like I promised," and he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a very small metallic rectangle, and he hands it to Marrow. And he says, "Hey, this is the key, as a sort, to get you into the restricted section." And he kind of motions back to the big metal panels that say, like, "Do not enter" in big letters, especially skeletons.
Can I go over and scratch out the especially skeletons part?
No, it's like painted on the ceiling. Like that is not something.
Oh,
you
it's
can
on the
reach.
ceiling?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Get some rocks, we'll start throwing it until it breaks up.
Yeah.
And he says, "All right, good luck. If you're heading into the restricted section, you never saw me, and I never gave you that key, all right? But you might find something in there that could expose Chad for the true man that he is inside. So I wish you the best of luck."
Okay, got it. We did not see you.
Nope.
Thad, the one who is turning on Chad.
Oh, he's turning him on?
Now that's a weird slip of the tongue, laddie. I'd prefer if we didn't use that, but in a sense, yes.
I don't understand what you mean by that.
No, I suppose you
you're just
probably
turning on
wouldn't.
him. Come on.
No, right. No, actually, I'm getting Chad off of his position. Okay, that's kind of
Right,
You're
you're getting him off.
No,
Right.
no. Look,
There's tongue involved. You did mention tongue.
leave. I'm going to leave and never speak to you lot again. So best of luck. Cheers.
Hi,
thanks,
Dad.
Dad.
You're my best friend.
And you watch as his dad kind of walks off into the laboratory.
All right, we enter
now-
the restricted section.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
go.
Restricted
You guys
section.
ready?
Knock, knock. We knocked
Yes.
3
Yeah.
times.
Knock, knock,
Okay.
knock.
Use the key.
Okay. Let us bring you over to that. point.
I did put the replace the arm I gave Gladys with the hippo arm.
Awesome. I figured as much. Okay. In that case, it is time. So
Oh, hello.
No, that's us.
Oh.
Oh, we look so cool.
you do look
Wow.
pretty cool.
Where's my arm?
I would say so at the very least. This music
Where's
is a little quieter.
the
than
child
the rest.
marrying hippo?
Yeah, where's the
Where-
custom commissioned art?
Well, this was AI generated. I didn't have enough time to get on the
that's
fly
incredible.
in the break get the most up to date pictures of you guys.
It
So,
does kind of explain why there are all slightly different art styles.
yeah. So you guys go up to the restricted section, careful to not be seen, and sure enough, you hold out the metallic card, and as you do, it kind of, and you hear the doors kind of slide away. So, as the metallic panels slide away, you are met with a sight you didn't expect. Instead of some creepy lab or ancient ruins or other things the chat didn't vote for, you instead find a glass tunnel? It appears to extend deep past the shoreline of the ocean and down deep. Which can only mean, well, the lapping of the waves far above confirms your suspicions. There's no turning back now. You've all come so deep into the human dungeon. It's time to see what kind of treasure lies at the heart of it. And also, what kind of boss will be guarding it. You all nod at one another in acknowledgement and press on into the unknown.
This is the point of no return, guys. This is where they do it.
Secret
is-
tunnel.
Secret
Secret tunnel.
Through the glass tunnel.
Secret tunnel.
Yeah.
Incredible. Good job,
When's the
guys.
cave in?
When's the cave in?
Listen,
Oh,
I
the
thought
cave
about
will
breaking
get
it.
you
It's
down.
glass.
I also thought about breaking it.
I'm so glad.
Did I?
Blood
After
tunnel.
after a
We would
few
die
minutes
instantly.
after a few minutes of walking, with only the blue ever torches on either side of the tunnel to guide you, you come to another
really
sealed
cramped.
metal door at the end of the glass tunnel after walking what feels like maybe 10 minutes down this tunnel. You try to imagine how deep under the ocean you are right now, but skeletons don't have a great concept of measurement, so you just imagine really deep.
Guys, I
Swiping
was
the...
just reading about rulers. This has got to be at least 6 inches.
At the very least.
Wow, that's a lot.
Swiping the keycard once more opens the doors, and there before your eyes is the end of the human dungeon. One final room. The room itself opens up into a large moon pool, big enough to fit the entire city inside. Strange magical apparati are sparking and shooting bolts of electricity that all hang from the ceiling. As the Evertorches cast an eerie glow on the rippling water at the surface of the moon pool. At the back of the room, there seems to be a large iron crate or shipping container of some sort, with flies currently buzzing around its seams. All right.
I open the container.
You want to walk the entire length of the moon pool to open the container.
I mean, unless I swim across it.
That's up to you.
What? How far away is it?
I have
It's-
a frog.
To
Can the frog swim?
It's about 100 feet away from you.
Is that a long distance?
Yeah, it's yeah.
Can we send the frog to open the...
Yeah, can
Oh
the
my
frog
god, can the
swim?
frog shoot his tongue and bring the crate to us?
Yeah,
That'd be
I mean,
baller.
not
Yeah.
100 feet long, but yeah.
It's a magic frog. Why not?
We have
It's
a
a
magic frog.
What?
What would you guys like to do?
Okay, so we're in this room with the moon pool and the
Yes.
crate, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think.
What if we just like send Ooze out to the middle with the frog, and then the frog can grab it with its tongue?
I think Gormf is gonna just like go towards the moon pool and like look at it real hard to see if there's the boss chamber monster hiding in the moon pool.
Interesting
true.
thoughts. You guys do know a general amount about bosses. Gormf goes up to the side of the moon pool, and at first, the water's a bit murky as you are quite deep down, but there are sort of the Evertorches that light the side of the moon pool. And as you
Oh, yeah,
gaze...
that's a good boss water. Like inexplicably murky. Great.
Oh yeah.
Great stuff.
Gormf, as you gaze into the pool, you don't see anything right away, but something tugs at the back of your mind. At first, it feels like a small pull, almost as if someone's kind of pressing at the back of your head, but you kind of swat your hand. There's no one there, none of your compatriots or anything. And eventually, you hear something from within your mind that just says, "Welcome."
Where
Welcome? Welcome?
Oh.
Thank
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
We're here for the treasure.
Have
We're
you
here to see the
brought
boss.
me more sustenance?
Oh, okay, I get it.
Oh, you're the boss monster.
I don't have any food on me.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go off on a limb, so to speak. And I'm gonna take off one of my arms
Okay,
and throw it in the moon pool.
You
okay.
have a fleshy arm?
I do not have a fleshy arm.
Oh.
You detach one of your arms. Which arm is it?
I guess it's the hippo arm, because that's the one I keep tearing off.
Okay. Chunk! You detach the hippopotamus arm, and you just slowly yeet it into the middle of the moon pool. Not but a few seconds later, you see a shadow begin to rise to the surface that is bigger than anything you have seen before. And if there's anyone with thalassophobia, I would strongly recommend you look away. So, all of a sudden...
Fear of the ocean.
Yes, fear of
Okay,
the
cool.
endless deep.
Thank you.
Sure enough, something rises from the depths of the water, but this looks like no creature. No, not even a monster that you've seen before. This shape is almost inexplicable in its madness and horror. As it slowly rises to the surface, you see a maw, unlike anything you've seen before, detach latch and open, showing row after row of shifting, shadowy teeth. And sure enough, Gormf, it closes around the bone that you've thrown in the water. And after a couple seconds, you hear at the back of your mind, "This isn't sustenance."
All right, well,
that's
you weren't very
horrifying.
specific, so I really took a guess. Okay.
And the voice recalls once more, "I do not recognize. Where are the tourists you are supposed to bring to me?"
Tourists. I mean,
What
there's like a bunch of humans out there. I could like go grab them if you want.
Wait, no, this is the boss monster. This is the bad thing.
Oh, so we have to kill you. Got it. Okay, yeah.
You kind of hear what in your mind might be a psychic laugh, as there's this sort of that takes part in your brain. And kill me? You can do your best to try, but we
Right,
had
you're
a
the
deal.
boss.
You
We
bring
don't know you.
Have we met?
the visitors of this village, and I ensure the locals stay safe.
I feel like maybe you're mistaking me for someone else.
We do have
We
that
don't
kind
know
of
you,
face.
man.
If that
We have those kind of bones.
is the case, then I'm afraid I cannot let you leave. And sure
Okay,
enough,
can I have that arm back though?
upon saying that, you watch as two pink spectral gates flash open at the end of this room and the moon pool, and you watch as horrors beyond specters begin to emerge from these doors themselves. They kind of look humanoid, vaguely, but they're kind of shifting energy-like beings, just slowly lurching towards you all as they press out of the darkness.
Oh, cool, boss minions.
Yeah, I mean, you guys know a boss fight when you see one. There's minions, you know, there's these large electric apparati that were definitely doing something in the room, and then there's this large, nondescript iron crate with flies kind of swirling around it, and there before you lies the boss monster. So, what's it gonna be? What are you guys gonna do?
Break the glass.
There is no
Oh my
glass.
god.
Don't
Oh,
break
the
glass,
tunnel.
you monster.
Wait, oh my god, wait, hold on a hot second. I have a flask of chaos. I kind of want to throw it into the moon pool.
Oh my god.
Oh, that'd be
I
fun.
kind of want to throw it into the moon pool and see if it chomps it.
You can if
I
you
had
want.
another idea, but that's
Or
great.
I could
You
like
could throw it
open
in the
up the flask
gate.
and dump it out into the moon pool.
You could drink it.
No, it says to throw the item.
And you
but,
said throw
Okay,
it.
what
okay.
What if I like
Could-
open it up and dump it out into the moon pool?
What about the gates that the monsters are coming from? Right?
Yeah?
I kind of want to see what it does in the water though.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
Go
gonna
for it.
uncork my flask of chaos and just dump it out in the moon pool.
Okay. At that, as you sort of, and all the viscous liquid sort of pours into the moon pool, it's hard to tell because the water itself is very murky. It remains to be seen if anything happens. In fact, the flasks of chaos are dictated by chat. So,
Oh boy.
Yeah, I know. That's why I wanted to use it.
if anyone
That's
out
fun.
there has any ideas for what this flask of chaos does, short of just winning the encounter, you may shout your examples out now in chat. The flask of chaos can do pretty much anything else.
I think it should
Um,
summon Chad.
There's
PH Math has summoned a smite as an action of the flask as well on the large sea monster. Sure enough,
Ooh, hell yeah.
I mean, it can be the action of the flask if you want it to be. You watch as this egregiously large bolt of lightning comes from seemingly within inside of the room, and sure enough, it just. Oh, you meant the frog. Oh, Math.
What?
Oh no.
No,
Oh.
no, because the flask, it only affects what it is.
You're right,
hits or
right,
is
but
in, right?
but Math
But
actually
they can attack.
Math redeemed smite, which is different than the flask itself.
But it says as action of the flask.
No, yeah, I
but-
know. We're not gonna.
Okay, no. So it's not the flask
No,
who's
it's
doing
not
the
the
smite
flask.
then, right?
No.
That,
Okay.
sure enough, a beam of lightning comes down and strikes Lad upon the head.
Lad is
Um,
on my head.
I know. And just and you feel an electrifying shock that happens at the top there. And sure enough, there's a puff of smoke, and Lad explodes.
Oh, that's so sad.
I think at that, you mentioned there are these electrical apparati around the room.
Yes.
I don't know, like, to what extent these are movable.
No worries, Math.
But can I basically try to, like, either, like, break one loose or knock it into the moon pool and electrocute the water?
Now you're thinking with portals.
I am thinking with portals.
So I will say this, as it is important to note. The creature's mouth right now is closed. And yes, if you want to, basically there are these sort of metal struts that lead up to these electrical, magical apparati that you can climb as your movement and then spend several turns trying to knock them into the water. This is the final boss fight, chat, so get ready. If that's what you guys want to do, you're more than welcome to do it.
Can I use my little bonus with my trench coat and just try to disguise myself and pretend to be one of the creatures coming out of those gates? And then, like, sneak over to it?
You can roll a disguise check if you want. You're gonna have to beat an 8. Incredible. Yeah, Math was really calculating there, getting the channel points. No, so
Ooh,
Choboni,
boy.
you kind of with your trench coat, and you actually sidle up pretty close to one of these creatures, which I will summon now. I have the tactical mode open, so you guys can see as well, and I know some of the icons also aren't showing. Cho, you try and sneak past it, and as you do, it lunges out at you, clearly realizing that you are there and not disguised.
No.
As it does, it will roll a d10. That is a 2 on the old meter there, which for you is your left leg. So your left leg takes 1 hitbox and pops off.
Nope. I only got a right arm, a left arm, and a torso and a head.
What happened to your leg?
Remember, I gave him to the...
Oh, yeah, you gave away your pelvis and
You're
legs.
so you've been crawling around the whole time.
I'm hopping with my big arm.
I totally forgot. So sure enough, it goes to swipe where your legs would be, and you just kind of like thrust yourself with your arms out of the way, and it completely misses. What do the rest of you want to do?
I'm down to try
actually-
and electrocute this guy.
I also want to try to electrocute because I have a +1 to sneak, so I can sneak over to the apparatuses and try to push it into the pool.
Yeah, I think with that in mind, I'm actually not going to do the electrocution thing. I'm going to basically run towards the biggest group of enemies and get right in their grill.
Okay. A large portion of them are around that big iron crate that I mentioned at the beginning.
All right, I'm going to run towards it.
Okay. So, Gorm, you were here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can get this close right now. You're on the left-hand side.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I suppose, so if I can't reach any enemies right now, will I be able to, like, if they come near me, like, you know, attack them?
Sure. Yeah, if you want to prep, you can prep.
Perfect. So I take out my scimitar and get ready to fuck some shit up.
Ooze and Marrow.
I want to sneak over to one of the electrical, like, apparatuses and try to push it in.
Okay. Chat, at this point, you can shout out any examples or ideas or thoughts you may have to help the party for the final boss encounter, as it is going to take the required brain power of a lot of people. So feel free to do so in chat at any point at this point. This is the final hurrah. Ooze, you are going to spend your movement climbing the nearest metal apparati, which they're all in the corners of the room. That's Marrow.
Cool.
So I will move Ooze over here. There you go. So Ooze, you kind of you run over and you begin to sort of clamber up. You don't have enough movement though to get to the top on this action. So
I have 6 movement.
yes, you use a couple to get over and then a couple to climb as well. It's very, very high off the ground. So
Okay, that's fair.
yeah. And now, according to chat, Marrow can no longer move. Marrow, you have been sealed from movement for 10 minutes.
That's so rude.
Oh, well, we did say we wanted them to be mean to us.
Ooze, you are now blessed with luck as well, so your next roll is a +1. Okay. Well,
Can I
Marrow.
tell a joke?
Sure.
I tell a joke to the monster.
What joke?
Okay, are we all ready?
Yes.
Yep.
I'm so ready.
How do you think the unthinkable?
How?
With an iceberg.
Oh my god. Okay. Roll a d10
Okay.
for mental taxation. Thank you for the applause, Matrix. That is a 4. There is seemingly no reaction from the creature.
That was one of my best jokes.
Ooze, as you are climbing, one of the bolts of lightning strikes out from the apparatus and strikes you as well. As a smite has been redeemed against Ooze.
How?
You guys asked for it.
Guys.
And yeah, some of chat is working for the boss. So that is... Oh! Ooze! Right in the noggin!
Well, I have 3 noggin.
Okay, well that is 1 less noggin for you, Ooze, as the lightning reverberates through your skull.
The noggin comes off.
Yeah, the noggin does come off, that's true.
No, it does not. I have a magnetic bearing.
It comes off.
My noggin to my torso.
It comes off still. You can just reconnect it without an action. You can just sort of magnetically rejoin it.
Okay.
So it will fall into a nearby wedge, but because you have a joint there, next turn you can just sort of suck it back into your neck.
Cool.
I know this isn't looking too hot. Marrow, anything else? I guess you can't move, so I guess that's it. Okay.
Also, chat still has to decide on the Flask of Chaos.
That's true. Yeah, chat has not decided on what the Flask of Chaos will do. We still need anything, chat, short of beating the encounter. No, please, I don't have the points. I know. All right, well, in this case, horrific apparition number 1 is going to swing again at Choboni.
What? Below me.
You are right next to it. Cho, that is your torso, which you do have. So that is 1 point of damage as it lurches towards you, dealing 1 to the damage.
As long as Alabaster's safe, I don't mind.
Okay. 1 torso damage. The next one is going to run up to Gormf, who is prepared. So Gormf, you can actually strike first.
Okay. And am I adding my +1 to hitting to the D10 or to the damage die?
I guess to the damage die.
Okay. Here is the D10.
A 5. Yep, that hits it directly in its right apparition-y arm.
Love it. Okay. And then Scimitar Strike. So that's a 2 + 1 is 3.
Is a 3. That is... let me just... let me play as our boy here. That kills it.
Oh.
Oh, hell yes.
Good job. We can now remove that. Okay, so you watch as your scimitar just kind of cleaves through this magical energy that's wisping around, and you just shoot it disappears in front of you.
Oh, gotta be honest, did not think that would work.
And sure enough, behind it, you can just see this large crate, which now that you're getting closer to it, smells awful.
Open the crate.
What does it smell like?
Honestly, it doesn't smell too dissimilar to the front of your dungeon.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh, there's a dungeon inside of the human dungeon?
Oh my god.
Meta dungeon!
Oh my god.
Enter the dungeon verse.
Enter the dungeon verse. I've had a couple of flask requests. I'll wait till I see a couple more. It is a Flask of Chaos, after all. Okay, that is all of those turns. So back to the party. What are you guys doing? In any order.
Quick question.
Yep.
Is making a joke a bonus action or a full action?
No, that's a full action.
Damn. Well, I mean, I can't move and nothing's within range, right?
There's nothing within range unless you want to throw or use any items that you have. Then, no, there's currently nothing within range.
I'll tell another joke.
All right, what is it this time?
Okay. How many apples grow on a tree?
How many?
All of them.
That's like an anti-joke. It's like
I
such
hate
a...
it so much.
Roll a
I
d10.
love that.
Roll a d10.
Are you kidding me? That was a great joke. I love that.
You think you can hear the faintest psychic chuckle at the back of your mind.
Yeah.
It's like,
all right.
okay, I appreciate self-referential humor.
Ooze, Cho, or Gormf? What are we doing?
Oh,
Ooze? Oh yeah.
it's us now.
Gormf,
Cool,
you
cool,
go.
cool. Yeah, I'd love to. I guess. Do I still see a large group of enemies, or is the crate just like
no,
there now?
there's the gate at the very end where they're coming out of, but there has been no other enemies yet.
Okay, so I guess is the crate is between me and the gate, or
Yep,
not?
it is.
Open the crate.
Yeah, I'm gonna open the crate.
Okay, you
Oh
move
my
forward.
god, open the crate and pour it into the water.
Yeah, I'm think. Don't worry, I thought about it.
The crate is sort of hanging on the edge of the moon pool, and as you kind of get up to it, you wish you could plug your nose, because as much as it is familiar to you, it is the scent of, like, pungent death and decay. Which
God,
some
I
of you
hate
might
this
want to
place.
use as a candle, some of you might not, you know? You can see the flies hovering around it, and you see that there's actually, like, a release in the front that would open the front of the iron grate into the water. Is that what you want to do?
I see.
Are you
Oh,
ready
it's
to
like
do
a
that?
feed. Wait, wait.
I'm not gonna do it yet.
Okay.
I have okay.
And I think I shout to the party like, "Get him to open its mouth."
Also, I have the acid. So do we want?
Oh God.
Do you want the acid as well, so that we can put it in its mouth?
That's
That sounds like a
true.
great idea. Yeah. Do I still have stuff I can do this turn, or is that my turn?
You haven't made an action. You've only moved. You can make an action.
Okay. So I guess, as in I can't move anymore. I've moved all I can
Yep.
move.
You have one more tile if you want, but
Yeah, I guess I'll just stay here and get ready to hit enemies that come out of the gate.
okay. That leaves Ooze and Cho.
Ooze is gonna have their head just kind of swoop back onto their body.
Okay.
And is going to finish climbing the thing to kind of like get there to be electricity in the water.
Okay. So you make it to the top of the apparatus, and sure enough, it is kind of, you don't know what it is. It's some magical orb that wizards might have, and sure enough, sparks and lightning are flashing all over this thing at this point. It looks pretty fastened to the metal strut in the ceiling itself, but if you took a couple turns, it does look like, especially with your detective hat on, you deduce that you could probably unscrew enough of it to make it fall into the water, although it would take a little bit.
I'm gonna do that,
Okay.
honestly.
You spend your first action starting to unscrew the apparatus. As you do, by the way, at the beginning of your turn, you feel your necklace grow heavy again, and the frog has returned. In inanimate form, but it is a marble frog once more on your necklace.
So Lad is back.
Lad is assumedly back. I don't know how frog souls are transferred.
Yay, Lad!
All right, that just leaves Cho. Cho, the rest of your team is doing all sorts of stuff. What are you doing?
I'm battling, my friend. I'm battling.
Let's do it.
I socket. Actually, I don't need to. I'm gonna swipe this ethereal fire boy in front of me.
Okay. With?
My arm.
Okay, of course, your classic Sandy Gator arm.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let go. I'm gonna fall onto, like, as a nub, I'm gonna fall onto, like, the base of my spine. Right? Like, so it's
Yep.
just, I'm just teetering.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna claw the ground and start spinning as fast as I can to get momentum, and then come around and just slap him.
You're gonna Beyblade him. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll a d10 to see where you hit.
Oh, you're right. I always forget the D10.
All right, that is a 7, which hits him straight flat in the torso. Now you can go ahead and roll damage.
Maybe it'll be higher than a 1.
It is.
Yeah, that is an
Yay.
insta kill. So sure enough, you kind of Beyblade around,
Yes.
and
That's actually what I said. I said, Beyblade, let it rip! And
and
then
you
I
just around.
Spin to win.
As you
Yeah.
get enough momentum on the ground, your claw just rakes across the front of this apparition as it disappears into smoke, and it is dead. So I will remove that. Good job, Cho. Also, we had a health boost from Kiwi. Kiwi, if there's no one in particular, I will roll for it. Unless there's anyone you wanted to heal in particular. That is the way it's supposed to go, but that's totally fine. Okay. Good to know, Ash. I saw that. You can do another one in the future if you want. Cho, you still have movement, but that's it.
There's 2 portals still. Are there still more portals spawning these guys?
Yep.
Are they like up top?
Yep, they're at the very end of the room. One on Gorm's side and one on your side.
Okay. I'm gonna move up here, and then I'm gonna get ready for the next one to come out. Or I guess on my next turn, I'm gonna see if I can try and maybe break it.
Okay.
If they stop spawning.
Sure. Well, we'll see.
Oh, yeah.
So that is everyone. Marrow, you can move again once more. You find movement to your legs. Now it is the enemy's turn. We will have 2 more apparitions spawn as well. And chat has actually dictated one of their actions. So the first one that spawns immediately out of the portal is going to immediately attack Chobani. So Cho, let's go ahead and roll to see where it hits you. That's another 3, which is your pelvis, which you don't have. So sure enough, once again, it swipes. You kind of do a little bunny hop.
Too low.
And it just misses you entirely. This one is going to come around and attack Gormf on the other side of the crate.
Do I get to attack first because I prepped?
No, you used your action last turn. Did you not? Or no, you waited, didn't you?
No, I waited.
Then yes, you can attack first.
Lovely. Here's the D10.
Okay. 8 is in its left arm.
Here's the scimitar strike.
It kills it again. You guys are getting very lucky with these rolls.
Loving it.
Oh, come on. What do you mean?
Okay.
It's not luck, it's skill.
It is all skill.
It's
Just
all
keep it
dice rolling
skill.
skill.
This is a skill-based game.
No worries, Kiwi. Ooze, you have healed a hitbox of your choice by 1, thanks to Kiwi.
I literally only have 1 hit box
There you
down,
go.
and that
It's
is on
healed.
my head.
It's healed. Okay.
We're doing
You
great.
hear a discordant wail bubble up from the center of the moon pool. I'm gonna need all of you to roll a d10 and try and beat a 6, so 7 or higher.
Oh no.
Oh,
Cho.
Cho.
Oh no!
Oh.
Okay, Ooze, you actually got a +1 to that anyway, so you're okay.
Oh my god!
Because you had lucky on you still, so.
Oh no.
Oh my
Uh,
god!
So it's just ooze.
No, well, Ooze is safe. The rest of you,
Yeah.
you feel this caterwail at the back of your mind as it just sort of shrieks. It's a sound that you can't deafen. And sure enough. Oh, hold on.
Wait, what did we need to beat?
What did
The
you
7,
say?
right?
Yeah, you had to beat
Yeah.
a 7. You had to have 8 or higher.
I
That
thought you
has.
said it had to beat a 6.
No,
Did
7.
initially.
Oh, really? Oh, I
Did
guess
I?
I'm just-
I heard 6.
I also
Chat?
heard six.
Chat.
I thought you said 7.
Either way, only Ooze did it
Doesn't matter.
anyway. Because you'd have to beat a 6. But. But sure enough, the 3 of you take 1 point of psychic damage to any bone of your choice. You can choose where the hitbox takes damage, but you all also lose 1 spooky if you have one.
Okay.
Except for me.
Except for you.
Yay!
Does the bone that takes the damage come off?
No, it's psychic, so it does not pop off.
Okay.
Looking too good. No
Okay.
pelvis, no legs. 1 HP on an arm.
Oh my gosh, Cho.
1 HP on my
Oh
head.
my
I'm
God.
doing fine.
All right,
Oh
chat.
my god, Cho!
Sure
My
enough.
right arm took a damage. That's
At this point, I have to get to where we were. This was... Okay. So, within the moon pool at this point, the Flask of Chaos finally seems to have ground. And sure enough, you just hear a poof, and you watch as the entire surface of the water is just covered with confetti. The entire surface of the water is glowing with, like, rainbow colors of confetti, like a birthday party has just gone off in the middle of the...
What did you gremlins do?
In the middle of the moon pool.
So here's the thing, I
Microplastic
had
in the
seen
water.
in chat that there were actual
Yeah.
useful ones. He just chose that.
Hey, don't read chat. So, it is back to the party's turn. What would you guys like to do?
Oh man.
kill.
Can I go to the chum bucket?
You
The chum
can
bucket.
make it 5 tiles, which is not super far.
I head to the chum bucket.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's how close you
Can
get
I
right there.
look down into the pool and like just see what's up with the guy?
You can very faintly see his shadow swimming, but like far beneath, he's nowhere
Oh,
near
so
the
he's
surface right
he's
now.
fully underwater right
Yes.
now.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
All that freeze book.
Can I? Can I get to the gate from where I am right now? One of these portals.
The summoning gate. You have enough movement. Yeah.
Okay. Follow-up question: can I attack the gate?
You can try.
I'm going to try on the theory that we are damaging apparitions.
Okay. Go ahead and I guess there's no roll to hit on the gate. Just roll your damage dice for whatever thing you're
All right.
using.
I will be using the scimitar.
Okay. Wow.
Oh, that's a 5, and I get +1 to hitting stuff.
6. So you do swipe the scimitar through this phase gate, and it does like shimmer as you do this, but you find no ground. There's no contact with this.
Okay.
It just sort of slips through and it remains open.
Okay. Hitting portals doesn't work. Good to know.
Gormf cries
Oh,
out.
no.
That is Gormf's turn. Anyone else?
Yeah, it is my turn.
Ooze
That's
is
so
still
sad.
just like frantically unscrewing
So
this
Ooze,
thing.
go ahead and just roll a mechanics or a sleight of hand check.
So, neither of which I have a
Okay.
bonus to.
6 is pretty good. It's not enough to undo it in 1, but you are getting close. You snap one bolt out of the thing, and you kind of cry out like, "Guys, it's working!" As you kind of get one bolt out, you keep unscrewing.
Cool.
Okay. Marrow or Cho?
I'll just kill this guy that's in front of me.
All right,
I'll attempt.
go for
I
it.
once again start to get my speed up in the Beyblade.
Okay.
Let's see. Where are we hitting? You know what?
Oh,
Where is that?
Where
Maybe we're
is
not
that?
hitting.
That is a right leg. Luckily, these guys, unlike the
count
Sand
that
Shark,
way.
do not have armor, so you are okay. You do hit their right leg. How much damage do you do? 1. That is
Swear to
not
God,
enough to
Joe.
kill it that time. Okay. All right. That is Marrow. What's up?
I already moved.
You did. So are we done? Is that everyone? Okay, I guess it is. All right, chat. That is time for the enemies action. So this one that you've damaged, Cho, is going to swing back at you once more. Let's see
Alright.
how it goes. That is a 4, Cho. That's your right arm, which you do have.
No, what's my good arm?
That is your good arm, which is going to pop off. And that will do
come
1
on.
damage, 1 hitbox to that arm.
I'm literally using that to stand. So rude.
And it thunk, pops off as well.
You just fucking fall over.
Um,
I'm trying to balance on my little hand.
seemingly for this
the same.
turn, that's it. It's back to the party.
I'm just gonna.
towards the chum.
Oh yeah, you go first.
What are you doing, Meryl?
I just continue towards the chum bucket.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can
1,
we
2,
resolve
3,
the
4.
unscrewing thing before I do stuff?
Sure, if Ooze wants to. Ooze, roll another check.
Okay.
Another 6. Okay. Once again, you get it off the side, and you feel like there's only one more thing fastening this to the ceiling before it could collapse.
Cool.
Quick question.
Marrow, you are at the crate.
Okay. I put my bottle of. I uncork it, but I
Yep.
very gingerly like stuff it in the gore.
Yeah,
So
you
that it
kinda-
stands up.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Smart. Okay, sounds good. Gormf.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna. Well, no, because. Yeah, the guy underwater's still underwater, and
Yep.
I'm close enough to the crate that I could just like walk there.
Yep.
If I need to do it on my next turn. So I think I'm just gonna freaking wait in front of the gate
Okay.
and get ready to hit stuff.
Okay. Cho, that leaves you, my friend.
One more time.
Let's see it, buddy.
We're gonna. Oh, I don't have my swipe.
You
All right,
don't
all I
have
is
your
my
swipe.
dagger.
All right, with your one remaining arm.
Yeah, I'm just like.
Cho, can you explain to us what is your body right now?
I was afraid you were gonna say. Well, let's see. I have.
Got like no, you don't have a leg, do you?
I
No,
don't have any legs. I
No
have
pelvis.
Torso, arm, and skull.
torso
Yep.
and a skull. Yes.
that's it.
An
A
alabaster.
cracked skull.
That's true.
Yes, a very damaged skull that Alabaster is currently using Gorilla Glue to try and mend for me.
True.
So I think what I'm gonna have to do is just throw myself at the ground underneath this apparition and just kind of.
Stab upwards. All right, roll,
Yeah.
roll to see where you hit.
Imagine if you hit his head from there.
No,
Just
you
go all
do
the way
hit
through
his right arm, but go ahead and roll damage with the dagger. You just have to beat a 1. Oh.
I swear to
Oh.
God.
Sorry, what was it? I have to do what?
You had to beat a 1. Sorry, bud.
Beat a
Wait.
one?
Yeah.
Oh, beat a 1.
You just
Um,
had to say that
yeah,
right
that's-
when I rolled.
He's at his
a one?
minimum health, unfortunately, so that's it. All right, Ash. Yeah, unfortunately, he stays there. I'm sorry, Cho. This isn't looking so hot. All right, enemy's turn. So first, we're gonna have that apparition swing at Cho once more onto the breach. That is a 5, Cho, which hits your... Nope, your right arm is detached. You did not reattach it, so it misses.
Good thing I would have freaking
The
lost.
Sandy Gator arm. That's true. It would have been the end of the Sandy Gator arm. Sure enough, Gormf, in front of you, another apparition appears.
I attack it.
You do attack it. Let me just get it over there so you can see it. There we go. Go ahead and roll to attack. 6, you hit it right in the chest again, and roll damage.
Scimitar strike. There it is.
Yep, it's dead.
There it is.
Once again, as soon as it appears, you just no, and you just cut it down immediately.
Gormf on gate duty here.
As it warps out. Sure enough, Gormf, as this happens, you all hear a bubbling from within the moon pool next to you guys, and a tentacle of the deep shoots out of the water, and you watch as it coils. It doesn't quite look like a kraken tendril, but it slings
Oh,
around.
he got tentacles?
And with lightning fast speed, it grabs Gormf, and it pulls Gormf into the moon pool.
Oh wait, no, don't do that. Ah, crap.
And you watch as Gormf, whoa, and just splashes in the water. The tentacle does let you go, but you are now in the moon pool, Gormf.
I'm in the moon pool.
Yep.
Was there any chance on my way down to like grab the latch of the crate?
No, it constricted you pretty tight.
Okay, that's
And
fair.
we should wait until he's like ready to eat because there's the acid bottle in there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well that was the enemy's turn. So back to the party. Gormf is now in the moon pool. Marrow is in front of the grate. Ooze is about to finish unscrewing the final apparatus, and Cho is at Cho's last stand right here.
I'm at my last. I'm vertical. my
Yeah.
man.
Horizontal.
I would love to get out of the
Jesus
moon pool.
Christ. Horizontal.
You want to try and get out of the moon pool? Marrow, do you want to help him?
Yeah, I'll help.
Okay, Marrow quickly reaches down before anything else can happen. And Gormf, you reach up. Marrow, roll a d10 and add your skeleton bonus.
Which is just a +1, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hey.
A 10.
yes.
Marrow, you know exactly how much water tension diffuses over skeletons, and you grab Gormf by the forearm and pull him wholeheartedly so he lands standing up next to you. And Gormf, you kind of like check your equilibrium considering you have a hippo dump truck down below. But sure enough, Marrow knew exactly where the fulcrum was needed to yeet you out of the water thanks to her skeleton knowledge, and you just kind of stand there as Marrow kind of gives you a smile.
Okay, thank you, Marrow.
No problem.
That is both of your action for the turn. Was sweeping out of the water. You can still move, but that's it. For action.
Okay, so I'm like over here now.
Oh, sorry, I was moving you.
Yeah, so I would like to... That gate up here is still here, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I would like to move towards Cho Boney. So I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
Can't white. Actually,
You've used your
I
action.
would like. Oh, I've used my action.
Yeah,
Never mind.
Mara, would you like to move at all? Or are you happy next to the gate being on gate duty? Or the
I'm
crate?
on gate duty.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
on crate duty.
Ooze, you just watched your compatriot fall and get yeeted out of the water. What are you doing?
Can I finally finish unscrewing this electric thing to drop it into the water?
It's up to the rest of the party, but you have the ability to do so.
Yeah,
I mean, no one's
I'm
in
out.
the water
You're
right
good.
now. We're good?
Oh,
We're good?
if he gets electrocuted, maybe he'll open his mouth and then I can shove the acid,
Yeah.
acid-filled ore into his mouth.
Just a note. We wouldn't be able to do that this turn because you've
I'm
used your
aware.
action. So
Yes.
I'm not sure if like how long he would keep his mouth open for. So I don't.
Well,
I don't
as
know how
long
that
as
would
the
work.
electrical thing is in the water, I can imagine he would be getting electrocuted.
Yeah, that makes.
Yelling in pain.
You gonna try it, Ooze?
Yeah.
Okay,
Ooh.
Ooze,
Ooh.
you successfully unhinge the, you unhinge the last part of this final apparatus, and with a it squeaks and falls off of the metal that it was attached to, and it in the water below. And sure enough, for a split second, nothing happens. And then there's a bolt of blue energy that electrifies the entire moon pool, and you can hear in the back of your mind a psychic shriek that's just careening through your head at this point. Sorry, headphone users. Yeah, sure enough, although it's still quite deep, you can see that its mouth does open in the deep below. Although it
Yay.
is quite far down. Cho, you have the last action.
Hard duty. I try again.
Okay.
One every time.
You hit it in its leg again, which kind of makes sense at this point.
Joe Boney, no.
Nobody knows.
Alright, chat, these are your last opportunities to use those channel points here in the boss fight. Cho, how much damage you do? In a 1. Sorry, Cho. Sure enough, you do again, and it's just not enough. It's just not enough. For the last defensive Cho. Well, Ash is redeemed lucky for you, Cho. But that is gonna have to occur next time. So sorry about that.
Someone just smite this guy.
Sure enough, as all the chaos is going on, Matrix has redeemed health boost to Cho. Look at that.
Oh my god.
The
Yes.
kindness.
Oh, thank God. Thanks, hon. I'll
Phil-
make sure my right arm doesn't die.
Fill a hitbox, yeah. Well, your right arm is detached. Your left arm is the one that is still on.
Yeah, I don't care about the left arm, but I'm sending that heal mentally to my arm that's on the ground.
Okay, sure enough. Okay, that means the apparition is going to attack you on its turn.
Nah.
And that will
No
hit
shot.
you, oh, in the right leg, which you don't have, so you are good. From the deep, you hear this belching, and weirdly, a set of human dentures fly out of this creature's gullet and whoosh, splash on the shore next to you guys.
Holy shit, their
where?
teeth.
There's
Where
lots
do the
of
teeth land?
Where are
the teeth land
Yeah, where are the teeth? Because Ooze is going to scramble for them.
near where you guys entered the room.
Of course.
I'm
I was gonna grab them for you, but oh well.
That is the
Ooze
enemy's
can
turn.
grab them on the way out.
It is now the team's turn. What are you doing?
Okay, I recap the acid.
Okay.
It's a bonus action.
Sure.
Is he the monster? How deep is he?
Pretty deep. It's really hard for you to
Okay.
fathom. You can see a shadow, but he's deep.
He's so
Okay.
deep.
I hold.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill this goddamn apparition.
Wait, okay. Before you do,
Uh-huh.
give me one last try to redeem myself, please.
Before we do that,
Yeah,
can I tell
sure.
a joke as my action?
Sure.
Okay, I tell another joke as my action.
What's the joke?
Okay,
You don't have
let's-
spook left for this?
No, I'm just telling jokes.
No, she's just telling jokes. She's not trying to use the
telling
action.
jokes. I'm not
You're
using.
just telling jokes for
I'm
fun, not to
just
do
telling
stuff.
jokes. 'Cause I feel like I'm like I need to do something. Okay. Okay. Well, do we want a joke or do we want a play on words?
Yes.
I'd take a play on words.
Okay.
Take a play
what
on
do
joke.
you... Oh god. Okay, so what do you call a pretentious criminal going down the stairs?
What?
A condescending. Condescending.
The old
Uh-huh.
classic.
A classic.
Yeah, there's no rolling for that. That's this man. Okay, in that case, Cho, you want to give it your last hurrah? All right, Cho, that is the chest again. There we go, Cho. There we go. Cho finally takes the dagger from underneath the apparition and slices it through the chest as it dissipates into smoke and dust.
I'm gonna Cho's gonna take a nap now. Just lay in there.
Just fall asleep.
Actually, I'll drag. Is my arm within reaching distance?
Yeah, but you've already used your action.
Yeah, I just didn't know if I needed to move towards it or not. So.
No, you're close enough. You're close enough.
I'm gonna look over the corner and look at all the lightning going down, and electrocution and shit in the water.
Ooze, what's up for you?
So I'm still like perched on top of this thing after
You are.
dropping. Okay, I'm gonna stay up there for a second, and I'm actually going to use my one spooky to crack a joke.
You are gonna use your one spooky to mentally crack a joke.
I'm going to use my spooky to crack a joke.
All right, Quartz, what's it gonna be?
Whoever coined the term delivery for childbirth made a big mistake. It should have been called takeout.
Oh my god. Oh my
That's very
god.
good.
That
I
is
love
really
that.
good.
I've not heard that.
Yeah, no, wow, I really like that. Sorry, let me just see this really quickly. Roll a d10. A 5? It's a 5, which is a success. You hear at the back of your mind a roiling laughter begin to... That was a good one. At the back
It
of your
was a
head.
good one.
Sure enough, you can see that the maw of this creature is now open in the water below.
All we had to do was get him to laugh. That'll make sense.
Oh, that's great.
Gormf, it is your turn.
Okay.
Throw me down, Chief.
What?
Throw me down. I'll go
Why?
This is it. This is the end. What are you gonna do?
Okay. Yeah, I guess, Mara, have you used an action yet? No, you told a joke, right?
They told a joke.
I did tell a joke.
So can I make it to the crate and release the, like, concoction of,
You have the
you know,
movement to do so if
stuff?
you want. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so I'm gonna go back, make sure the acid is uncorked, and release everything into the mouth.
Okay. You quick. You open the grate as it, and this just avalanche of meat and bones and general gore just kind of slip out of this large iron container. You don't want to know what it was, as it just into the water below. It hits it with a plunk, and the electrocution continues through. And then finally, at the back of your mind, you hear a sustenance. Is that everyone's turn? Is that everyone happy to be done?
I think so.
Okay.
I best
Yeah,
my
I
demon.
think so.
Sure enough, on the enemy's turn, the creature floats to the surface where all of this chum, we'll say, exists, and the vial of acid. And as
And
its maw
confetti.
and confetti opens up, you watch as a
confetti.
glitter bomb explodes and just sort of intakes into this creature's mouth. The apparatus with the electricity, the guts, the acid vial, the confetti, all of it is too much for this creature as it enters into the gullet and it and you hear it kind of like stop for a second as the air around you kind of begins to grow ever quiet. And you realize very quickly there's a caterwauling scream at the back of your mind, and all of a sudden all of your ears just go deaf as it rings out with a psychic "Ah!" at the top of the known decibel that can be inside of a mind. And all of a sudden, you feel like it's overwhelming. Like, this amount of psychic energy you didn't anticipate on being released from a creature like this. And all goes quiet, completely silent. You look around, you don't know if you have the strength to continue. It seems as if the sea horror has finally driven madness into your minds.
Guys, we gotta knock 3 times.
Wait, silence. That's it. You all faintly remember something that was said to you throughout your journey. There was quiet and banging and maybe a number in your time of need. But alas, with the deafening psychic scream of the sea horror, our heroes' minds are too pained to think straight. Instead, audience, I turn to you. Help these heroes in their time of need. Shout out the number of times our clavicled crusaders need to knock to get the sea horror's final attention. D, you can't do that yourself. That's illegal. This is a moment of high anticipation and octane.
D!
Ash, we'll do it.
Ash, you do not understand.
You guys are the worst. Knock if you hear knock. It is like Dora. Matrix says 3. Math says 69. Kiwi says 3. All of a sudden, the number floods back into all of your memory. So many different places.
69,333.
You've heard this before. You don't know why it's been repeated over and over again. But sure enough, for some reason, many numbers flood back into your mind. But one does permeate, thankfully, says chat, would be the number 3. How many times are you going to knock? Hello?
3? Question mark?
We'll knock 3 times.
Knock 69. Sure enough.
69 times, yeah.
You still knock 69 times, just for good measure. Just keep going.
I mean, 3's in there. 1, 2, 3.
Sure, it's true. It's divisible as well. Sure enough, all of you
I'm not invisible.
slam on the stone slates, which is enough to send a final shockwave to the sea horror below. And with one final reverberation, there's just one last, oh, shit. And there's an explosion of immense proportions as guts and madness and teeth rain down over the room as this just completely explodes in the center of the moon pool, and the silence that weighed heavily on our hero's mind suddenly lifts as you all gasp for air once more. And it looks like you have successfully defeated the sea horror. Congratulations, guys. You did it.
I did
We
nothing.
beat the human dungeon!
Oh yeah, boss complete.
Now we gotta go tell Nico the Necromancer.
Nico?
No, he gets really mad if you call him that. You can't. He'll find out.
True.
Did you
that
call him
is
a
true.
necromancer? Isn't that a cat?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, sure enough, with all of the guts kind of landing around, congratulations to chat and congratulations to our intrepid heroes for finally slaying the sea horror that was, well, you don't really know. You didn't investigate that far as to what was actually happening and going on. But, you know, you can leave it at that. Let me get
I
back.
definitely thought they were feeding it bones, and that was very wrong.
As the commotion finally comes to a crawl and you all pick yourselves up and make sure that all of your bones are relatively intact, the door that you guys entered slides open once more. And lab clinicians run in to see what all the noise and commotion was that had happened in this room, but find their eldritch horror dead in the water, quite literally. They look at the skeletons in shock, who seem quite pleased with defeating the boss of the human dungeon. The skeletons very quickly explain to the humans that the humans are free now, and no longer need to worry about slaving away under some eldritch overlord, feeding them any sorts of stinky gore that who knows where it came from. And that more people named tourists can come and enjoy the village without the underlying fear that they will be kidnapped and fed to a sea horror. Congratulations, guys. This is a strangely insightful sentiment for a group of skeletons who, until today, were cooped up in their own monster-infested dungeon for the last, I don't know, eternity? But much to everyone's
2 weeks.
surprise, the humans all thanked the skeletons. It seems that they too were under the oppression of this Eldritch Sea Overlord, and all they wanted was some way to escape the ending that had plagued them for so long. They come around, they shake all of your hands, they ask you what your hopes and your aspirations are, and they say that they can finally go back to living in peace with the land and not having to worry about what would happen if they ran out of sacrifices and the sea horde devoured their very plane of existence, which you guys don't have to worry about anymore, luckily, which is fantastic for you.
And they really should have just dropped those things on them themselves.
Yeah, well, you know humans. It's really not known for their,
You guys gotta get, like, a lot better at dungeons, right? Like,
Yeah, true.
you got your own dungeons with their own problems, and, like, you don't need to be coming into our dungeons. You can, like focus
You can
on the
deal with your
local
own
problems
dungeon.
first.
Matrix, I just want to thank you so much for finally someone getting that joke. I appreciate it. As you know, the humans kind of nod and they're like, you're right, and you're all wise beyond your years. Can you please, pray tell, why have you come to slay this dungeon, as you call it? What was it that you wanted?
We were bored. We wanted frogs.
Well, there's supposed to be, like, a dungeon treasure, I'm pretty sure. Probably
Yes.
something having to do with books.
Of course, and you know what?
Of
That is
course.
something that can absolutely be worked out. Follow us to the surface, and we will give you all the treasure your skeleton hearts desire.
Oh, sweet. Are you, like, do we, like, are you the people we say? Oh, yeah, I get it. You just look
Oh,
the
yeah.
same as, like, all the human enemies, so it's confusing.
They kind of all glare at each other, but slowly but surely they do lead you back to the surface. But it is not quite over, as if you all remember at the very beginning of Change of Fate, chat had voted for the true ending to be revealed.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
What
Oh, no.
could that mean?
I'm afraid.
Well, regardless, sure enough, we bring ourselves back to town. Sure enough, you all approach the town once more. They lead you out of the dark, horror-infested dungeon. The sun is shining, the waves are lapping against the shore, and the humans promise great treasure around you. And just as they are leading you to your town square to parade you around the village and slaying the eldritch demon, suddenly, the sky grows dark, and the clouds begin to speed up around you. The air is immediately chilled as lightning cracks nearby. What's going on? Staring up at the sky, you see a whirring ball of crimson beginning to materialize. A ball you all recognize far too well when someone has neglected to reset the sewer traps in the dungeon.
Oh, no.
Sure enough, the magic sphere dissipates, and out levitates the necromancer, Nicomancer. Thank you, chat, for
Oh,
that
no.
No.
that incredible name from
Oh,
before. He looks angry. Well,
I
angrier
hide all my books.
than usual. If you guys go to tactical mode, this is a picture of what he looks like. Also AI generated.
Looks good.
Which is kind of nuts.
Oh, that's
Um,
kind of cool.
There you are, he exclaims. Do you buffoons have any idea how much time I wasted trying to track you deserters down?
I say yes. Will that make you more or less mad?
You really test my patience. Even with my infinite magical capabilities, it was a whole 10 minutes!
No,
That's
we're
10
so
minutes I'm
sorry.
never going to get back! Do you even understand how long eternity is?
Well, yes, we are.
But,
sort of.
well,
Yeah.
to be honest, like, not. I've really only been here for like 2 weeks, but 10 minutes doesn't seem that long. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
You have all
Clearly,
the time in the world.
clearly the boss is hellbent on going off on one of his necromancer rants, but something stops him, and he clears his throat instead. Which I will now take us to here. Okay. He clears his throat before continuing. Well, originally, I came here to punish you for the next 3 eternities for deserting by condemning you to spike pit testing duty.
Oh.
Oh no, not Smith.
That doesn't even sound practical. Like we Like, we have
Silence!
lots of holes in us.
True. And
But-
we would just stall the spikes.
But
The
now,
spike pit so many times.
he holds his hand up.
Silence.
Nicomancer looks off into the distance. I have heard the whispers of the universe and the dimension they call chat, and your efforts will not go unnoticed. I kept tabs on you through my scrying eye the whole time. Not only did you manage to sneak away from one of the most heavily guarded dungeons on the material plane, you also befriended a swamp hag without being enchanted to eternal servitude. I think, right? He kind of looks you all up and down. Well, seems good. You saved
There's a glyph on Gorm's forehead.
You're just kind of like covering it.
No feet.
You saved a wandering troop of skeletons who can now go make the world a spookier place, which you know I love. You snuck easily into the heart of a human settlement. You bartered relentlessly to make sure you got the best deals, destroying the human civilization's economy, and even completely disrupted their order of things by putting an end to the material meddling by destroying the Eldritch Horror, which, mind you, could have given me a run for my money.
But we
You
can
see-
give you a run for your money.
You see him stroke his evil sorcerer beard.
Does that mean we're in charge now?
I must admit, you have far exceeded my expectations. You have surely made the world a more miserable and far less secure place with your actions, and I didn't have to lift a bony finger. No
Wait, are
punishments.
your fingers bony?
Well, they're quite gnarled and thin as part of being a necromancer, but
Okay, so that wasn't like literal. That was
no.
you're just like kind of thin because you're like evil and stuff.
No punishments await you back at the dungeon, my summoned saviors, but rewards. You shall all henceforth be promoted to, he thinks for a minute, not grunt skeletons. And you may have one desire from myself and magic as well. What would you like?
Ooze raises their hand and just goes,
I want frogs with teeth.
Nicomancer kind of cocks his head. A very odd request, Ooze, but he kind of snaps his fingers, and you see from a nearby bush hops a skeletal frog with a set of buck teeth that just kind of comes hopping out of the he kind of like hops along and nuzzles right up to you.
Ooze is the happiest they have ever been. They also, like, pat the little head of their amulet, and now they have two frogs.
Choboni, what can I grant you?
Well, I think I would like for Alabaster to have his own skeleton body.
He looks at the... What is with you guys and your summoned creatures? You do understand what you're insinuating, right?
No.
Good enough for me.
What?
And you watch as Nicomancer kind of snaps his fingers, and what's your lizard's name?
It's a scorpion, and his name is Alabaster.
Alabaster. You watch as Alabaster kind of shakes for a second, and much like a snake molting its skin, it molts its everything and is left with a skeletal scorpion underneath.
Which is amazing, because scorpions do not have
Yes.
skeletons.
Yes.
It's one of those
Oh,
Halloween
I meant, can
decorations.
he be a skeleton like us? Like
There
a
are no
big-
takes backs. All right, Gorp,
Dang
what
it.
do you wish
So now
for?
he's a dry scorpion, is what that means.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Gormf?
I feel like the last two were like really magical and like groundbreaking, but like I just want to read all the books in the dungeon.
Ah, well, for that, and he snaps his fingers, and a small bookmark appears in your hands. And he says, oh, we're back. He says, with this, you will have access to any book you desire within our own dungeon to read at your leisure. But I also thought you couldn't read.
Oh yeah, I actually learned how to read during this whole quest. It was really monumental and a like cool moment of
Right,
personal
okay,
growth and also
interesting.
pure greed.
So, Marrow Streep, what can I finally do for you?
I want nickel-coated bones.
You want... Say again.
I want metal-coated bones.
Metal-coated bones. As in, like the Wolverine.
Yeah, like the Wolverine.
I am now remembering why skeletons are my lessers. And he says, okay, Shaduki. And he snaps his fingers, and sure enough, a layer of iron just very quickly coats all around your bones until you're a very metal Terminator-looking skeleton.
Meryl, you look so cool.
Chuvy has named the second frog Twos, like ooze. Oh my gosh, that's incredible.
Yeah, Chu was upset that they missed all of this.
It's okay. That Nicomancer looks at all of you and says, well, my bony companions, now that your wish is granted, let us head back to Bile Gulch Mine, where you will be aptly promoted, and you will live out the rest of your days, guarding our dungeon with propriety. And he sort of snaps his fingers and a crimson portal opens next to him. And he says, after you.
Okay.
Oh wait,
guess we're
I can't
going
walk
through.
through. I hop through with my big arm.
you just eat your way through with your big arm. Sure enough, all four of you go through. The Necromancer looks around at the shocked village, who is just sort of looking up at what has transpired. And he says, oh yes, let this be a lesson to the rest of you. The next time any of you think of sending heroes to the #1 dungeon in the plane of existence, remember, you'll have to go through our adventure skeletons first. And with that, he steps through the portal, and it closes with a snap behind him. And that's it. That's all she wrote. You guys spend the rest of your days in Bile Gulch Mine, talking to Tim, recounting all of your stories with all of your wishes granted after a successful, true ending to Adventure Skeletons. Thank you for the applause.
Yay!
Incredible. A little bit. Okay, well, we did it, guys. You actually survived. All of you survived, and thank you all out in the audience for taking this journey with us for our very first episodes of Change of Fate. I think we're going to do more of these in the future. We might refine it a little bit, but I think it was a lot of fun. I think it was a resounding success. So hopefully everyone out there felt like they were along for the ride and they could influence the story of our adventure skeletons here on Change of Fate. I bid you all a good night, and with one final message, if you had the chance to change your fate, would you? Thank you very much, guys. I will leave you and see you all again in the future. Goodbye.